The forces of darkness have launched a coordinated assault upon the free nations of Magnamund. Their intentions are clear: to overwhelm and annihilate them before an effective counteroffensive can be undertaken. In The Storms of Chai, your mission is one of 7 that Kai Supreme Master Lone Wolf has initiated to turn back this unprecedented tide of evil before it engulfs all the goodly nations of Magnamund forever. Will you succeed in your vital quest to retrieve the Eye of Agarash from the city of Pensai and bring it back safely to the Kai Monastery of Lorne? Or will you fall victim to the powerful Nadziran Zashnor and the terrible creatures at his command? This is Josiah Plays The Lone Wolf Gamebooks, Book 29, The Storms of Chai. So it's been a while since we've done one of the actual Lone Wolf series. This book came out recently, just before Joe Deaver died, sadly. And finally, I'm going to do this. It's the last one published on Project Aeon, so this will be the last Lone Wolf book of this playlist for me on YouTube. But let's see what they have in store for us. This book that was written and published so many years later, 20 years, I think, later than the previous books. So maybe Joe Deaver's writing style has changed. Maybe it hasn't. We'll find out. You guys are ready? Alright. So, we're gonna go through here. I'm not obviously reading all of the... Oh, it's talking about how he passed away. I'll read this part. After a brave and private 10-year battle with illness, Joe Deaver passed away in November 2016, leaving behind a legacy of goodness and honor that has earned him a loyal, enduring following among the readers who continue to find adventure in the worlds he created. Oh, good for him. Rest in peace. Will he put paid to this book? Oh, I hope put paid appears in here. I didn't even know he had a legacy of goodness and honor. You wouldn't really be able to tell from the sadism with which he writes his adventures. I remember losing my towel, Joe. Alright. Just skip through some of this initial stuff. Now, here's a timeline of notable events in Magnamund, which is very lengthy. Should I read this? I'm thinking... Of course, it does all look kind of relevant. Alright, I'm reading it. How's the volume mix of the music and my voice, you guys? Timeline of notable events in Magnamund. MS 5085, Benar and Chai. The vampiric autarch Sejanaz of Benar was destroyed. Wait. Oh, this is all stuff that's happened since the end of the last book. This was the end of the last book, right? Okay, I thought this was old stuff that was setting historical context for what we're... Oh, and we're coming all the way up to 5102. So 17 years later. So our character, Firesnake, is apparently going to be 17 years older than last time. Hit you with a time jump. Well, actually, it makes sense since there was probably like a 17-year-old time jump in real life. Time jump. I knew it, Nox. I knew it. MS 5085, Benar and Chai. The vampiric autarch Sejanaz of Benar was destroyed. Kayakan Zolind of Chai rallied the new kingdom armies. defeated the invading Banarian army and pursued it deep into the Banarian homeland. Zolin's son, General Jajing, looted the city of Yazan and razed it to the ground. Very few of its citizens escaped alive. This has since become remembered as the Massacre of Huazhong. Young Prince Kamada, Zolin's great-great-grandson, died during the winter. He was next in line for the throne of Chai because General Jajing was the illegitimate son of Zolin. Oh, drama. This is actually a little too loud for me. Like, it's loud enough that it's distracting me from reading. Events occur in real time? I guess so, Tim. Oh, he will definitely have only gained a single Kai rank despite it being 17 years. It's amazing that he gains Kai ranks at all. He's the most inept Kai. We went through all the effort to save the prince from the poisoned toy, and he died anyway? Yeah. I know, right? We went to a lot of effort to save that kid. More than once. MS 5086, Banar and Chai. The Chai army occupied eastern Banar, and all of its steam-powered engines and weapons of war were systematically destroyed. The aged Kayakan Zolin of Chai died, and his only remaining son, Jajing, acceded to the throne. Jajing's political rivals accused him of plotting and orchestrating the young Prince Kamada's death in the preceding year for his personal gain. These accusations were never proven. Upon his inauguration, he married Princess Myelsha of Maitan. Chai forts along the border with Banar were attacked by Banarian irregulars in reprisal for the massacre of Yazhang. A treaty was signed between Chai and Maitan, the Chai Sea Treaty. All Banarian shipping was denied access to the Chai Sea by Maitanian and Chai men of war. The blockade soon suffocated Banarian resistance, so it seems like everything we did in the last book, or the last, 3 books or something, was kind of for nothing, because now we just have some other evil tyrant that has taken the throne. The people that we worked so hard to save and keep alive died within 1 fucking year, and some asshole who's just as bad as Sejanaz, basically, has taken the throne, and all of our efforts were for nothing. Thanks. Thanks, Joe. We still get a new skill. That's true, Briarcub. We still get a new skill. MS 5086, Shadakai and Free Alliance of Southern Magnamond. Zoltan Zedoli seized the throne of Shadakai in a bloody uprising, and the state of Shadakai seceded from the Free Alliance of Southern Magnamond, the confederation of states which had emerged from the collapse of the Shadakeen Empire of Shasarak the Witch King in MS 5057. Oh, this ties into the Greystar books, you guys, because playing as Greystar in the Greystar series is when we beat Shasarak the Witch King. That's cool. Greystar, the previous ruler of Shadakai, fled, but he remained the wizard regent of the Free Alliance and set up his new capital in the port of Soon. Oh, so Greystar's here, contemporary with this stuff. That's pretty cool. Lone Wolf literally beat the Lord of all Evil twice, and Firesnake can't keep one spoony kingdom from falling into tyranny. I know, it's sad. MS 5087, Banar and Chai. Banarian resistance collapsed. Kayakan Jajing installed Overseer Clutan upon the throne of Banar. Clutan was a political puppet of Chai. The Chai army withdrew from eastern Banar. Kayakan Jajing had a son, Lao Tin. MS 5088, Vaduzan, Banar and Chai. Vaduzan invaded southwestern Banar. the capital city of Otavai fell to Vaduzian forces with little resistance. King Kardisa of Varujan claimed the territories of former southwestern Benar for his imperial throne. Chai chose not to oppose his claims. Overseer Cluton transferred his seat of power to the coastal city of Uacleo, near to the Chai border. Gradually, he lost control over most of Benar. You thought it took place I thought it took place in a completely different... Well, maybe it... I don't know about thousands, but maybe it did take place much longer, and Greystar just lived an extremely long time because he was, you know, a wizard of great power or whatever, and was able to just keep on living. With Shanty hacks, yeah. Because it says this confederation of states had emerged from the collapse of the Shadakeen Empire, but it doesn't say when that happened. Oh, no, it does say when that happened. It says it happened in MS 5057, which was just 29 years prior to this. So, apparently the new story is that the Greystar books just take place about 3 decades prior to this, prior to the end of the Lone Wolf series. Apparently. I don't know if that's a retcon, or if it was just never made exactly clear before. MS 5088, the Isle of Lorn. The Shianti left the Isle of Lorn to reside with Goddess Ashir on the Plane of Light. Their final act upon Magnamund was to bequeath their island to the Order of the Kai. The handover was facilitated by their emissary Greystar, so Greystar and the Kai have officially met. Maybe he'll be in this book. That'd be kind of cool. Super retconny. Look, you can't question it. The man is dead. You can't question anything when a person dies. You have to just accept everything they did in the general vicinity of their death. Quick, cast speak with dead. Wow. Yeah, we could ask him. MS 5089, the Isle of Lorn. Shadakai and the Free Alliance. Lone Wolf traveled to the Isle of Lorn, assisted by Grainstar and Guildmaster Baindon. Hey, Baindon's still kicking. He made plans for the construction of a second Kai monastery. Zoltan Zadoli of Shadakai declared their presence upon the Isle of Lorn an act of war. Shadakai mustered its army and attacked its southern neighbors, Corley and Forlu, members of the Free Alliance of Southern Magnamund. The Freelance sent troops to support the Free Alliance led by Greystar, as did Lone Wolf. A castle of Kai and 3 castles of... What the hell is a castle? Well, that's not. What is a castle? Someone from Castle in Nord, France. Okay, that's not what we want. How about we pretend it's an actual word for a second? That's very, very nearly my last name. There is literally nothing here that indicates that this is a word and not just a proper noun. Oh, Joe Deaver, using words so old the internet hasn't heard of them. A castle of Kai and 3 castles of some lending marines fought in the War of the Sea of Winds. Shadakai was soundly defeated and forced to relinquish all of its territorial gains. Zoltan Zadoli was assassinated before the year was out. Ulonga the Shaman, the evil necromancer who pulled the strings in Zadoli's shadow, now overtly seized control of Shadakai with assistance from Sasketara, the notoriously cruel ruler of the city-state of Gold Tabras. So you can see that Joe here is trying to set up a whole bunch of new stuff for multiple books, right? Because all this stuff that he's setting up here is obviously not going to be dealt with in this book. So it seems like he was setting up for a bunch of new books with creating all of these sort of new villains and stuff and new political tensions. Notoriously cruel ruler of the city-state of Gold Tabras. MS-5090, Lencia and Nyrus. The Lencians were forced out of Nyrus by War Marshal Rangor. King Sarnak III was killed. A civil war erupted in the Dracarim nations as Rangor and his former lieutenant, Gangrim, wrestled for control. He fought in the Gangrim style. Oh! MS-5090, the Isle of Lorne. Construction began on the new Kai Monastery on the Isle of Lorne. It would take 10 years to complete. Most of the Grand Masters of the New Order helped in the building of this magnificent fortress, except Blazer. Blazer didn't help. Operencia, Gangram style. Had planned a series of 7 actions. I noticed that too when it said 7 missions or whatever. That must be a bunch of new books that were supposed to be written. So Joe wasn't planning to die. I mean, I guess most people aren't planning to die, but MS-5090, Shadakai. Occasional border skirmishes between Shadakai and Corley persisted. MS-5091, Sion. A large number of Agarashi creatures, estimated at between 8,000 to 12,000, emerged from the Darkwall Mountains and invaded the Lucian plain of Sion. The city of Veredo was overrun and destroyed. The Sienese army swiftly counterattacked and forced the ravening horde back into its hidden mountain layers. MS-5091, the Isle of Lorne. The Freelands Alliance provided 1,000 workers to help with the construction of the Kai Monastery of Lorne. That's nice. Work. MS-5091, Shadakai. All incursions by Shadakai into Corley ceased. Yeah. MS-5091, Sommerland. Hey, we come back to Sommerland, where it all started. King Olnar V of Sommerland and his 2 daughters, Crown Princess Imelda and Princess Madeline, died in unexplained circumstances in the king's keep of Holmgard. Kai Grandmaster Firestone, not as cool as Fire Snake, was killed attempting to protect them. The party responsible for these tragic murders was never found, but the fact someone could strike in the heart of Sommerland greatly worried Supreme Master Lone Wolf. King Tor IV, son of Crown Princess Imelda, acceded to the throne of Sommerland. He's used that word that way twice now, and I don't think that's correct. Doesn't he mean ascended? Accede doesn't mean the same thing. Oh, I'm wrong. Assume an office or position. That is an actual definition of it. Okay. Well, you win this round, Joe. Must have been too tired. Firestone? Tired? Really, Nox? Always seemed to find traction with the royal family. Couldn't tread lightly enough. Oh my god, it's a fusillade of puns. It is an absolute flurry. Amazing. Amazing. Saito got a good one in there too. Any more? Are we gonna... Any more of these? Any more of these that you guys want to wheel out? I'm sure there will be many more. Yeah. Alright. Grandmaster Firestone was killed attempting to protect them, and King Tor IV acceded to the throne. So he was setting up stuff even all the way up in Summerland. So I guess these future books that were going to be written were going to go all over Magnamond, not just down in this southern area. MS 5092, Lunarlia. The town of Jarok in southern Lunarlia was attacked and destroyed by a large force, estimated at between 7,000 to 10,000, of Agarashi from the Doomlands of Naros. Doomlands of Naros acting up again, huh? MS 5092 Stornlands. The War of the Warrens erupted between Eldanora and Delden, following the assassination of Lord Vandian of Eldanora. I remember Eldanora. We went there in some of the books. MS 5093 Starn. Mount Vost was besieged by a large horde of unnamed creatures, estimated at between 12,000 to 15,000. From out of the Kraknalorg Chasm, the giants of Starn received military aid from Bodin, which broke the siege and sent the horde fleeing back into the chasm. The southern borderlands of Starn, namely the Shadow Grails and the Suziloy Hills, have since been heavily patrolled by the rangers of Bodin and Starn. Some of these places that's mentioned, I know generally where they are in the continent of Magnamond, and other places I don't really remember where they are. I don't know where Starn is. I'm assuming it's in northern Magnamond, because it doesn't sound Asian. MS 5093 Stornlands. End of the War of the Warrens between Eldanora and Delden. Eldanora won the war, gaining territory and tribute from defeated King Loarn of Delden. MS 5094 Casland and Sincoria. Several skirmishes occurred between Casland border patrols and creatures encroaching upon Casland territory from out of the Kraknalorg Chasm. In northern Sincoria, several of its timberland settlements were destroyed by similar creatures from the chasm. Look, reading this timeline is forcing me to pronounce an absolutely ludicrous number of made-up proper nouns. MS 5095, Vasagonia. Ah, Vasagonia, where you go in Book 5. One of my favorite books of the Lone Wolf series. Book 5 was good. Zakan Jaraza acceded to the throne of Vasagonia. Peace treaties were signed between Vasagonia and the Last Lands. The new Zakan formally renounced all Vasagonian territorial claims to Cloasia in perpetuity. In between assassinations and wars, Joe made sure we knew Summerland had a record harvest. Yeah. But that's probably relevant to the plot somehow. Oh no, the Moonstone has come back! Get rid of that thing! Babies aren't dying enough. $50.95 Magador. President Kadarian. I don't think I've seen the word president used in relation to Magnamund before. President Kadarian was assassinated, and control of Magador was seized by Marshal Luthos Vorgata, a senior Magadorian army officer. That guy sounds like a villain. $50.95 Summerland. A record harvest was reported. It was back during the siege of that one city. Oh, that one city. $50.96 Magador and Ogia. Magador allied to Ogia, and their joint armies attacked Telestria. Palmyrians supported Telestria with military assistance, and they won a decisive joint victory over Magador and Ogia at the Second Battle of Lukos. MS 5097, the Denarg and Telestria. The Telestrian border with the Denarg Swamp was violated. What book was it that we went to the Denarg Swamp? I remember that. Dozens of incursions were reported of swamp creatures hunting well beyond their usual confines of the Denarg. The Telestrian army was deployed to contain the encroachments. 5098, Lencia, Nyrus, and Nivos. In the Drakharum homelands, warlord Gangram... Opa Gangram style. Are you gonna make that joke every time, Josiah? Probably. And his Nadziranim allies were pushed back into Nivos. Drakkar War Marshal Rangor oversaw the construction of ironclad warships at Zigazad. King Telnak of Lencia ordered the construction of a shipyard at Newton on the River Doon. Or Down. 5098, Kazland. Archduke Chalamus of Kazland died in mysterious circumstances. He was succeeded by Archduchess Lorena. So, like, most of these events mean nothing to me. They're not about places that I remember. They're not about characters or anything that I remember. Some of them, I'd say about half of these events mean something to me, and the other half are just words, basically. I mean, they're all just words, but you know what I mean. System of a Dune. Archduke Chalamus of Kazan died in mysterious circumstances. He was succeeded by Archduchess Lorena. MS 5098, Sommerland. Rich new gold seams were discovered in the southeastern reaches of the Makken Mines. I remember the Makken Mines. And the Makken Gorge. That's from book 4, I think. Also a really good book. Possibly the book where I didn't get the Silver Bow of Duodon. The Somlending crown reaped huge rewards from this newfound gold. King Tor IV doubled the size of the regular Somlending army of the south, and increased the size of all the Somlending fleets. Okay. MS 5099, the Isle of Lorne. A Shadakeen plot to destroy the Kai Monastery of Lorne was foiled by Lone Wolf and the New Order Kai. Really? So we're just having cool Lone Wolf adventures that just happened in timeline? Why is there not a book about this? And the New Order Kai. Kai Grandmaster Brightstar sacrificed himself to save the new monastery. How come Blazer couldn't have sacrificed himself for something? MS 5099 Stornlands. Acolytes of Vashna were sighted numerous times throughout the year, mostly in Delden, Eldanora, and Salony. MS 5100, the Isle of Lorne. The Kai Monastery of Lorne was completed on the 5th day of the new year. At the inaugural ceremony, the god Kai appeared to Supreme Master Lone Wolf. He gave his praises, his blessings, and a somber warning that Magnamund would soon suffer assault by the forces of Nar. Again. Can't handle Lone Wolf and his golden flowing locks anymore. His locks are probably, like, gray now. Isn't he pretty old by now? But then again, there's like Magna Chi nonsense of like not aging or something. I don't know. MS 5100, Sommerland. Lone Wolf returned to Sommerland to prepare the Kai Order for a new dawn of darkness. He also sent Kai Master Red Bear and 3 Kai aspirants to Telestria. 5100, Cult. From the Caverns of Cult, Book 3. All Somlending and Duranese trading links with Liuk were severed without warning by the ice barbarians. Somlending traders had their cargoes seized before they were run out of the cult trading post. 2 Northlands Trading Company ships were commandeered at anchor off the Liuk ice shelf by ice barbarian war parties. Ice time barbarians. Their cargoes were seized and the crews were brutally murdered. The cult barbarian warlord, the Vortana, united all of the disparate tribes of the Northern Wastes for the first time. With their unanimous consent, he claimed for himself the title Grand Brumelmark of the Icelands. Oh, if this is setting up for another book to go back to cult, that would be cool. The seceding town of Amory. Hey, Amory! That's the town, right? Isn't that where, Oh no, I'm thinking of somebody else. It has nothing to do with Alton. I think Amory is the town where Rourke was from. And if you actually go to that town, you just die. Life and quest end here. You have the choice to go there or not go there. The seceding town of Amory was besieged. Good, that town sucked. And captured by an army of mercenary companies led by Prince Darthon of Rem. Duke Lortha, the evil highborn of Amory, was brutally slain. MS 5100 Lencia. King Telnak was warned by the Telkoi of an impending Agarashi uprising, and he called off his crusade against the Dracarim. The Dracarim perceived this as a sign of weakness, and launched a swift invasion of Lencia. After Videra and Westhaven were razed to the ground and King Telnak was killed on the battlefield, War Marshal Rangor claimed the throne of Lencia. Prince Sarnak, heir to the crown of Lencia, was able to flee from Helmstorm and went into exile. MS 5100, The Dark Lands. The Lake of Blood surrounding the ruins of Helgadad self-extinguished. That's probably not a good sign. MS 5101, Desi. Shortly after the Feast of Fimarn, the chasm of Gorgoron was rocked by violent earthquakes. Yeah, everything you accomplished through 28 plus 4 Greystar books, everything you accomplished in 38 game books of adventures has completely been undone in a few years of this timeline. LOL. Desi, isn't that's where the Magiocracy of Desi is from? Isn't that where Elder Ramoa comes from? Or am I thinking, is he from a different place? When finally the earthquake subsided, swarms of Agarashi arose from the chasm and infiltrated the jungle realm of Desi. MS 5101, Kalt, Sommerland, and Durinor. The newly declared Grand Brumelmark of the Icelands, the Vortana, with Nadziranim aid, unlocked the Vagadin Gate, a shadow gate located beneath the ice fortress of Ikaya, and released the ice demons that had not managed to pass through this ethereal corridor before it was sealed millennia ago. These powerful creatures of evil brought an early and unnatural winter to Sommerland and Durinor. The Coulter Sea froze over and the ice barbarians swept down and invaded northern Sommerland and northern Durinor. Look, I feel like the point of this is he's saying, look at all the bad shit that happens when I'm not writing books about Kai and Chiantis going around saving everybody. When those motherfuckers don't do shit for 17 years, the world goes to hell. If he had just been writing books the whole time, all of this would have been averted. Northern Durinor. Supreme Master Lone Wolf, King Tor IV of Sommerland, and King Danon I of Durinor led the armies that destroyed most of the ice demons, and then defeated the ice barbarians, sending them fleeing back to their frigid wilderness. The victory was won at the cost of the heroic self-sacrifice of King Tor IV. The unnatural winter ended as swiftly as it had begun. Samarland endured 3 months of flooding before all of the meltwaters declined, and the natural cycle of the seasons resumed once more. King Hay V acceded to the throne of Samarland and married Princess Emila of Telestria. Okay. MS 5101 Lencia. This is a very long timeline. King Hay Knox. Prince Sarnak, at the head of a united Freelands force, attacked Helmstorm and liberated it from the Dracarum. Sarnak was crowned King Sarnak IV of Lencia before he led his forces from Helmstorm to face the Dracarum, who had rallied to the north of the capital. Lencian and Dracarum armies fought at the Battle of Grimstone Valley. Rangor was vanquished when troops from Casland arrived to reinforce the Lencian late on the second day of the battle. Some of this is kind of weird, though. A devering of Aeon in the timeline. Yeah, some of this is like we've set up new enemies and new conflicts, and then later in the same timeline we've also resolved those conflicts. Here's a bunch of interesting shit that happened off screen. Don't worry, you won't be involved with any of this. MS 5101 Eru. An Eruan Pathfinder reported that Gangrim's Nadzaranum had constructed a machine that would devastate the Freelands. MS 5101 Western Tintarius. The invasion of Dark began. The city fell to the united forces of Eru, Lencia, Casland, Bodin, and Bor. King Sarnak IV renamed the city Gamir, its ancient Lencian title. Sarnak pressed on through Nyrus and Nivaz, intent on taking Kagorst and wiping out the remaining Dracarum threat. Sarnak rode to victory and razed Kagorst. MS 5101 Skaror. Frequent and violent earthquakes tore open the borderland between the Darklands and Skaror in the southern foothills of the Ogshazar Mountains. A deep chasm, 200 miles long and of unknown depth, appeared and destroyed the ancient Darklord city of Cragmantle. It stretched from the ruins of Cragmantle on the Skaror border all the way to the abandoned Darkland city of Nadgazad. Oh, I remember when we went to Nadgazad. That was pretty cool. MS 5101 Banar. The remote Banarian city of Bakasa was seized by a Nadzaranum sorcerer named Zashnor. 5101 The Makan Gorge. The Makan Gorge opened further, extending the vast chasm by 25 miles to the east. The ruins of Makan were completely leveled by the violent aftershocks, and very few buildings in the free state of Cassiorn were left standing. MS 5101 Stornlands. Thousands of acolytes of Vashna began to make pilgrimage to the Makan Gorge. That's not good. MS 5102 Chai. Keakon Jajing died. So it sets up this whole new tyrant, and he's already died in cutscene, basically. This is the opening narration of the game. This is like if Tolkien wrote books that took place after the Lord of the Rings and just put all of the events of the actual Lord of the Rings trilogy into a timeline that you read. Sauron was acting up, and then they destroyed the Ring of Doom, and Sauron was defeated. Whatever. Next year, what happened? On the Feast of Femarn, his son, Lao Tin, age 16, became the new Keakon of Chai. Okay, we made it through a lot of historical events. Some of which were meaningful to me, some of which completely went over my head. Now, if I had a good memory, and I could remember everything that I just read, it would probably enrich my experience of the following books, which is probably just going to be one book, but hypothetically the following books, because I'd remember all this stuff that was set up, and when the stuff happened or was mentioned in the actual books, I'd be like, oh yeah, cool, we read about that. But I won't really. What doofus in the upper left corner with his stupid hat? What? So apparently we're in 5102. Go to the top of the page. Oh, that guy. Yeah. Who the hell is he? Dunno. Now we come to the story so far. Blazer. Hashtag like Boone. The story so far. It is early spring in the year MS 5102, and you are a Grand Master of the New Order of the Kai, the warrior elite of Sommerland. It is a clear moonlit night, and you are staring out across the crystal clear waters of the Sea of Dreams from the high window of your chambers in the Kai Monastery of Lorne. The crunching sound of footfalls on loose gravel draws your attention to the parade ground below. A pair of diligent young Kai war marns, clad in black and yellow checkered tabards, is patrolling the perimeter with spears on their shoulders. Your eyes wander towards the center of the parade ground, to a low circular wall of white Kirlundan stone. It encompasses two sturdy Somlending oaks. You are reminded of when these trees were transplanted here during the inauguration of the monastery, on the Feast of Famarn, 2 years previously. They were transported all the way from your homeland by sea. The oaks represent the two Somlending Kai monasteries, with their roots inextricably entwined. The moon is full tonight. Ishir's blessing casts its ashen light upon the battlements, towers, and gleaming porticos of the new monastery. You take great pride in what you see, for the sweat of your own labor contributed to the construction of this magnificent fortress. We're kind of starting out in the same place that Greystar started out in his first book. Except now there's a Kai monastery here. Your pride is tinged with apprehension, for you have much on your mind. Sommerland suffered greatly during the perpetual winter and heavy thaw of last year. Fortunately, before his untimely death in MS 5101, King Tor IV had wisely made provision for the storage of food and fuel throughout Sommerland, and these caches saved the lives of countless thousands of citizens. You are confident that your homeland will surely recover from the long winter of MS 5101, but it will likely take 2 years or more before life there returns to normal. However, this is the lesser of your present concerns. The greater is something less tangible. For the past 2 weeks, you have been haunted by a feeling that the forces of darkness are poised to unleash an assault upon Magnamond. You are not alone in your feelings. Blazer, one of your fellow Grand Masters, confided to you this evening that he too has been having similar feelings of foreboding for no apparent reason. He is the forces of darkness, as have several of the more psychically gifted Kai Masters in the monastery. Goddamn Blazer. Come on, why'd you have to bring back Blazer, the worst character? The events of tomorrow should allay or confirm your fears. Supreme Master Lone Wolf is expected to arrive by skyship from Desi at noon. You and Grandmaster Blazer will formally greet him when he disembarks upon the monastery parade ground. You have personally overseen the arrangements for the docking of his skyship, and an honor guard of Kai Masters has been drilled to perfection in readiness for his inspection. Satisfied that everything is prepared for tomorrow's duty, you close your window and retire to your bed. All the Kai with herd mastery have this feeling of foreboding, right? All the Kai with bardsmanship. Oh, I just remembered that I have to sing all my lines in this. God damn it. You awake at dawn and breakfast with a dozen Kai Masters in the mess hall. Then you make your final preparations for Lone Wolf's return. As noon approaches, there is a buzz of anticipation on the parade ground, as eagerly you await the imminent arrival of Supreme Master Lone Wolf's skyship. Together with Blazer, your fellow Kai Grand Master, you make one last inspection to check that everything is ready. The lookout in the Tower of the Moon spots two skyships approaching, and he informs you of this by a telepathic message. What? Yeah, continue. Look, I'll tell you when I want you to pause, when I click the pause button. Where are we at? Telepathic message. Hastily, you issue orders to the Kai docking crew to prepare to receive this second unexpected skycraft. Maybe Baindon came too, that'd be cool. I just looked down and was right. A further area of the parade ground is cleared, and mooring points for the second craft are quickly installed and made ready. The skyships make a slow and simultaneous descent toward the parade ground from out of the blue, cloudless sky. They come to hover side by side, no more than a few feet above the ground, and their sorcerous engines are powered down to a soft hum. Mooring lines are attached fore and aft of each vessel, and wheeled stairs are positioned against the gunwales of their main decks. I think you pronounce it like gunnel, don't you? I don't think you pronounce the W. I'm not 100% sure. The larger of the two skyships is Sky Fort, Supreme Master Lone Wolf's personal vessel, which he received as a gift from Guildmaster Baindon 2 years previously. Lone Wolf appears at the head of the stairs, and behind him you can see 4 Kai Grand Masters: Black Hawk, Star Lynx, Steel Hand, and Swift Sword, each dressed in their distinctive personal uniforms. The smaller skyship is named Comet, one of the Brotherhood of the Crystal Star's new fleet of fast aerial vessels. Standing on its main deck, you recognize Lord Ramoa and Guildmaster Baindon. With them is a small humanoid creature with greenish skin and crimson eyes. It shuffles impatiently and tugs at the brim of its tall felt hat to shield its sensitive crimson eyes from the glare of the noon sun. Although you have never seen a creature like this before, you know enough about the myriad races of Magnamund to deduce that this is a Clune Sage of Chaman. Oh yeah. They're weird. And a hair in my mouth for some reason. Supreme Master Lone Wolf descends the stairs to the parade ground, and a fanfare of cornets is sounded when he first sets foot on the graveled surface. He makes a swift inspection of the assembled ranks and commends the Kai Masters on their turnout. Then he dismisses them in order that they may return to their teaching duties. As they disperse and leave the parade ground, Lone Wolf calls you and Blazer forward and informs you both that a special conference will be held in his personal chambers in 1 hour's time. You are both instructed to attend. Supreme Master Lone Wolf's chambers occupy the Storms of Chai, the Blazer Partnership. Damn it. Supreme Master Lone Wolf's chambers occupy the top 2 floors of the Tower of the Moon, the tallest of the monastery's crenulated towers. The lower of these 2 floors contains the Grand Hall of the Supreme Master, and it is here that the special conference is convened. The hall is a magnificent exemplification of some lending architectural design. Its gold-veined pillars of marble support a buttressed ceiling embellished with a vibrant mural depicting famous events in some lending history. The walls are draped with the war banners of the Kai, and several glass-fronted display cabinets set around the hall contain trophies, medals, and mementos collected by Lone Wolf during his many quests. You and Blazer pass through the hall's great door, which closes behind you and locks with a muffled click. Gathered in a circle around a large table set before the Supreme Master's alabaster throne, you see the illustrious and dignified group who arrived at the monastery an hour ago. Lone Wolf beckons you and Blazer to join them. Spread upon the table's polished surface is a detailed map of Magnamund. Tell me about this map of Magnamund. Map of Magnamund. No. No. Okay, can we get one that's not tiny sized? There's one that's not tiny sized. This one's huge, actually. Okay, we're going to look at Magnamund for a minute, you guys, because what characters... So here's Kalt up here, right? Where the Ice Barbarians... There's the Darklands. Basically, Mordor is what this is. It's Mordor. It's just Joe Deaver's version of it. So here's all these places that were mentioned in this timeline there. See, I had no idea that Nyrus and Nyvoz were way over there. Gatan, Skaror, Ogia, all these places were mentioned. Here's Lencia down here, and Kazland and Boden. So those are in southern Magnamund. Because this water across here is what determines northern from southern Magnamund, as you might expect. I thought those Star and Boden, I thought those were northern Magnamund places, but they're not. Telkos, here's Benar and Chai. So this is where we are. This is where we went in the last book, across the Lasan Plains to Tazan. Pensai is the capital of Chai, which is... Well, that's not where we are now, actually. Where we are now is the Isle of Lorne, but it's where we were in the last book. And a lot of the events that we read about in the timeline took place in here. Here's the Doomlands of Naros, where all the Agarashi are coming out of. Cian. We have a Sienese compass. Maitan. I didn't know that Maitan was down there. The Isle of Lorne is here, and it's got a circle around it for some reason. Oh, the cover art's still on the screen. It's not covering it that much. That's not correct. So here's the Isle of Lorne, where we are. The Azanam, remember that from the... This area up here in Shadakai, this is from the Greystar books, that we did a bunch of stuff here. Shadakai's all up here. It's pretty big. Oh my god, I didn't realize the Shadakai Empire was that big. It's huge. The Sadi Desert. Then we come back up here to northern Magnamund, where the early books were set. And you've got Desi, where the mages are from. Elzine, yeah, that's where Elder Ramo is from. And Eldenor is up here. We went there in one of the earlier books. And Cassiorn, and this is where the Macken Gorge is. You see how huge the Macken Gorge is. And Ruinon. This is from book 4. And Vasagonia, this is where you come in book 5. It's kind of the Arab-themed place. That was a good book. I got a towel there, which I didn't get to keep. Duranor is where you go in book 2. You actually make the journey from Homeguard over to Duranor. Book 1, of course, takes place just in Sommerland, starting at the Old Kai Monastery, which is here. So yeah, that's it's a pretty darn detailed world. I've got to say, Joe Deaver has really detailed out his world. And there's a lot of supplemental material written about this world that isn't in the game books. Because there's been a pen and paper, actually more than one pen and paper RPG created of the Lone Wolf world where they detailed out a ton of stuff about all the different places and stuff. So, I don't know if it's got quite as much written about it as Middle-earth, but probably pretty close. Yeah, it would be a fun setting for the... In fact, I have the Lone Wolf Adventure game right here, which is a pen and paper RPG that I've never played. And it's based very heavily on the actual system from the game books. But it's got some cool stuff. Does this have a map in it? It's got some good stuff in here. I'd kind of like to run this game someday. It's got multiple books and a bunch of other things. Well, I don't think it has a standalone map. Anyway, Lone Wolf Adventure game, pretty cool. Very simple. Very simple RPG system. Like, one of the simplest RPG systems I've ever seen. So, you know, learning it would be exceptionally easy. Yeah. Anytime anybody rolls a 0 or 1, they just die, no matter what they're trying to do. Alright, let's put the cover back up on the screen. We've looked at the map. We're in the Isle of Lorne. I wonder where we're going to be going. We also have this map, which Knox found for me, that it's not included on Project Aeon, but this is the map of that comes in this actual book, in the actual Storms of Chai book. Oh, and again, that thing's in the way. I'm in the way. You can see the Khakanate of Chai, Pensai, and if you scroll over a little bit, you can see some heraldry for all the different places / houses or whatever. And there's the cover again, but you've already seen the cover. Alright, let's go back to the actual story here. Okay. Shall we continue? Spread upon the table's polished surface is a detailed map of Magnamund, which we've now looked at. Now that our company is complete, I call upon Lord Ramoa and Sage Chaston to give their report of the unprecedented events that have prompted me to convene this special meeting, says Lone Wolf. Thank you, my lord, responds Ramoa. He picks up a steel pointer from the table and uses it to aid his briefing. Tapping its tip upon his homeland of Desi, he begins. The High Council of the Elder Magi has become aware of several threats to the security of Magnamund that have demanded our urgent attention. Whereas, In the past, the agents of darkness have confined their attempts to corrupt sovereign nations in one or two specific regions. We are now convinced that an orchestrated effort is underway to overwhelm the goodly nations of Magnamond. Several sizable and coordinated attacks have been launched simultaneously. We believe their express purpose is to overwhelm us before we are able to gather our allies and mount an effective counter-offensive. Here, in Desi, from the depths of the chasm of Gorgoron, a vast horde of Agarashi has awoken. They have emerged from the chasm and spread throughout the central jungles of my homeland. Our magicians and our brave vaqueros are now locked in battle with this horde as I speak. The vaqueros are like these badass warrior mages that they have in Desi. Because we believe this is an orchestrated effort, we need all the Kai agents skilled in bardsmanship to deal with it, which leaves you and Blazer. No! I don't have Darth Vader No up on a tab, but I might need it. Bardsmanship. Literally the worst ability, and it's one of the first ones I took. It is literally one of the first ones I took when I made my new character. Best ability, Kai Alchemy, hands down, and it's the one I haven't taken. Nor will I, because I'm an obstinate fucker. Lord Ramoa moves the pointer across the map and taps several other places where sinister uprisings are taking place. The Mockin Gorge, the Kraknalorg Chasm, the Dark Realm of Rule, the ruins of Cragmantle, Liok, the Danarg, the city of Shadakai, the Doomlands of Naros. All of these places have now become mustering points for the forces of darkness. Lord Ramoa lifts his steely gaze from the map and looks to the slight figure of Sage Chaston. Our learned allies in Shaman forewarned us late last year. I very much regret that the High Council did not heed their warnings sooner, and for that I owe our learned ally a sincere apology. The Clune blinks his crimson eyes and accepts Ramoa's apology with a gracious nod of his head.
Our fears have become real,
he replies in a softly rasping tone.
But there is still time enough to stem this tide of darkness, though precious little time it is.
Precious little time indeed, says Lone Wolf solemnly. If we are to prevent this resurgence of evil from overwhelming the free lands of Magnamund, we must strike swiftly and effectively at the enemy's main mustering points. By preventing the reinforcement of their hordes, we shall stem this flood before it converges and drowns us. Oh, elementalism has definitely backfired. Yeah. Basically, they've all backfired except Kai Alchemy, which is always just an I win button. They seem close to gnomes, you don't trust them? Yeah, they do have a little bit of overlap with that gnome thematic space. You're right. I attack! This is the part where I just casually roll initiative. Alright. Lone Wolf casts his eyes upon each Kai Grandmaster in turn as he continues speaking. With the aid of my wise and learned counselors, I have prepared missions for each and every one of you. From the pocket of his golden battle tunic, Lone Wolf produces 6 furled parchments, each tied with a silk cord of a different color. One by one, he hands them out to you and the other 5 Kai Grandmasters assembled here.
Unfurl your scroll, my lords. Read and memorize the contents,
instructs Lone Wolf. With a tingle of anticipation, you untie the scarlet cord and open your furled parchment. It contains the details of your mission, handwritten by Supreme Master Lone Wolf personally. Okay, the details of my mission are pretty long, apparently. Golden battle tunic? He must look so fabulous, right? Personally, my favorite picture of Lone Wolf from all the book covers and everything else was honestly the one from Book 1. The American version of Book 1, not the British version. He looks the youngest there, and I just think he seems more like... I don't know, he kind of looks like Luke Skywalker a little bit. In before Blazer will be accompanying you on this mission. Don't even joke about that, Nox. It's not even funny. Alright, here's the details of our mission, guys. An Agarashi horde, numbering several thousands, has emerged from the doomlands of Naros. Our agents in Chai inform us that it is being commanded by a powerful Nadzaranim sorcerer called Zashnor. The Benarian city of Bakhasa has become their mustering point, and it is now completely under Zashnor's control. Benarian forces, hungry to avenge the massacre of Wazan... Don't know how to pronounce that. You know, you never see Kai women in the books, really, but in that adventure game that I just showed you, there's a bunch of female Kai. Like, that game's lore and makes it look like half the Kai are women, basically. Have mobilized and are currently marching southeast toward the Chai border with Zashnor's Agarashi horde. Kayakan Jajing, Chai's renowned warrior king, passed away peacefully in his sleep some weeks ago on the Feast of Femarn. The new ruler of Chai is Jajing's son, Lao Tin. He is 16 years old. Although he commands the loyalty and respect of Chai's military high command, he does not yet possess the wisdom and martial experience of his famous father. Without Jajing's outstanding generalship, Chai is especially vulnerable to invasion at this time. Actually, that game takes place a little bit before the Lone Wolf series. So in that game, Lone Wolf would only be like a small child based on the timeline. So he's not even in it personally. It's the old order of the Kai, not the new order of the Kai. before the initial monastery was wiped out. Renowned warrior king wasn't due to brutal dictator that killed a kid to gain the throne. That's what I was thinking, Tim. Look, history always gets rewritten by the victors. Hillary Kylinton? Running for... Hillary Kylinton Knox? What? Joe Biden, actually? Okay. That's what's gonna happen here? That's what we're doing? Alright, without Jajing's outstanding generalship, Chai is especially vulnerable to invasion at this time. I don't remember seeing anything about chastity, no. In there. I think they can have kids if they want. I'm not certain, though. 17 years ago, you defeated Autarch Sejanaz of Benar and secured the cursed artifact called the Claw of Nar. This powerful weapon was delivered to the Elder Magi in order that they should destroy it. to prevent it from ever falling into the hands of our enemies. Alas, despite every attempt to annihilate this foul object by all means at their disposal, its destruction has not been achieved. Yet 17 years and one job. Can't we just throw it in Mount Doom or something? Kindergarten? Oh, Nox. The Elder Magi have constructed a secure prison for the weapon in a secret location in Desi, until the means to destroy it is found. After years of careful study, and with the invaluable assistance of the sages of Chaman, we now know a great deal more about this cursed artifact than we did when you first captured it. The claw is powerful, but it is not complete. It is but one half of a weapon that is capable of unleashing a far more intense blast of destructive energy, with power enough to obliterate an entire city at a single stroke. The missing component of this weapon is uranium. No, is a gem-like object called the Eye of Agarash. Without the claw, the Eye of Agarash has no innate destructive powers. However, when it is married with the claw, it greatly intensifies and concentrates the power of that weapon several hundredfold. Okay, that sounds serious. The Eye and Hand of Vecna? Probably not. The sages of Chaman have located the Eye of Agarash. For centuries, and without the knowledge of a succession of royal owners, it has been a gem that embellishes the grand throne of the Keakans. This throne is located in the imperial palace of Pensai in Chai. Your mission is to journey to Pensai and retrieve the Eye of Agarash. Once you have it in your possession, you must return with it as quickly as you were able to the Kai Monastery of Lorne. Years ago, you saved the life of the young Keakon's grandfather. For that, he will forever be in your debt. Our agents in Chai are confident that Lao Tin will willingly give you the Eye of Agarash. Yeah, right. I don't think it's going to go that easily. And assist your swift return here to the monastery. However, now that Zashnor's hordes are moving quickly to invade Chai, there is a serious risk that the city of Pensai may fall within a matter of days. We are in no doubt that Zashnor is aware of the Eye's location and its significance. It must be retrieved before it falls into his foul hands. We know that he possesses a personal weapon that bears a chilling similarity to the Claw of Nar. If indeed it has the same properties as the claw you retrieved, then the consequences of him capturing the Eye of Agarash will be devastating. This outcome must be prevented at all costs. Well, I mean, I don't think they're saying the people of Chai fuck them. I think they're just saying that's not, my particular job. I'm sure they're assisting in other ways with the people of Chai. Either that, or maybe they're like, if that timeline has taught us anything, it's that all of our efforts to affect, political change in any positive way are completely meaningless, as whatever we do will be outdone within a matter of years. So, fuck them. We might as well not even bother to mess around with kings and invasions and all of that, because we can't do anything about it, really. Hey, what's up, Dennis? How you doing? Good to see you, man. What's happening with you? What's your plans for the day? Alright. So I've read my scroll. This is my task. You could have just said, go to Pensai, get the Eye of Agarash. And it would have told me the same thing. When you and the other Grand Masters have finished reading and digesting the contents of your mission scrolls, Lone Wolf instructs you to furl them and place them in the center of the map table. Guildmaster Baindon steps forward and sweeps his hands across the pile of scrolls. Immediately, they are consumed by a cold, magical fire that destroys them utterly, leaving no trace. That's kind of dramatic. You were playing Outward on stream? Oh, really? That would have been interesting to see. Tonight, some SnowRunner? Maybe, yeah, some more Outward would be cool. I'd like to watch you stream that. Lone Wolf calls an end to the conference and dismisses you and the other Grand Masters. Before you leave the Grand Hall, he instructs you all to gather at dawn, on the parade ground in readiness for your departure from the monastery. With a formal salute, you acknowledge his order and leave the hall in single file. In silent contemplation, you each return to your quarters to make preparations for your individual missions. Individual, meaning Blazer's not coming with me. Yeah, I know what Outward is. I think I tried to play a little bit of Outward. And it was hard, so I stopped. But I might be thinking of a different game. But I've definitely watched streams of Outward. Individual missions, no Blazer. The afternoon is spent selecting your clothing and equipment for the mission, and, after supper, you retire early in order to get plenty of rest before you set off tomorrow morning. With some difficulty, you eventually fall asleep after several hours spent in listless contemplation of your quest and the unknown dangers that lie ahead. Cool. So now we get into updating our character for the new book. Only $15 on Steam Summer Sale. Nice. I've bought all of the games from the summer sales that I can possibly afford at this point. I can't buy any more games. Alright, the regular game rules we know about. If you've completed previous adventures, you can carry over your things, you can carry over your items. I get to add 1 to my combat skill and 2 to my endurance. So that's an innate +1, bringing me to 57. And 2 to my endurance, bringing me to 51. And I can now choose, we've already got our Kai name, Kai disciplines, blah blah blah. I can choose a new one. Check this shit out. Upon reaching the ultimate rank of Kai Supreme Master, Lone Wolf received as a reward from God, Kai, many new skills and abilities, including astrology, herb mastery, elementalism, and bardsmanship. Bardsmanship was a reward from God? I'm converting. And herb mastery, too. Actually, that actually comes in handy once in a while. Bardsmanship is truly the garbage ability. Thanks, God. Thanks for that. Alright. Oh, I get to choose a new weapon to be Grand Weapon Mastered in. This time it's going to be Quarterstaff. No, it's going to be Spear. Let's not be stupid. It's going to be Spear. There again, telling me I get to add 5 points. We're not going to have any arguments over how many points I get to add with the bow. Alright, so I could take the... There's only 4 that I don't have. I can take one of these 4. I can take Animal Mastery. No Order Grand Masters have considerable control over hostile, non-sentient creatures. Also, they have the ability to converse with birds and fishes and use them as guides. God is a Charlie Tuna, just saying, yeah. Oh, I forgot completely about this advanced curing thing, where I can heal myself for 20 once if I'm reduced to 8 or less. Don't let me forget about that if I'm super getting my ass kicked in a fight. Assimilance is one of the ones I don't have. New Order Grandmasters are able to effect striking changes to their physical appearance and maintain these changes over a period of 1 to 3 days. They have also mastered advanced camouflage techniques which make them virtually undetectable in an open landscape. Kai Alchemy we're skipping. Telenosis. This discipline enables a New Order Grandmaster to spirit walk for far greater lengths of time and with far fewer ill effects. Duration of the spirit walk and the protection afforded to his inanimate body increase as a New Order Grandmaster advances in rank. Does this skill ever even come up? Do any of these skills ever even come up? Before we choose one, we're going to look at the updates to the skills for gaining new ranks. Bardsmanship is so bad. No Kai Alchemy. Alright, we'll come back to that. A map of the Khakanate of Chai. Oh really? Do I possess a map? Tell me more. Oh, it's not actually a map, it's just text describing the map. Now, in the actual book, fair enough, there was a map, as Nox found here. But apparently they don't have the right to print it or something on Project Aeon, so instead, we get this description of the Khakanate of Chai, which we are now going to read. Map of the Khakanate of Chai. The Khakanate of Chai is a land whose northeast is dominated by flat expanses of grassy plains, while the southern coast consists largely of forests and rolling hills. Two small mountain ranges, the Huzang and the Zuchao, are located slightly west of the country's center and are separated by jungles which slowly give way to swamps as one moves further west. The city of Vabu is located near Chai's center, and a traveler leaving Vabu would be able to choose between 3 of Chai's principal roadways in order to continue their journey. Choosing the southwest road would take the traveler towards the Chai Sea and the coastal town of Halau, with a jungle bordering the road to the north and the Huzang Mountains and its foothills to the south. Yeah, we'll see if they have the illustrations or not. If instead the traveler chose the southeast road, they would find themselves passing between the grasslands of the Chai Plain to their north and the Tviloi Forest to their south, with the road forking at the town of Klati. One fork bears generally eastwards toward the river town of Hijoi, while the other turns further southwards through the Tviloi Forest, passing through Jiong and ending at the town of Vallis, which is separated from the great city of Douala by the waters of the Tacoma estuary. Tacoma estuary. Chicken. Finally, the traveler leaving Vabu might choose the road bearing north, and after a journey flanked by the Naga Forest to the east and Zuchao Mountains to the west, would arrive at Pensai, the capital of Chai and home of the Khakan himself. The capital is protected from the incursions of Chai's often unfriendly Benarian neighbors by the Chai Wall, a huge construction located a dozen miles to the west of Pensai, running about 50 miles from north to south, and anchored by several forts, notably Fort Zheng, which stands athwart the road running west from Pensai into the nation of Benar. This is definitely not China, you guys. Ignore the fact that they've got the same wall and everything. Super not China. Although, if it's a Khanate, it's more like this is Mongolia. What if Mongolia built a wall to keep out China instead of the other way around? Alright, so that's what we get for the map. I possess a pouch of gold. I don't remember how much gold I'm allowed to have. I got Loon and Ren and all this. I'm just not going to bother to add any gold. You can select items from the list below. I can get a quiver with 6 arrows. I've already got 5 arrows, so I'll just refresh that back up to 6. I don't need any of these other things. Oh, except for this. I'll take this potion of Lomspur. So I'm going to get rid of one of these meals. Keeps the flute, throws out food. And I'm going to get another potion of Lomspur. So I have 2 of those that I can use to heal myself a little bit. And I have my Kai weapon, blah, blah, blah. We don't have to go through that. The one that I actually picked was Sunstrike, but I call it Frappe Soleil. Wait, I don't think we did. Remember you guys said we modified it already with the -2, but look, it says here it's +5, +6. This says 5, 6, so if it lost 2, actually, it should be +3, +4. Which makes it worse than Sunderer, which is why I'm using Sunderer all the time. Okay. I want to see this. The levels of Grand Mastership. We are now a Grand Thane. Because last book we were a Sun Thane. Oh, really? YouTube? A Grand Thane. But I want to check some of these ones real fast. I'm not going to even read them out loud. I'm just going to scan them. Locate object. 15-foot radius? That's the most useless locate object ever. What is that for? Like if you lost your keys? And you're like, where did I put my keys? Good thing I'm a Kai Grandmaster. Summon a fog cloud. That's kind of cool. Communicate telepathically over great distances. Yeah, this is per rank. That's how this works. It's showing the changes to each one for each rank that you gain. And we've gained a ton of ranks, so... That's kind of cool. Few animals can resist this command. Unfortunately for you, the ones that can are the ones you're gonna meet. Turn into inanimate objects. Excavate Earth. Oh, these are the new ones for Grand Thane. So a lot of these apply to me. So Grand Weapon Mastery, I get this now. Grand Thanes are able to draw a weapon very swiftly or switch between a hand weapon and a bow in the blink of an eye. Okay, so we're like how many ranks deep into being a Super Master Kai, and now you can switch weapons quickly? That's the ability? Wow. Cows are immune, of course. They have immunity. Grand Thanes can use Kai Surge to attack up to 10 enemies in psychic combat simultaneously. Grand Thanes are able to absorb and transform hostile psychic energy into a positive physical effect. Using this powerful ability, a Grand Thane can restore lost endurance points while being subjected to psychic attack. That's cool. The number and rate of endurance points regained in this way varies greatly, but expected to be about 1 or 2. And is dependent upon the nature of the attack and the physical condition of the Grand Thane when the attack occurs. Grand Nexus. By uttering the Kai word of power, KAI! A Grand Thane can repel and cause damage to creatures who devoutly follow any of the lesser gods and champions of Nar, the King of the Darkness. The Kai word of power has no effect when used against non-sentient creatures, or persons who have neither sworn fealty to Nar nor acknowledged Nar as their master. Excuse me, is Nar your master?
Yes.
KAI!
Fuck!
I see, that's how I see that going. Telenosis, Excavate Earth, Magi Magic, I have this. Can use the following Old Kingdom spells. Speed. By casting this spell upon themselves or on another creature within 10 feet, a Grand Thane can triple the speed of all normal physical movement. Wow, that seems really good. It lasts for approximately 5 minutes. The duration of the spell increases as a Grand Thane advances in rank. Power Strike can be cast immediately before combat. It adds +1 combat skill to the Grand Thane and +1 to every endurance point lost by the enemy due to wounds caused by the Grand Thane. The spell ends immediately when combat is concluded. It costs a Grand Thane -3 endurance points to use this spell. That doesn't seem that great. Depending on how you read this, there's 2 ways you could read this. Way number 1 is you could say, well, when you damage the enemy, you add 1 damage. Way number 2 is, for every single point of damage you do, you add a point of damage. Basically, you're doubling your damage. +1 to every endurance point lost by the enemy. That really does make it sound like you double, but I don't think that's what they actually intended. They get some trash that nobody cares about. Get out of here, Kai Alchemy. Alright. I'm gonna take Telenosis, I guess. I don't expect it to come in very handy, but I'm gonna take it anyway. Okie doke. Our character is updated. We can now actually begin the adventure. Oh wait, we're about to be lied to. Grandmaster, you are about to embark upon a difficult and vital mission. 17 years have passed since you banished Autarch Sejanaz and saved Kayakan Zolin from a certain death at the hands of the Benarians. The land of Chai is now ruled by Zolin's grandson, Lao Tin. You are fated to return to this distant land and retrieve the Eye of Agarash from the Kayakon's throne in the Imperial Palace of Pensai. You once saved his grandfather's life. Now the young Kayakon is indebted to you, and he will willingly allow you to take possession of this accursed stone. As soon as it is in your possession, you must return with it at once to the Kai Monastery of Lorne. During your mission, you may encounter many hostile and wily adversaries. Your journey back from Pensai will be fraught with danger at every turn, so remain on your guard at all times. But he died later that year, yeah. Some of the material items that you find will be of use to you, but others may be red herrings of no real value at all. If you discover items during your mission, be selective in what you choose to keep. I have not been selective. I've kept so much random crap that I don't know what it is. Pick your disciplines with care, for a wise choice will enable anyone to complete the quest, no matter how weak their initial combat skill and endurance scores may be. Oh, really? That's just a lie. Why didn't your astrological forecast with the Zidai predict this? Right? Completion of previous Lone Wolf adventures, books 1 through 28, may be advantageous, but it is not essential for the successful completion of this New Order adventure. May the gods Kai and Ashir guide and protect you during your vital mission. For Summerland and the Kai. Now, I was actually considering starting a brand new character for this book, as though I had not played any of the starting other books. No advanced disciplines, no extra disciplines, no special items, but I decided not to. But I wonder if you did that, and you had actually the lowest combat skill and endurance possible, if you really could complete the book. There might be some path through the book that lets you, but there'd probably be times when you make a decision that leads you into a combat that you just can't win. Well, I guess technically. Yeah, if you pick Kai Alchemy, you're fine. I guess technically, even if you had terrible... Wait. Yeah, even if you had a terrible -11 combat ratio, if you just rolled zeros the whole time, you could beat anything, no matter how bad. So maybe that's what they mean. All you gotta do is just roll zeros over and over and you'll be fine. Alright, we got the combat results. We got our random number generator here ready to go. We got the map. We got the losing horn. Very important. Alright, let's begin. Section 1. Are you guys ready? I'm not ready, because you know what needs to happen? Do you guys know what needs to happen? That's right! It's ice time! Ice time! Ice time! Ice time! Ice time! Ice time! It's ice! It's ice time! Ice time! Ice time! Ice time! Ice time! Ice time! Wait. It is time for ice. But he has 9 as the max number. Yeah, it'll generate 0. Yay, ice time. Hold on a second. Okay, alright. Ice time has been accomplished. We'll be good to go for a while here. You guys ready? You ready? Let's see, will it actually generate a 0? Yep, it sure will. Little porridge time. Fucking Twitch. Porridge time. Not that kind of porridge. Whenever you get new ice, it's like super extra fizzy for some reason. I don't really know how that works. Science. Alright, guys. It is time to begin our adventure. Super extra fizzy. You rise an hour before dawn. You have chosen to wear the simple clothing of a Chai countryman. A padded jacket of cinnamon-colored cotton, apple green breeches, tan leather boots, and a hooded gray woolen cloak. You don your equipment and make a final check before you leave your chambers and hurry to the parade ground. In the early pre-dawn light, the area is alive with activity. The hum of the skyship engines makes the gravel surface of the parade ground vibrate beneath your feet as you approach the magnificent vessels. Lord Ramoa beckons you over to the boarding stairs of the Comet. He and Grandmaster Blazer... Wait, stop. Before we even get to that next word... Skyships. They're going to give me a ride in a skyship, but they're not going to give me a ride back? How easy could this mission be if we're just going to skyship over and skyship back? But let me guess, they're going to be like, sorry, no, you need to walk back the whole way. A chemistry thing. I don't understand chemistry. Alright, he and Grandmaster Blazer are awaiting you on the main deck, and they both salute when you step aboard. They invite you to join them at the rail and watch the preparations that are underway on the deck of Skyfort, moored alongside. You watch Lone Wolf leading Black Hawk, Starlink, Steel Hand, and Swift Sword in a single file up the boarding steps. When they are all on deck, they turn to wave you farewell. They're all gonna die. You and Blazer return their waves and bid them good luck and good hunting. He gets a ride back. Basically, Nox. Comet is the first to leave the parade ground. The powerful hum of its engine rises steadily in pitch as the skycraft makes its ascent. As it gains altitude, so you are afforded a spectacular view of the morning sunrise. It bathes the Kai Monastery with a vividly golden light. Once the skyship is safely clear of the monastery's towers, Lord Ramoa sets a northwesterly course before handing over the helm to Bosun Durin. With a smile, Lord Ramoa invites you and Blazer to join him in the Skycraft's comfortable cabin where breakfast awaits. You enjoy a hearty meal together and discuss the details of your missions. The first part of your aerial voyage will take you to the small Chai coastal town of Halau. This is where you will disembark and begin your overland journey incognito to the Chai capital, Pensai. Oh, we're not getting a ride in the skyship all the way to Pensai. Because, you know, that'd be convenient. Blazing stare. Enemy agents are known to be operating in Pensai, and so it has been decided not to land you at the capital directly, for to do so would alert Zashnor to your presence and reveal your intentions. After dropping you off in Halau, located on the Chai Sea, Lord Ramoa and Blazer will proceed to the Kraknalord Chasm. Well, Lord Ramoa is dead. So secret that the details had to immediately be destroyed by magic fire. You just discussed those over bacon and coffee. Well, we're discussing with people only who are in the loop, though. Proceed to the Kraknalord Chasm, where his mission awaits. You will each be picked up by Comet after you have completed your quests. I doubt it. Very highly. Lord Ramoa gives each of you a large amber gem, the size of an orange. These are tracker gems, kindly provided by Sage Chaston. Don't trust him. He also gives you each a small leather satchel in which to keep it. Record this tracker gem as a special item on your action chart. You keep it in its leather satchel, which you wear slung over your right shoulder and around your body, so that the satchel rests on your left hip. It's very specific. Has to be on your left hip. Alright, I got a tracker gem. Tracker gem. On left hip. Satchel. Not gonna add any more. In case either of you are captured by the enemy, here are the details of 2 more top secret missions on top of your own that you can reveal under torture. Yeah. We don't have to worry about the enemy getting all of these tracker gems. I am a Kai Grandmaster on a secret mission. I am located here. Yeah. Ramoa tells you that the stones are beacons. They emit a power that he can detect at a great distance, and only he? By way of these beacons, he will be able to steer the comet to your precise locations and retrieve you. Okay, in before... Oh noes! The dark forces have figured out how to detect your beacon! Right, we know what's happening. Kai! Find the invisible Kai. Then he adds a few cautionary words. Be sure you do not part company with your tracker gem. Look after it, and it will look after you. Ramoa tells you that the first part of the voyage, to your drop-off point at Halau, will take 6 hours. You are expecting to arrive there at noon. A guide will be waiting for you at a clearing located a mile to the east of the coastal town. His name is Anseng. Lord Ramoa says that you could not wish for a better guide. Yeah, definitely going to lose the tracker gem, or the enemy's going to be able to use the tracker gem to track me, or the skyship's going to crash, There's no way this plan is going to go according to plan.
He was once an Imperial Chai Guard captain, and now, in early retirement, he is one of a network of brave agents who provide us with reliable information about our enemies, most especially their troop strengths and dispositions. He will take you directly to Pensai for an audience with Keakon Lao Tin. You are to collect the Eye of Agarash and leave the city. Head south towards the coastal city of Dwala. I will return to Chai at dusk of the 6th day hence. So long as you still possess your tracker gem, I will find you and bring you back to the monastery.
Gun attack.
Safe and sure.
You couldn't even keep the rest of the Herodrum alive, Deckard. You're reassured by Ramoa's plan, yet you know that so much depends upon you retrieving the Eye of Agarash before Zashnor and his ravenous army reaches Pensai. "3 hours after leaving the Isle of Lorn, the comet runs into heavy weather over the Mathinian Sea." Fuck, I am deeper. Right? Bosun Durin commands the crew to secure the decks for a rough passage. Once their duties are completed, they hurry below deck to the safety of their quarters. The bosun is expecting to be clear of the storm and back on course within the hour. Yet the weather does not improve. It steadily worsens. The comet is swallowed up in a seemingly endless expanse of roiling black thunderclouds. Tremendous winds buffet the hull, and the skyship is shaken vigorously from bow to stern. Lord Ramoa draws upon his great powers to create a magical sphere of calmness that encapsulates the comet. Calm cloud motions? It keeps you safe from the lightning and the tremendous winds, but it cannot increase the speed of your passage, and you are blown wildly off course. It is close to midnight. Okay. Well, I'm all tuckered out. I feel like this has been a good stream. I'm going to call it here. I mean, we made good progress on the book, right? We're literally still on section 1. It is close to midnight. 12 hours past your expected time of arrival, when finally the tiny lights of the coastal town of Halau are first sighted in the sheeting rain. As Comet passes over the town, you see that it has been badly damaged by the storm. Many of the dwellings have lost their roofs, and its colorful fleet of fishing boats lies smashed and scattered along the shoreline. On the outskirts of the battered town, Lord Ramoa orders Bosun Durin to slow the skyship to a halt. Below its keel, you look down upon a clearing in the Toa and chai pine trees, which is bisected by a muddy road. This area is illuminated sporadically by flashes of lightning. A solitary male figure stands in the middle of this grassy, storm-swept clearing. He is clad in a wide-brimmed peasant's hat, a hooded rain cape, and he is holding aloft a chai lantern which gives off a pale, yellowy light. Asphyxiation spell, what? Leave your reviews in the comment section. Wow. Wow.
There is Anseng! says Lord Ramoa, shouting to be heard above the noise of the fierce storm. "Reliable as always!" A rope ladder is dropped over the side, and you watch with trepidation as Anseng struggles to grab the end and hold it secure. When he has a firm grip on the foot of the rope ladder, Lord Ramoa motions you to begin your descent. As you clamber over the rail, he places his hand on your shoulder and says, "Good hunting, my lord! May Kai and Ashir be with you, always." You mean Kai, the giver of bardsmanship? You acknowledge Ramoa's gracious words with a nod of your head and commence your difficult climb down to the clearing, 100 feet below. Oh, god damn it, Saito. Well, now we're dead. Warning, incoming blessing of Saito. You've doomed us all, yep. Doomed. Absolutely doomed. You acknowledge Ramoa's gracious words with a nod of your head and commence your difficult climb down to the clearing 100 feet below. You are barely 20 feet from the ground when the comet is hit simultaneously by two powerful bolts of lightning. The sphere of calmness that encapsulates the skyship is ripped open by the tremendous force of these dual lightning strikes, and the vessel is suddenly exposed to the full ferocity of the storm. As Lord Ramoa and Bosun Duran attempt desperately to regain control of the skyship, you fight to hang on to the rope ladder as it bucks and twists wildly. Let's elementalize, shall we? 166. You draw upon your mastery of elementalism to create a sphere of calm air around your body. It helps you to maintain your grip on the ladder and protects you from the crackling energy of the storm. To your dismay, you look down and see the ladder being torn from Anseng's grasp by the shuddering rise and fall of the stricken skyship. Desperately, you cling to the saturated ropes, your stomach churning with every sudden swerve and violent jolt. A fearsome bolt of lightning hits the stern of the skyship and propels it away from the clearing, swinging you dangerously close to the tops of the surrounding trees. You glimpse the light of Anseng's lantern moving across the clearing as he chases the end of the rope ladder. Moments later, the skyship is struck again by lightning, and this time it lists heavily to starboard. The ropes are wrenched from your grasp as the ladder whips towards the canopy of the trees, sending you tumbling and crashing through the dense canopy of toa fronds. Already the blessing is hurting us. They haven't thought to install a lightning rod on these things? Yeah, they're not that smart. Oh, look, right out the gate, here goes some fucking Kai alchemy bullshit. No, I don't have it. Too bad I can't use any of my other 30 abilities. You strike a dozen stout branches and sustain several cuts and bruises before you land, dazed and breathless, amidst a clump of thick foliage. Lose 3 endurance points. It begins. Fortunately, the lush vegetation and the soft, muddy ground cushion your impact, and you are able to stagger to your feet with no bones broken. You lift your weary head and see a glimmer of lantern light through the dense undergrowth and swaying trees. You shout out, hoping to draw Anseng's attention, but the sound of the teeming rain, the howling winds, and the constant thunder makes it impossible for you to be heard. Can I be heard? You cannot be heard.
You force a way through the heavy foliage and emerge from the trees at the edge of the clearing, close by the muddy road. A flash of lightning illuminates the area for a few fleeting moments. Yet in that brief instant you are seen by Anseng. You are also spotted by Lord Ramoa, who is clinging with all his strength to the prow rail of the comet, high above. He tosses a small object over the skyship's gunwale, which ignites into an intense ball of green flame. Green flame! As it falls. It drops into the tangled grass of the clearing, where it continues to burn fiercely. It is a signal flare, acknowledging that you have been seen. It also tells you that your mission must proceed as planned. As you hurry towards the sputtering flare, you see the keel of the skyship turn about and ascend rapidly into the roiling black clouds. Why the clouds always gotta roil? That must be the king of all clouds, because it's roiling. Anseng and his lantern emerge from the trees. Your worried guide pauses for a few moments to get his bearings. Then he comes running towards you as fast as his saturated clothing will allow. Acting like royalty. Oh, you made the same joke, Nox. Don't look at the bottom of the screen. Never look at the bottom of the screen. You rush to meet him at the edge of the road. The noise of the storm has grown much louder since the comet departed, and now the ground shudders alarmingly with every step you take. The sodden soil has become dangerously unstable. Lightning bolts strike the ground, causing fissures that tear open the soft, friable earth. Are we making up words? Probably not. You watch with growing dread as parts of the clearing break away and tumble into these treacherous crevasses. A wide fissure opens beneath your feet, and you lose your balance. Instantly, a strong hand grabs your forearm and pulls you away from the yawning rift. Even the rift is tired. "Steady, my lord," says Anseng, his rain-lashed face lit by the eerie yellow light of his storm lantern. "I'll not see you buried before your mission has begun. Follow close on my heels, sire. Tread only where I tread." You nod in agreement and stay close behind your guide as skillfully he makes his way across the treacherous ground towards the tree line on the eastern side of the clearing. Here the earth is more stable. The tangled roots of the tall trees are preventing it from breaking apart and collapsing. Sheltered from the pouring rain by the thick canopy of toa fronds, you pause to rest and recover from your dramatic return to Chai. This is Jomo's backstory. Upon checking your equipment, you are dismayed to find that the leather satchel containing your in the same section! No, not the same section, but within what, 2 sections? I've already lost that thing? How long did that literally take? Hold on. How many sections did we go through? 1, 2, 3. The 3rd fucking section, I've already lost it. Upon checking your equipment, you are dismayed to find that the leather satchel containing your tracker gem is missing. The strap is still slung around your shoulder, but the satchel bag has been torn away during your fall through the trees. Your backpack has also been damaged in the fall, and 3 items are now missing. You got jokes, Joe. You got jokes. Erase the tracker gem from your action chart. You must also erase 3 backpack items. The 1st, 3rd, and 5th. Oh, it's specific ones I don't get to pick? Motherfucker. Might have lost one of my potions. Okay. Okay. I lost my flute! No! I'm always losing my instruments in these games. In these books. First, I lost my adventurer's rope, too. And one of the Lomspur potions. I couldn't have saved me that fucking meal I don't need, though. Thank you. Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Joe. Alright. Well, we're already taking pipe. So that's good. That's good. At least I can still purify some liquid. It's true. The raging storm and the seismic upheaval of the land hereabouts make it impossible for you to search for your lost beacon. It is too dangerous for you to stay here. It is a very specific level of danger. And so you decide to return to this place once your mission has been achieved. The tracker gem will bring Lord Ramoa back to this location at sunset in 6 days' time. You resolve to be here when he arrives. Hold on. Consulting the map. Consulting the map. Hello. Pensai. Now, based on how long it took to get places in the last book, I don't like my chances of getting there and back in 3 days, in 6 days. It seems like it could be actually doable, but that's only if we don't have any weird delays of any kind. Also, we don't have horses or anything either. Maybe we'll get horses in town. I do have... grand passmanship. Would have saved his flute and 2 of his endurance points, but the gem is gone. Yeah, if only I had that crappy locate objects ability. Which you don't get the opportunity to use here. I do have grand passmanship. Your Kai mastery enables you to accurately predict the weather in the next few hours. There's that thing again that I was just making fun of last night. You sense that the storm will not abate until dawn. Again, probably didn't need grand passmanship for that. You inform Anseng of this, and he gives you a wry smile. He is clearly impressed by your acuity and accepts without question that your prediction is correct. That was incredibly not useful. Anseng insists that it is too dangerous to linger here any longer. The constant shuddering of the ground beneath your feet confirms this to be so. With his lantern held aloft, he begins the difficult trek through the Toa and pine forest with you following close behind. Soon you emerge from the swaying trees and set off along a muddy forest road at a brisk pace, heading east. The sheeting rain and the constant thunder make it impossible for you to speak with your determined guide until you reach a small woodsman's hut a few miles distant. Anseng points to the hut's rickety door and you follow him inside, thankful to be out of the relentless downpour. "You did well to keep up with me, my lord," he says, and he places his glowing lantern on the hut's solitary table. "We'll rest here for a few hours and leave at first light." From his leather backpack, he produces some provisions. From his undamaged backpack, A loaf of bread, some strips of cured lamb meat, some dried fruits, and a small bottle of rice wine. They love rice wine here. Generously, he shares his meager rations with you. While you are eating, you take the opportunity to observe your guide. He is a lean man in his early 50s, physically fit and impressively agile. He is dressed in simple peasant garb with a wide conical hat made from straw. Despite his mundane clothing, this man is clearly not a lowly peasant. He has the distinctive mien of a professional soldier, the legacy of years spent as a captain in the Imperial Chai Guard, the warrior elite of the Chai army. A Kirusami. Here he goes with the Kirusami again. Man, Joe Deaver is in love with that weapon. An ornate bladed polearm is slung over his shoulder on a thin strip of leather. When you have finished your meal, Anseng opens a wooden cupboard fixed to the interior wall and retrieves 2 bedrolls. He unties them and lays them out upon the floor of the hut. We must get some sleep while we can. We've a long journey ahead. We leave at dawn. Turn to 55. Despite the rumbling thunder, howling winds, and heavy rain beating on the shingle roof of the hut, you soon drift off into a deep and dreamless sleep. 4 hours later, you are awoken by Anseng's strong hand shaking your shoulder. Wake up, my lord. It's time to go. The noise of the night storm has disappeared. The only sound you can hear outside is a dawn chorus of chittering bird song. You rise from your mattress and gather your weapons and equipment. When you are ready, Anseng takes you to a stable at the rear of the hut where 2 horses are saddled ready to ride, so we do have horses, that's good. He prepared them while you were sleeping. Leaving the stable, you and Anseng set off along the muddy highway at a brisk pace. The rain and thunder have ceased, but the slowly brightening sky is heavy with thick gray clouds. As you ride along, you stare out across the lush green paddy fields bordering the road. On your way, you pass by several isolated huts and houses. Their owners, all rice growers, are repairing roofs and walls that have been damaged by the storm, and they pay you scant regards as you ride past their humble abodes. Anseng says that you must reach the village of Zhang before nightfall. You have a long day's ride ahead, and there will be no time to stop and rest along the way. Unless you have a meal in your backpack, you lose 3 endurance points. The need to stay in the saddle all day prevents you from foraging for food in the adjacent rice fields, so you don't get to use your grand hunt mastery. Well, actually, it is fortunate that I do happen to have a meal left. Not anymore. Rice fields. Well, it's not like we're gonna steal these people's rice. That's some shit Blazer would do. Lone Wolf, of course, already would have burned all their rice fields down, killed the people, and eaten them. That's an exaggeration, but basically he was a lot more hardcore than the character that you play in the New Order series. Look, one cannot be told what Blazer has done. I don't even remember the specific details of the Blazer thing, but there was a previous book in this, maybe 1 or 2, where he was in, and he was really obnoxious, and I remember hating him very much back then. And so he became a meme. Once you become a meme, it no longer matters what you do after that. You're always a meme. You know? During your long journey, you converse with Anseng and find out more about your trusty guide. He hails from the city of Dwala, approximately 200 miles due east of your present location. He is one of a group of covert agents established by the Elder Magi for the purpose of gathering intelligence about vengeful Benarians. Obsessed with avenging... Hello. Obsessed with avenging the massacre of Yuazhan, who were operating in and around Pensai. They have also been tasked with finding out why Agarashi have recently been sighted far from their lairs in the Hyunsei foothills, the Voxai swamp, and the Huzang forest. The last time they found the courage to do so was 17 years ago, when they joined the army of Autarch Sejanaz for the invasion of Chai. Anseng tells you that his group of agents are headquartered at the Tower of Ashir in Dwala. Here they meet regularly with Lord Ramoa's envoy, and pass on all the information they have gathered about the enemy. Anseng is a proud member of this secret group of agents who call themselves the Watchers. While you are riding together, you notice an unusual polearm that is strapped to Anseng's saddle. Or are we going to go deep on this polearm thing now, Joe? Joe is obsessed with this weapon. First of all, in the last book, he's trying to get you to take one, and he's like, this weapon is really damn good. It's really cool. You should really take it. Do you want to take it? And I said no, because I'm an ass. And now here he is going on about it. Yeah, fine, I'll ask Anseng about his Kirasami or whatever it's called. I mean, Joe Deaver is obsessed with this weapon. Anseng tells you that his ornate bladed polearm is called a Kirusami. It resembles a short spear with a curved blade fixed at one end. Sounds suspiciously like a G. Careful, that thing's gonna break, Anseng. And when you go to fix it, it's gonna cost you an arm and a leg. The blade is beautifully engraved and razor sharp. This distinctive weapon says much about Anseng's distinguished military career. Only the Chai Imperial Guard are permitted to own and use such weapons, or anybody they happen to hand one out to. And only the bravest of their cadre are allowed to keep them when they retire from service. A thin strip of supple leather is fixed to either end of the Kirusami, so that Anseng can carry it slung over his shoulder when he is not on horseback. The weird thing about this is, though, you might have a Kirusami at this point, right? Because you could have taken the Kirusami in the last book and still have it. And it doesn't really give you a thing. I mean, you could be like, ask him about the Kirusami. And you're like, yeah, I've got one right here. But the book doesn't really take account of that. Guide with a spear-like weapon, voiced by Jomo. I'm not actually trying to do Jomo voice exactly. I'm trying to do something like a hybrid between Jomo voice and some other kind of accent. I'm trying to make it sound a little different, even though it doesn't sound different enough. It still sounds basically like Jomo. But that's not actually what I'm going for. I don't really know what the other accent I'm trying to mix in there even is. So he's supposed to be undercover as a simple peasant, but he carries around a weapon that can only be carried around by elite warriors. That's a good point, Saito. That's a good point. Hey, you're super covert there with that incredibly recognizable weapon. How scandalous. You want to compare Kurosami's? It starts to rain as you approach the village of Zhang at dusk. This picturesque Chai settlement sits astride the highway amidst a range of rolling hills. To the southeast, you can see the darkening peaks of the Huzang Mountains. And to the northwest, beyond the hills, you espy the perimeter of the northern Huzang forest. Its giant toa trees are swaying gently in the strengthening breeze. You note that Zhang has been spared the ravages of last night's storm. Its shops and dwellings show no signs of damage. Its citizens have finished a hard day's work and are hurrying back to their homes, anxious to take shelter from the rain and settle down to their evening meals. Anseng leads you along the muddy main road towards a distant tavern. A brace of copper lanterns creak slowly in the breeze above its shiny red door.
"We'll stay here this night," says Anseng. "The owner's an old friend, and he owes me a favor or two."
From the shelter of an awning, the owner's son watches your approach. When he recognizes Anseng, he runs forward and takes hold of your horse's bridles. He bows respectfully to Anseng and bids him welcome.
"And it's good to see you again, Jiang,"
replies your guide as he dismounts. He retrieves his polearm from his saddle and then turns to you and says,
"Our horses are in good hands, my lord. Jiang will take care of them. Come, let's get in out of the rain. I'm so hungry. My stomach's beginning to think my throat's been cut."
When he recognizes Anseng's weapon, you enter the comfortable warmth of the tavern's taproom. Several of its patrons nod and smile when they recognize Anseng, and they do their best to make you both feel most welcome. Zhu, the owner. "I've got his book. I've got his book. I've got his tome." Probably a different Zhu. Is not much older than Anseng. He greets him warmly, as if he were a long-lost brother. He calls out to his doting wife, Yang Ji, to go to the kitchen and fetch some hot food for you both.
"My best rooms are at your disposal, my friends," says Zhu enthusiastically. "It's an honor and a pleasure to have you stay with us this night."
The hard day's ride has taken its toll. You are feeling tired and more than a little saddle sore. You may choose to stay in the tap room and eat with Anseng, or you can go to the room that is awaiting you upstairs and eat alone before you settle down for some much-needed sleep. I'll stay in the tap room and eat with Anseng. Cut the games. Stable Boy's favorite game is Jenga. Bar fight in 5. Actually, I think Firesnake here has been in a bar fight and he tried to use bardsmanship to defuse the situation and it just made everybody madder. Isn't that what happened to you guys? You and Anseng sit at a table near to the tavern's crackling log fire. Yang Ji brings you each a bowl of steamed rice, mixed with chopped vegetables and diced lamb. Oh, that sounds so good right now. While you are eating this delicious food, the main door opens, and in comes an old man, clad in a flamboyantly embroidered blue overcoat. The patrons greet him with applause, and he acknowledges them with a jovial smile and a bow of respect. I'm sensing an outlandish voice coming. Should there be illustrations at this point? It's unfortunate that we're not getting them. Here's the copyright information about the interior art that it won't show us. It's good. Alright, we got an old man with a flamboyantly embroidered blue overcoat.
"Ah, it's Shaolin," says Anseng. "It looks like we're in for a treat this evening."
Zhu warmly welcomes the old man. He helps him off with his rain-sodden coat and hat and hangs them on a hook behind the taproom counter.
"Shaolin is a riddler,"
says Ansing. He's well known in these parts. I wonder what riddles he has in store for us tonight. Zhu escorts Shaolin to a table next to yours and turns to his patrons and says,
Place your wagers, my friends. Let's see who among us have the wit and wisdom to win tonight.
The taproom patrons place varying amounts of ren, the currency of chai. I happen to have some ren. 150 of them, in fact. Into folds of paper and inscribe their names upon them. Then they come forward and place their sealed bets on Shaolin's table. If you would like to wager on the first riddle that the old man is going to pose, you should now decide how many gold crowns you wish to bet and deduct them from your action chart. Ansing passes you a piece of paper in which to wrap your wager, and he hands you a stick of charcoal with which you can inscribe your name. Some lending gold crowns are readily accepted in chai. 1 gold crown equals 10 ren. Ansing decides to wager 20 ren. You are obliged to make a minimum bet of 1 gold crown. Alright, so here's the problem, okay? I can't win any fucking money anyway, because for some reason, there is a hard rule that you can only carry 50 crowns, or the equivalent thereof. This is 15, that puts me at 48, and I think it's 4 loon to a crown as well. So I'm already carrying the maximum. So even if I won, like, hey, you win 20 crowns, I can't actually keep them because my character apparently has some sort of religious objection to carrying more than 50 bucks. But I will bet the 1 crown. So I'll bet 10 of these ren. Because I'm obliged to. Once all the bets are in, Shaolin clears his throat and calls out his first riddle. Oh, I don't know how to pronounce that.
Shanzi is 54 years old. Yisu, her mother, is 80 years old. How many years ago was Yisu exactly 3 times the age of her daughter?
Zhu has a large hourglass on the taproom counter. The moment Shaolin has finished posing the riddle, he turns the hourglass over, and its sand begins to trickle from the upper part into the lower part of the glass. You have 1 minute precisely in which to answer Shaolin's riddle. You should allow yourself only 1 minute to calculate your answer. I'm not going to do a time. Okay, let's look at this. 5480. How many years ago was Yisu exactly 3 times the age of her daughter? Let's see. Her daughter was 20. She was 60, but of course that wouldn't have ever been the case because she's 26 years older than her. She was 30. She was 36. 7. 39? 39. And she was 39 and she was 13. So how many years ago? 41. I'm going to try 41. Oh, that's what Tim got too. Alright, let's try 41. You have calculated wrongly. Your life and your quest end here. Okay, well, come on now. Ansing passes you a scrap of paper on which to write down your answer and tells you to write your name on the reverse side. When the hourglass runs out, Zhu shouts,
Time's up!
The patrons hold up the scraps of paper on which they have written their answer, and their name, and these are quickly gathered up by Yang Ji. She gives them to Shaolin, and he removes the ones that have the correct answer. You are pleased to see that your scrap of paper is among them. Well done, you have answered the riddle correctly. It was 41 years ago that the mother, who is now 80 years old, was exactly 3 times the age of her daughter. The daughter was 13 years old and the mother was 39 years old. Yep, that's what I got. You and only 2 other patrons solved the puzzle. You are happy to see that one of the other winners is Anseng. Yang Ji collects your winnings and places them on your table, together with your original bet in its paper wrap. You have won an amount equal to double your wager. You may now restore the number of gold crowns you deducted from your action chart and add twice that number to your total. Well, I'm just going to go back up to what I had before. I mean, we might as well check out the second riddle, right? Turn to 110.
And now, my dear friends, I have a very special riddle for you. A special riddle with a special prize.
Shaolin removes something from his tunic pocket and holds it aloft for all to see. It is a playing piece from a samovar set, an exquisitely carved queen made of ivory and inlaid with gold.
This is a valuable item, and therefore I must request that you wager a minimum of 100 ren.
I don't give a shit. Sure. I'll wager 100 ren. You almost never get to use money for anything in these books anyway. Yeah. Let's win that samovar queen. This rat painting is a very valuable item. I'll give you 1 ren for it. I'll give you 1 ren to take it away. That's what one of Saida's NPCs would say. The moment you stop playing the riddle game, you're forced to say goodnight. Yeah. The minimum bet that Shaolin has levied on his second riddle proves too rich for the other patrons, including Anseng. You are the only one to make a bet, and all eyes turn to you when Shaolin begins to speak.
1 pitcher has 5 quarts of oil in it. Another contains 5 quarts of vinegar. I take a quart of oil from the first pitcher and mix it into the pitcher of vinegar. Now I take a quart of oil from this mixture and stir it back into the pitcher full of oil. Tell me, is there now more oil or less oil in the first pitcher as there is vinegar in the second pitcher?
Alright, give me a second to think about this. Okay, so you got oil and vinegar. Puts a quart of oil in the vinegar. So now we have 4 quarts and 1 quart. You take a quart of oil from this mixture and put it back into the pitcher full of oil. So now we're back at 5 and 5. It's the same if he's taking a quart of oil from this mixture. If he's just taking a quart of the mixture, that's different. But it doesn't say he's taking a quart of the mixture. He says he's taking a quart of oil from this. So he's extracting the oil out of it, right? Or am I overthinking this? If that's what it means, then it's the same. But if that's not what it means, well, we're just going to assume that that's what it means. It's the same amount. A hush descends on the tap room as the patrons eagerly await your answer. Congratulations! Your answer is correct. The amounts are the same. After mixing in a quart of oil, the mixture would be 5/6 vinegar and 1/6 oil. This would leave 5/6 of a quart of oil in the first pitcher. Since the other 5/6 of the removed mixture is vinegar, and this is now mixed into the other pitcher. In the end, both pitchers end up with 5/6 of a quart of the other liquid in them. As they have equal amounts of the other liquid... Oh, see, it didn't mean what I thought it meant. I guess I just got it right by accident. But see, he didn't say, I take a quart of the mixture. He says I take a quart of oil from this mixture. I mean, the way this is worded, it leads you to the right answer, but now it's telling you that actually that's not how it worked at all. But you still got the right answer. Both pitchers end up with 5/6 of a quart of the other liquid in them. As they have equal amounts of the other liquid and the total volumes are equal, they must have equal amounts of their original liquids. The patrons cheer when Shaolin confirms that you have given him the correct answer. With good grace, he hands you the Samor Queen. No, your blessing will not remain in effect if you're AFK. No blessing. I reject your blessing. He hands you the Samor Queen and you place it inside the pocket of your jacket. It's a special item. Okay, Samor Queen. Cool. Well done, my lord, says Anseng cheerfully. I wish I had your gift for deduction. You are now feeling very tired and are finding it a little difficult to keep your eyes open. Rather than stay for Shaolin's next riddle, you bid Anseng good night and retire to your room. Your room is facing you when you reach the top of the stairs. The door is unlocked, and you enter to find that it is a well-appointed room with a comfortable bed and fine furnishings. You can hear the rain beating against the window pane and the sounds of jollity in the tap room below. You begin to wish you had stayed below with Anseng, but another long ride on the highway awaits you tomorrow, and you are in need of a good night's sleep. Jollity, that's kind of like jubilation. Doesn't have enough syllables to make it a good substitute, though. You wake at dawn to the sound of a cockerel crowing. It stopped raining during the night, and sunlight is streaming through the room's solitary window. You gather up your equipment and descend the stairs to the tap room. Anseng is waiting there, and he greets you with a smile. Zhu approaches from the adjoining kitchen, and Anseng offers to pay him for your rooms and food. Politely, the friendly owner refuses to accept his money, and Anseng does not argue with his decision. Okay, look, Anseng's already trying to be Captain Prarg up in here. Oh, let me pay for everything. We already had a good Captain Prarg once. We don't need a good Captain Anseng as well. How about I pay for some shit? I got all kinds of money that I don't need. Also, since I won the bet, does that mean I get my 100 Ren back? Obviously it means that. You don't pay the money if you win a bet. It's the least I can do for you, my friend, says Zhu. After all the help you have given me in the past, I wish you both a safe journey. I hope you'll come visit us again before too long. Sure, I'll come back. To Motel Zooks. Motel Zooks. No, Josiah. Just no. In every way, no. You know who would make that joke? Blazer. That's who. You collect your horses from the tavern stable, and you are pleased to see that Zhu's son, Zheng, has done a fine job of looking after them. They have been fed, watered, groomed, and are both well rested. Anseng tips the boy 20 He is good Captain Prarg! Man, Joe Deaver loves captains who give money away left and right. God damn it. And he beams with joyful appreciation. He wishes you both a safe journey as you mount up and begin your long ride to the town of Vabu. The weather is fine and sunny as you make a gradual descent. Okay. Yeah, 2 crowns for fetching a horse, I know, right? I mean, it's not like this kid doesn't get paid. An appropriate tip would probably be something like 3 ren, or maybe 5 tops. By the time you reach the Huzang Plain, heavy cloud has moved in from the west. It brings with it more rain. Ansing peers out from beneath the dripping rim of his straw hat and casts a skeptical eye across the great expanse of lush grassland to the east of the muddy highway. We'll be lucky to reach Vabu by nightfall, he says pessimistically. But try we must. You ride all morning in the heavy rain. The highway has been reduced to a muddy morass in places, but your horses are sure-footed and you make good progress despite the foul weather. Several of the farmsteads that you pass along the way are busily preparing for the coming storms that have hit Halau overnight. Farmers are hurriedly securing loose roof shingles and boarding up their windows. A few have decided to abandon their farms until the storms have passed. They are loading their wagons and preparing to abandon their homes to seek shelter with relatives in Zhang and Vabu until it is safe to return. Yes, farmsteads, Nox. I'm sure there are cows. I have to fight a herd? It is mid-afternoon when you come to a small spire of stone at the side of the highway, close to a wooded copse. Its metallic tip gleams dully in the poor light. Ansing says you should stop here for a short while to allow the horses to rest. You may now eat a meal from your backpack, or you can use your basic Kai hunting discipline to forage enough food for 1 meal in the rice fields hereabouts. You are getting ready to remount and continue when a lightning storm breaks directly overhead. A crackling bolt of lightning strikes the tip of the stone spire, followed almost immediately by a deafening crash of thunder. The muddy ground shudders, but it is not the storm that is causing the sodden earth to tremble. From out of the copse comes a stampeding herd of wild guanza. Stampede mode, Nox. Hashtag stand by your farm. Well, it didn't say I took the rice. It says I foraged from the rice fields, but it says I'm using hunting. You wouldn't use hunting just to take rice, so I assume I'm hunting little animals that are out in the fields. Like voles or something. We were just too busy last time. These large bipedal lizards are wide-eyed with terror as they come racing towards you. Ansing screams a warning, but the crazed Guanza pack are upon you before you can turn your horses about and evade them. These creatures are pack hunters. They are in a frenzy of fear induced by the deafening thunder and close lightning strikes. They are also very hungry, and the scent of your horses is enough to override their primeval panic. I don't have animal mastery. I do, however, have a ludicrously high combat skill. 57 at current. Now, I can reduce their combat skill by 4 by using my psychic blast thing, right? So that puts them down to a 38. Either way, even without reducing it at all, I have over a plus 11 on them, which is the max you can get. So I get to roll on the most favorable line of the combat results table. So let's start with our first round of combat. We will generate a random number. 0 is the best possible roll. I believe I just one-shotted them. I have plus 11 on them. Enemy killed. Lone wolf loses nothing. Or grandmaster. So that's it. One-shotted. Lost no endurance. It's that easy. Basically, you compare your combat skill to their combat skill, Dennis, and then it gives you a ratio between the two of you, and then you roll a random number between 0 and 9, and you look at the right column for how much better or worse than them you are, and you see how much damage they took and how much damage you took, and then you keep doing that round by round until one of you is dead. But if you're really good, you have a few results that just say K, which means you instantly killed them. So I instantly killed the whole herd without taking any damage because I rolled really well. I told you, #blessed. That was not from your blessing. Your blessing mistakenly was trying to get me to roll a 0 on one of the times when it's like roll high or die. Because normally when you roll a 0 in those random roll things, you die. And that's what your blessing was trying to do, and it just failed to do it in the proper context. Yeah, you roll like... Well, I mean, if you have a physical die, you could roll it, a d10. And the way the thing actually originally worked is you don't even roll. In the actual books, what they've got is this thing called random number table. And you're just supposed to like randomly take your pencil or whatever and like close your eyes and just like let it drop. The point of it just like drop on a number at random. This is how I actually did it way back in the 80s when I read the original books. You'd use this thing to generate a random number. But of course, yeah, it's better to just roll a die. So I'm just using this random number generator from random.org to generate numbers between 0 and 9, because that's what the number range goes between. Now, sometimes you can use some of your special abilities to modify the outcome of a fight as well. It doesn't take very long if you're just reading through them by yourself. If you're doing what I'm doing, like streaming it and talking about it and reading everything out loud, they usually take like 3 to 5 hours typically. But if you're just reading it on your own, you could probably finish it, quicker than that. But you could replay these because you make a lot of decisions through the book, and so it's like branching type of stuff. So you could play it again to like make different decisions and see what happens too. But realistically, given the amount of time that they take to go through, they're not really a good value for the money if you're actually buying these books. But if you're playing through them for free on Project Aeon's website, well then, obviously, there's no such thing as value for the money because there's no money involved. So, of course, the books were not expensive originally. I believe the original books, when I was buying them in the 80s, were $2.50 each. So $2.50 was a pretty reasonable price. Like if I look for the cover... If I get the right image, it might show the price on it. Oh, see, that says $3.50. So I guess they were $3.50. Never mind. Overpriced crap. This is the first one that I ever bought. This is the American cover. The British version, I think, looked like this. Now, which of these do you think has better art? This one? Or this one? This one? Or this one? This one. I like this one. It's got all the creatures in the background and everything. but the British was the original. Then the American versions were published afterwards. Here's a different cover for Flight from the Dark. I don't know when this one came around. And then, of course, they re-released new versions of them with a new modern kind of cover. Alright, so anyway, we won the fight instantly. Lost no endurance. That's good. Once in a while, something good happens to slip through the dragnet of Saito's blessing by sheer accident. There is a Lone Wolf game on Steam, Malik, that's like an actual video game. I just installed it, in fact. I think this was a mobile game, though, and then they ported it to PC. But, like, it's got, like, a gamebook section of it as well, and then it's got, like, actual, like, graphical combat, although it looks cooler in the screenshots than the gameplay actually is. Remember, it was a mobile game, so... Alright, let's get back to this. I don't accept its light into my heart. I don't. Alright, I won the combat. Anseng fought the wild Guanza with admirable skill and courage and survived their sudden attack. But sadly, his horse has been badly mauled by the voracious reptilians. You try to revive his fallen steed, but it is too late to save it. With heavy heart, Anseng retrieves his weapon and equipment from the saddle of his dead horse. Now, with only one horse, you take turns riding while the other jogs alongside. It's a good cardio day. A few miles beyond the copse, you see a stationary wagon on the rain-swept highway ahead. You magnify your vision and discern that the wagon has shed a wheel. Its driver is attempting to fix it. It's a trap! Of course, we're going to stop and help the wagoneer. How do you not help a wagoneer? If the word wagoneer wasn't used, I don't know, but wagoneer. Oh, yeah. He may have kept an ear out for news. Wagoneer. As you approach the covered wagon, you see that it has shed one of its two rear wheels. The Chai wagoneer, clad in a hooded gray oilskin, is struggling to get the wheel back onto the axle, but the thick mud and relentless rain confound his every attempt. He just needs to use his winch. They had that coaxing mechanism? Really? I know this man, says Anseng, and calls out to the luckless traveler. Hail, Changu! The wagoneer turns his head and peers at you both through the teeming rain.
Anseng? Is that you? Ishia be praised, it is you.
Changu, my dear friend, you picked a fine time to go to market.
You bring your horse to a halt behind the wagon, dismount, and tether its reins to the tailboard. So we're doing like a Mud Runner style wagon rescue here. Anseng makes a cursory inspection of the damaged axle and then introduces you to his friend. You learn that Chengu is a rice farmer. He and Anseng have known each other since they were young boys. They were both born and raised in the same street in the city of Douala. When they were young men, they went their separate ways. Anseng enlisted in the Chai army, and Chengu became a farmer in this region. Anseng always made sure to visit Chengu at his farmstead when the army dispatched him to Hlau once a year. The wagon is laden with sacks of rice, and the weight of this cargo has made it impossible for Chenggu to reattach the wheel. But with Anseng's assistance, you are able to raise the rear of the wagon just enough for Chenggu to push the wheel back into position. Its retaining pin has sheared off, and so you improvise a replacement from an iron bracing scavenged from the tailgate. Within the hour, the wagon is good to continue its journey to Vabu. Anseng sits himself beside his friend, and you travel alongside the wagon on horseback. You have covered barely a mile when a cawing sound draws your gaze skyward. A trio of coal-black ravens are circling directly overhead. I thought about taking Animal Mastery when we took our new skill in the beginning, and I thought, that never comes into play. You never even get to use Animal Mastery. It's okay. I don't have Animal Mastery. It's one of the 3 that I don't have. That's not true, Saito. No mere Quen's light would stop the work demons. The ravens fly away towards the northeast and are soon lost from sight amidst the heavy cloud cover. The 4 sturdy draft horses that are hitched to the wagon make steady progress along the treacherously muddy highway. The sheeting rain makes it difficult to see further than the middle distance, but you are able to appreciate the beauty of the richly verdurous countryside of this fertile region of Chai. At length you come to a part of the highway that wends its way through a cluster of low hills, bordered on either side by tall toa trees. As the wagon rounds a bend in the road, the draft horses suddenly take fright and come to an abrupt halt. Something on the highway ahead is filling them with fear. Oh guys, my Kai's sixth sense is telling me there's danger. Triggering my KSS. Your lower grade Kai Master abilities are useless. Yeah, like, the game just ignores the fact most of the time that you have all these other abilities that you'd already gotten from Kai and Magna Kai, which you could have used in the earlier books to deal with all these situations, but now suddenly you can't unless you have the Grandmaster versions. It's pretty hacks. You spur your horse to the front of the wagon team, and your stomach churns when you see what has frightened them. On the highway ahead, 3 ravenous, long-limbed monstrosities with scaly green hides and dripping fangs are consuming the shredded remains of a luckless traveler and his horse. It is a horrific sight to behold. How the fuck am I supposed to remember if I visited the town of Javai? Do you know how many Lone Wolf books I've done? Do you know how long it's been since I've done them? Walkthroughs. Have I been to Javai? Oh yeah, I have. I just went... visited it literally in the book that we just rewatched last night. Yeah, of course I've been to Javai. Javai? Love that place. I think I got a couple kids there. Can't keep me away from Javai. You have encountered these creatures before when you first visited Chai. Javai cream? They are Chagarashi. Oh yeah, we fought those. Long ago, during the Age of Eternal Night, this land was stalked by Agarashi, the hellish creations of Agarash the Damned. When Agarash was destroyed by the Elder Magi, his creations were scattered across the wilderness and plains of Chai. The creatures you now face are descendants of those ancient horrors. It is rare for Chagarashi to be found in this region of Chai. You sense that there is a sinister force present that has driven them from their burrows and caves in search of prey. My Kai sixth sense is telling me there's danger, you guys. Chagarashi! Screams Anseng. Ishir, save us! The ghastly creatures detect the scent of the frightened wagon horses and detach themselves from the tattered remains of their victims. With murderous intent, they come loping along the muddy highway with their bloodied mouths agape. "We must protect the horses!" shouts Anseng, and hurriedly he dismounts from the wagon and unshoulders his Kirusami! You see, Joe, always gotta bring up the Kirusami. Your mount is overcome with sheer terror. He rears up and you are thrown out of the saddle onto the muddy ground. Before you can attempt to calm him, he bolts and gallops away along the highway you have just traveled. Chengu is shaking with fear. Desperately, he fights to regain control of his panicking horse team as the Chagarashi increase their loping pace. Drenched with rain and plastered with sticky mud, you scramble to your feet and rush to join Anseng, who is standing defiantly on the highway between the onrushing monsters and the terrified wagon horses. He looks so cool with his Kirusami. Coolly, you unsheathe your Kai weapon. Actually, I unsheathe the... Sunderer. And stand beside your guide. Two of the howling horrors launch themselves upon you, while the third beast leaps through the air and slashes at Anseng with its razor-sharp talons. You must fight these two creatures as one enemy. Alright. Well, I still have over an 11-point advantage on them, so I ain't tripping. Time to go to random.org and see what happens. Definitely not the blessing of Saito twice in a row. I just one-shotted these two. Yeah, it's really weird that they don't have the illustrations. Snicker snack, the Vorpal blade. He left it dead, and with its head he went galumphing black. Alright, well, we win. Pretty handily. Yeah, stick that in your Kirusami. I just sundered some fools. The death shrieks of the slain Chagarashi echoed through the rain-swept hills. As if in answer to their dying cries, a chorus of shrill screeches issues from the surrounding trees. "There are more of them!" gasps Anseng. "We must get away from here at once!" I mean, must we? Those three went down like punks. I mean, I pretty much feel like I could stand here and fight those things all day. There is no sign of your bolted horse, and no time to search for him. Hurriedly, you and your guide climb onto the wagon and urge Chengu to move off. He is trembling with shock and does not respond. Anseng pulls him from the driver's bench and lays him down among the sacks of rice in the rear of the wagon. As he tends to his petrified friend, you take up the reins and urge the horse team to advance. They are traumatized by the sight and smell of the dead Chagarashi and refuse to move, but by using your Magna Kai discipline of Hey, I did get to use one of the old abilities. Holy shit. By using your Magna Kai discipline of animal control, you calm them and get them to respond. They take off at a brisk pace, trampling the lifeless carcasses of the slain Chagarashi into the mud as they go. You have traveled less than a mile along the winding highway when the horse team slows down. Their fear has returned. Despite your concentrated effort to soothe their troubled minds,
You are rapidly losing control over them. I do have Grand Hunt Mastery and Sunlord, actually. I'm a little surprised that every single thing hasn't been Kai Alchemy in this book so far. Your Kai Sixth Sense. Of course it does. Your Kai Sixth Sense alerts you to an unseen danger in the trees to the east of the highway. You focus your vision on the source of the danger and sense something moving. When you call upon your advanced discipline of Grand Hunt Mastery, you see a ghostly shape in the ultraviolet spectrum that is invisible to normal vision. Probably the first time we've ever gotten to use that ability. Upon the instant that you detect it, the ghostly entity stops moving and rapidly disappears. It is cloaking itself from your penetrating sight. You cannot identify the spectral entity, but you are left in no doubt that it is wholly evil. Please tell me it's not a Cleasa. I hate those things. You urge the horses to increase speed, but they are reluctant to respond. The screeching cries of Chagarashi have become increasingly louder, and the wagon team are succumbing to their primeval fear of being eaten alive. You know, one thing I will say about Joe Deaver, he has invented a shitload of original monsters for his world. There's no orcs here. There's no, you know, none of the normal creatures that are in so many other fantasy things are in Magnamund. Like, if you look at there's a bestiary book that came out for the Lone Wolf Adventure game that's just full of monsters, and there are so many original creatures in there with, like, extensive write-ups about them, and they're, like, just, all of them are just completely invented for this world. And there's almost nothing in there that would be considered a standard fantasy monster. So, it's pretty good. He always comes up with his own stuff as far as creatures goes. Return of the Ghost of Rourke. Oh man, fucking Rourke. You urge the horses to increase speed, but they are reluctant to respond. The screeching cries of Chagarashi have become increasingly louder, and the wagon team are succumbing to their primeval fear of being eaten alive. So now we're using Animal Mastery every 5 seconds after I decided not to take it. No, but I still have the Magnakai discipline of animal control. A browser extension? Yeah, maybe, Tim. I'm not sure. The only time that ever happens is when I'm doing Lone Wolf books. It's weird. The horse team comes to a faltering halt and refuses to go any further. They are petrified with fear. 2 Chagarashi emerge from the trees ahead and stalk towards the wagon, drooling and gnashing their fangs in anticipation of feasting upon the terrified horses. I mean, so I kill them. What's the problem here? 2 Chagarashi? Cut the games. I'll fight him with my bad sword. I don't care. Do I want to use a bow? Not really. Yeah. Scared horses are being chased by monsters. Let's just stop. I don't think that's how fear works. Unless they have literally gone to the point of exhaustion and they can't keep running. But that doesn't seem to be the case here. Terrifying moo. That's what the Chagarashi used. It would feel more active if it were pulled out into its own window. Maybe. You leap from the driver's seat and unsheath your Kai weapon the instant you land with a splash on the muddy highway. The Chagarashi are intent on attacking the leading pair of horses,
and you move quickly to block their advance. Screeching with frustration, the larger of the two horrors launches itself upon you with ferocious zeal. Alright, I'm not super concerned here. Not super concerned. So, again, we massively outweigh the combat skill of this creature, so wouldn't it be crazy if I rolled a 0 again? Okay, a 4. Now the blessing is starting to come into effect. Alright, a 4. Well, I still have the best line of the table. So, enemy lost 12, I lost 2. Enemy lost 12. They got 26 left. Let's go next round. A 5. They lost 14. I lost 1. I've got 12 left, I think. Should kill him this round. A 9. 9 is good. 9 is insta-kill, but they're already almost dead. I don't think they're that much like cows. They're not cow garashi. I did win in 3 rounds or less, fortunately. It hasn't taken 4 rounds. It took 3 rounds. Round 1 I rolled a 4, round 2 I rolled a 5, round 3 I rolled a 9. That's it. That's all the rounds. I think it's about time for ice time again, you guys. We are back because it is time. You know what time it is. That's right, it's ice time, ice time, ice time, ice time, ice time, ice time. It is time for ice. That is ice time. Ice time, ice time, ice time, ice time. It is time for ice. It is time for ice. Okay, got some ice. Got some ice. You know, I'm going to take a super fast 2-minute break. Stick around, stay tuned, don't touch that dial. I will be right back in just 2 minutes. Hashtag super fast. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. There's construction outside your window, making thinking and hearing difficult. I'm sorry to hear that. Every place you live, they always have construction going on near it. Wow. The tractor goes by. Alright, we're back in action. You guys ready? It's porridge time. That's not an official time. Don't hashtag that. We have no branding for porridge time. Alright. Here we go. Continuing. We won in 3 rounds, so that's good. Your swift dispatch of the larger Chagarashi causes its lesser companion to flee in panic. Cows are opposed to branding. Imported. As it lopes away into the trees, Ansing appears by your side. With a wry smile, he says, "Well, my lord, it appears you didn't need my help in dealing with these accursed beasts." This is my character's first speaking line in the book so far. "Not this time," you reply. "But your help's always welcome. I may not be so fortunate next time." Once again, you call upon your Magna Chi discipline of animal control to calm the wagon team. They are slow to respond to your soothing commands, but your persistence pays off. When they have settled, you join Anseng on the driver's seat and take up the reins. The horses set off at a steady pace and slowly gather speed as their confidence returns. See, I would have just stayed here and farmed all these Agarashi for XP, but, you know. You have covered less than a mile when you come to a sharp bend in the road. You rein in the horses to negotiate this difficult hairpin bend. But upon clearing it, your heart sinks when you see a strange phenomenon blocking the highway. Barely 50 yards ahead, a semicircular dome of swirling dark energy crackles loudly as it brings the surface of the muddy road to the boil. Ghostly gray images swoop in and out of this dark dome, trailing wreaths of steam as they emerge from its unnatural blackness. Ansing can hardly believe what he is seeing. He opens his mouth to voice his shocked surprise, but no sound emerges. His eyes widen with fear when he realizes he can no longer speak. What good is a phone call if you are unable to speak? Argumentative. I do have Kai Screen and Grand Thane, so we get to use we get to use the new thing that we just got for Kai Screen. Call out nice things about Drow. If you would like to destroy your cool companion golem, press 1. Turn to 61. You sense that Ansing is being subjected to a psychic attack by the ghostly entities plunging in and out of the dome of dark energy. You draw upon the power of your advanced Kai Screen discipline and erect an invisible screen around your guide. Immediately, this serves to protect him from the destructive force of their mental attacks. It also enables you to siphon off some of the malicious energy and transform it into a positive force that revives and invigorates you. Wow! If your current endurance score is less than what you had at the start of your adventure, all lost points are now fully restored. Holy shit! That is bizarrely generous for Joe. You never get a full heal. Remember I joked that it would heal you for like 1 or 2 points. Full heal? Wow. Sweet. It's not Mind Quen. Stop saying that. It's not that. You're mixing, you can't have Quen in other settings. It's specific to the Witcher universe. You can't mix, you know. The swirling apparitions coalesce into a single malevolent entity that takes shape above the crackling dome of darkness. And your sixth sense tells you that it is preparing to unleash a massive bolt of psychic force upon you and your companions. Your mental Kai defenses may be able to withstand this imminent attack, but Ansing and Chenggu are vulnerable to such an assault, and its effect upon them will be devastating. You must disrupt the entity before it launches its psychic attack. I do have Kai Surge. Hurriedly, you prepare to launch a pulse of mental energy at the sinister entity, and I am Sunlord or higher. You launch a Kai blast at the entity, and it penetrates its ghostly form, disrupting its ability to leech psychic power from the Dome of Darkness. Your swift action saves your companions from a gruesome fate, but your hasty attack weakens you and leaves you shivering with psychic shock. Lose the 5 points that we just gave you back. The Deaver giveth, and the Deaver taketh away. The entity senses your weakness, and it focuses all of its power upon you. You steel yourself for the psychic combat that is about to begin. This is a psychic combat without physical contact. You cannot add any bonuses to your combat skill that you would normally gain by the use of your Kai weapon and through the use of the Grandmaster Discipline of Grand Weapon Mastery. But your improved Grandmaster Discipline of Kai Surge will grant you a +8 bonus to your combat skill with no loss of endurance per round of combat. So, technically, I could cheese this shit and be like, okay, I'm not using my Kai weapon. I'll just add the +5 from Sunderer. But obviously, I understand that's contrary to the spirit of the rules. So, what about my other stuff that adds to combat skill? I don't know which of these things should count. Let's just do it common sense. Corlinium Chainmail Vest, not going to count. It's psychic combat. Talisman of Defiance is a magic item. Probably does count. Angsei, I don't even remember what that is. It's some kind of magic item too, though, right? So we'll say it counts. So my innate is 41. We'll add the Angsei and the Talisman. 45. I won't add anything else. So instead of 57, I have 45. But... oh, it's armor. Okay. I won't add that then. So I've got 43. Because the Talisman of Defiance is getting added. So I've got 43. Now I get to add 8 for Kai Surge. So I'm back up to 51. Which means I have a +6 on the entity. I rolled a 5. This is gonna hurt. Psychically... well, you can't use Mind Blast and Kai Surge. Kai Surge is the better version of Mind Blast. Grandmaster Nox Bluffing. If you'd like to psychically send an image of Happy Cow to the malevolent entity, turn to page 350, right? Alright, I got a 5, and our difference is 6. So, enemy loses 10, I lose 2. That's cool. Enemy has 24 left. The blessing has finally come into full force! The blessing! A 1. Still good, though, because I have a good combat ratio. So, enemy loses 6, I lose 4. Enemy has lost 16 so far. $16 so far. 7, okay. Enemy has lost 28 so far, and I lose none. Nice. One more round should do it. And a 9 to finish it off. Enemy is dead, and I am victorious with no more loss. Great. Victory. If you win this combat, turn to 330. Oh, I win it. Upon the instant you defeat the spectral entity, its ghostly body and the dome of dark energy both vanish in the blink of an eye. Anseng regains his ability to speak, but the shock of the supernatural encounter leaves him agitated and wary. You sense that the presence of evil that has haunted you since entering this hilly and wooded area has now gone. Really? Again? Tranquility has returned to this region. Anseng and the horse team are reassured by this welcome return to normality, and you resume your journey to Vabu with all haste. Night falls long before you reach the town. The way ahead is illuminated by bright moonlight that pours through a break in the leaden clouds and is reflected in the puddles that cover the waterlogged highway. You offer up a silent prayer of thanks to Goddess Ashir for this blessing she has bestowed upon you and your companions, for it enables the horse team to follow the highway across the Huzang plain with little difficulty. Much better blessing than a certain other blessing I won't specify. Yeah, a new character would have been having a rough time there. Well, if the new character didn't have Kai Surge either? Oof. The thing is, though, what kind of a weirdo? Well, this is a bad example because this book just came out after 20 years of not having any books, so somebody might hypothetically buy this book without having read the rest of the series. But when you're looking back at the old books, and you saw the book sitting there on the shelf and it says book 28 of a series, who buys book 28 of a series without buying, without reading the previous books? Oh, I see a certain word in the next paragraph. It is an hour before midnight when you see the lights of Vabu in the middle distance. This large town is surrounded by a wooden palisade, lending it a fort-like appearance. Upon reaching the town's west gate, you are waved down by 2 town guardsmen with glowing lanterns. They recognize the Kirusami! Kirusami, Kirusami, it's the coolest weapon around, that Anseng is armed with, and respectfully they salute him. They are aware that only the Imperial... Let's have a whole thing about the Kirusami again, Joe. Only the Imperial Guard are permitted to own and use such weapons, and only the most distinguished former members of the Guard are allowed to retain their coveted polearm. I mean, how obsessed with this weapon is he? When they retire from service. Beyond the west gate, you trundle hype, along a wide shop-lined street that leads to a junction where it joins the main highway connecting the town of Klati with the capital Pensai. During your night journey to Vabu, Chenggu has fully recovered from the shock of his ordeal and has resumed his role as a wagoneer. Ansing directs him along the central highway to a large inn called the Golden Dragon. It is here that you bid farewell to Chenggu and climb down from his wagon. He wishes you both good luck and farewell before he sets off for the house of his brother and family on the east side of town. Best undercover agent ever? Oh yeah, Drover was a genius with the skywriting, a plan that could not have possibly failed. Undercover agent. Nice. Despite the late hour, the Golden Dragon is still open for business. The rains have returned, and Ansing beckons you to follow as he climbs the wide stone steps from the street to the inn's front door. We made it to the Golden Dragon. Turn to 4. I believe I shall use a point of curing. 2 points actually, because I'll use one for this one and the one for the one that I'm about to go into. You enter the inn to find several patrons enjoying the libations and entertainments of this friendly establishment. The air is sweet with burning incense, and the tap room is brightly lit and decorated with colorful flags and silk banners. Behind the lacquered counter there is a large portrait of Zolin, the late Keikon of Chai. The ornate frame is draped with 2 flags, the national flag of Chai and the town flag of Vabu. You follow Ansing to one end of the counter where the portly proprietor, Lun Chao, is polishing glasses with a piece of suede leather. He smiles broadly upon recognizing your guide.
"Later than I expected," he says amiably. "But better late than never. Delayed by the weather, no doubt."
Ansing nods, but says nothing about the deadly encounters you experienced during your difficult journey to Vabu. Lun Chao is an honest innkeeper, and his association with Ansing goes back several decades, but he is also a notorious gossipmonger. If Ansing were to tell him of the Chagarashi attacks and your confrontation with the spectral entity, it would be all over town before dawn. Your guide is sorely aware that you will need fresh horses to replace the mounts you lost on the way here. He advises you to avail yourself of the comforts of the inn, while he negotiates the loan of horses with Lun Chao. He says it will likely take some time to strike a fair deal with the innkeeper. That's not how things happened, Saito. Your rumbling stomach reminds you that you have not eaten since mid-afternoon. A barmaid is standing at the other end of the taproom counter, taking an order for food from one of the patrons. She scribbles his request on a parchment pad. Apparently I don't get to hunt mastery here either. Yeah, I'll order a meal. The young barmaid takes your order and tells you to take a seat in the vacant booth near the front door. She will bring your meal to your table shortly. You go and settle yourself down on the comfortably padded bench seat and quietly observe Ansing and the innkeeper, who are engaged in conversation at the end of the counter. A ripple of applause among the patrons draws your attention to a curtained archway in the far wall. The curtain is drawn aside and a troupe of entertainers files into the taproom, smiling with gratitude at the warm welcome they are receiving. They had performed for the patrons earlier this evening, and now they return for their final performance of the night. As the applause dies down, the barmaid arrives at your table with a tray bearing a steaming bowl of rice and vegetables mixed with a generous helping of diced lamb and chicken. Well, I'm having Chinese food today. That settles it. There is also a tall glass of local ale. 30 ren? This is some horse shit. 30 ren, kind sir, she says as she places the food and drink on the table before you. 30 ren is equivalent to 3 gold crowns, which are readily accepted throughout Chai. No problem. I've been trying to get rid of these fucking ren forever. I'll pay. Eat more chicken. You retrieve 3 gold crowns. Actually, I retrieve 30 ren. From your belt pouch and place them in girl's hand. She thanks you politely and returns to the counter. From snippets of conversation you overhear, you learn that the entertainers are a band of traveling troubadours who hail from the city of Derwan in Lisan. They are on their way back to their native city after having performed in several taverns and inns of Pensai. The musicians begin to play a lively tune, and a trio of pretty dancing girls whirl and twirl around the taproom to the delight of the patrons. One of the girls is wearing a tight-fitting red silk dress, and she glances repeatedly in your direction as she gyrates around the room. It appears that she has taken a special interest in you. Well, good thing I'm not playing Lone Wolf. That guy was awkward as a motherfucker with any kind of female character. No one in Chai seems overly concerned with the impending invasion by foreign powers. Yeah, they're all fucking curiously carefree, aren't they? They're planning on simply chiding them when they come to invade. Nice. When the performance comes to a close, the patrons give a loud cheer, and the girls pass among them, collecting donations of ren from the appreciative audience. After the money has been gathered up, the troubadours thank the Chai for their generosity and leave the taproom by way of the curtained archway. A few minutes later, the girl in the red silk dress reappears. With a charming smile, she comes and sits opposite you at your table. She tells you her name is Raki, and says she has never seen anyone quite like you before. She asks if you were a Northlander. Your senses detect that she is genuinely friendly and does not intend to do you any harm. You reply that you are indeed a Northlander, but you refrain from telling her exactly which realm of the Northlands you hail from. I thought so, she beams joyfully. I have something that may be of interest to you. She places a velvet satchel on the table and flips it open. It contains 4 ceramic phials, each one stoppered with a cork and carefully labeled and priced. She invites you to inspect them and gives an assurance that they are all genuine potions. Right, this is some, what was their name? Senna the Crow shit. Genuine potions here, super genuine, not fake at all. Give fish or splash fish with acid and try to kill. Yeah. And the thing is, it's hard to know. Women are inscrutable. You never know with any given woman which one of those they like, you know? Some women are number 1 type, some women are number 2. But boy, if you get it wrong, you have hell to pay. If you're a Kai rock star, if you know Blazer, and to sing a bit from your new album. Santa the Crow. Legitimate maps being sold. Oh, I finally get to buy some shit with money. That's great. You may purchase any or all of these potions for the price indicated. Alright, well, of course we're gonna get a Lomspur for 50 Ren / 5 gold crowns. So that'll be an extra Lomspur potion. I've already got some Saboteur root, so I'm not going to buy another Saboteur root. It's not going to be like, do you have 2 Saboteur roots? Rare in this part of Magnamon, Saboteur enables the human body to extract oxygen from water through the skin, thus permitting anyone who swallows it to breathe underwater. Yeah, I got one of those. So, Tajeng, powerful anti-venom. Alright, I'll take that. How much was it? 60 Ren? Did I? Tajeng, anti-venom. And the final one is Carmo. Costs 12 crowns. When taken before combat, this potion doubles your endurance point score for the duration of the combat. It has heavy side effects that sometimes can result in death. After consuming Carmo, you must pick a number from the random number table. The number you choose determines how many endurance points you lose as a consequence of the side effects. Yeah, I'm gonna give that one a pass. It could hypothetically be good if you had a really close fight where you were gonna take a lot of damage. You could end up taking a lot of that damage off of the extra endurance points instead of your own endurance, and then the damage you take at the end would still be less than all that damage you would have taken. So, hypothetically, it could be good, but I'm gonna leave that one alone. You don't want that bad karma? Oh boy. We did make a couple of purchases, which is good. Got rid of most of that Ren. This is the equivalent of 2 GC. This is the equivalent of 1 GC. So 34, 35, 36. So I could now carry up to 14 additional gold crowns should I find them. Rocky closes her velvet satchel and places it on the seat beside her.
Forgive me for saying this, but you look very tired. Have you had a hard journey to Vabu?
You smile and nod your weary head.
Then I know just the thing that will make you feel much better.
Rocky raises her arm and beckons the young barmaid over to your table. She asks the girl to bring you a pot of boiling water and 2 teacups. The girl returns shortly with the pot and cups, and Rocky thanks her kindly. You watch with fascination as she removes a pouch of small white flowers from a pocket of her dress and tips them into the pot. As you wait for the flowers to infuse in the steaming water, she informs you that they are fresh Sonara blooms that she gathered earlier today. Carefully, she lifts the lid of the pot and smiles. Then she fills the 2 teacups with this curious brew. Can I Sixth Sense this? Can I herb mastery this?
This is Sonara tea, she says. It's a wonderful restorative. Very popular in my homeland. I recommend we wait a few minutes for it to cool, as it really should be served cold for best effect.
Well, apparently Grand Passmanship Sun Thing I can use. Detect poison and disease. Which reminds you of her. Sada. Hell of a town, hell of a town. Would visit again. You place your hands on the 2 cups and draw upon your improved discipline to lower the temperature of the tea. Wait, that's what I'm using my Grand Mastery abilities for? To fucking cool something a few minutes faster than it would just have cooled on its own already? Wow. I've been studying the ancient arts of Kai wisdom for fucking 40 years or something at this point. And now I can cool some tea. It takes just a few seconds to achieve this. Then you offer one of the cups to Raki, and she emits a soft squeal of surprise upon discovering the cup is cold to the touch. She is very impressed by what you've done. I know how to impress the ladies. Watch this. This is what I call the cold hands technique. As you sip the sweet-tasting liquid, immediately you feel the soothing effects of the brew flowing throughout your body. Your muscles and your mind are relaxed by this efficacious tea. If your current endurance score is lower than it was when you began your adventure, you may now restore 3 points. If, by the use of an advanced Grandmaster discipline, you cooled the tea prior to drinking it, you may restore 5 endurance. What? I got extra healing because I cooled the tea down? That's ridiculous. Okay, I'll take the free endurance, and I'll also heal myself with curing a little bit, bringing me up to 48. Wow. With a melodically lilting voice, Raki tells you about her life with the troubadours and how much she is looking forward to returning home to Lasan. I can't use some bardsmanship here. I too am a troubadour. Yeah. There's been a lot of strange undeaver-like generosity in this book. If you choose to wait a few minutes before drinking the tea, monsters overrun the tavern and your life and your quest end here. Pretty much. Hey, I do have the Samor Queen. Raki gives a sudden squeal of delight and points at the pocket of your jacket. You have the Queen, she says excitedly. You draw the playing piece from your pocket, and Raki begs you to let her look at it. With trembling fingers, she examines it closely. Yes, it's the missing piece I've been looking for, she gasps. What's so special about this Samor piece? You ask, somewhat bemused by her passionate reaction. She's like, wait, what? That's how you fucking talk? I'm out of here. Wait here, I need to fetch something. I'll not be long. She returns the Samor Queen to you and leaves the table. You watch her hurry across the tap room and disappear through the curtained archway. In less than a minute, she returns, clutching a mahogany box inlaid with intricate gold designs. Even without his flute, Fire Snake has a set of pipes. Yeah, rusty pipes. Proudly, she raises the lid, revealing a set of beautifully carved Samor pieces, each one resting in its own velvet-lined partition. One piece is missing from the set, the Samor Queen. Is this when she invites herself to accept a gift from me? Like, I just happen to have this whole collection except this piece that you have. I'm just saying. I'm not suggesting that you should give this to me. I'm just letting you know about this situation in case you decide spontaneously, through no action of my own, to spontaneously give it to me.
I lost the queen over a year ago, and I've been searching for it ever since to restore my set. This was a present from my late grandmother. She taught me how to play Samor when I was a child. I'm not wealthy, and I cannot offer you much money for the queen, but I have something of value that may interest you. Perhaps we can make a deal."
Bardsmanship was in him the whole time. She clutches the small scarlet gem that is strung around her throat on a fine gold chain. She unhooks its clasp and passes it to you.
"It belonged to my mother," she says. "She gave it to me when I joined the troop. It has magical properties that have kept me safe since I left Derwan, but I'd happily exchange it for the Samor Queen."
Hey, that's cool. I've already got like 6 other necklaces on. You examine the gem closely, and your sixth sense reveals that it does indeed have magical properties. It is a ward stone, one of many such artifacts that were created by the Elder Magi millennia ago. It is imbued with the power to weaken undead creatures. You agree to Raki's proposal and exchange the Samor Queen for her wardstone. No option to be... Why would you... But there's no reason... There's no other use for that thing. And this is an actual magic item. Of course you're gonna take this. You may record this wardstone on your action chart as a special item that you wear around your neck, suspended by its gold chain. If you enter into combat against an undead adversary whilst in possession of this item, you may reduce your enemy's combat skill by 3 for the duration of the fight. So basically it's +3 combat skill v undead. Samor Queen, you are gone. Wardstone. +3 CS versus undead. Turn undead. Weakened? Weakened? Man, I was tired during that game. I was so tired, I remember how tired I was. Like, it was not just a random tiredness, it was a tiredness event. Raki is delighted. She places the missing queen into the empty partition of the box and closes the lid.
"Thank you so much. This means so much to me," she says.
Then she leans across the table and kisses you fondly on the cheek. It is at this moment that Ansing arrives, having just completed his long conversation with the innkeeper. "I see you found a new friend while I've been gone," he says with a wry smile. "And I must admit, she's a lot prettier than me." Raki giggles and bids you both good night. She leaves the table, and Ansing sits himself opposite you. You ask him about his negotiations with the innkeeper, and he nods his head wearily. "Lun Chao drives a hard bargain," he replies. "But we have ourselves 2 new horses. I had to pay him every ren I possess to get them. Don't worry, my lord. The Kher Khan is a generous man, and he will recompense me once we reach Bensai." Once again, good Captain Prague here, 2.0. Fucking Ansing loves paying for shit. You pour the last of the Sonara tea into your cup and offer it to your guide. He accepts it gladly and swallows it down in one go. Revived by the tea, he tells you that 2 rooms for the night were part of a bargain he struck with Lun Chao. He hands you a key and tells you that your room is number 5. "We have another long ride ahead of us tomorrow. Let's get some rest, for we must leave at dawn if we are to reach Pansai by nightfall." His purse is not infinite. Yeah, apparently not. Together you leave the booth and pass through the curtained archway. Both of your rooms are located on the ground floor, next to each other.
Ansing wishes you a good night's sleep before retiring to his room, number 4. Alright. Let's see if we get some more free healing for resting. We don't. You are pleasantly surprised to find a bath full of warm water and a bar of soap awaiting you in your room. Private baths in the rooms? This is a high-quality fucking place. And you take this welcome opportunity to bathe and wash the mud from your clothing before you climb into bed. You are disturbed by the events of the day, for it seems that your enemies are aware of your arrival in Chai, and they are doing all they can to prevent you from completing your mission. You try to put your concerns to the back of your mind and get some sleep. The soap has only been gently used. Just gently used. It will be a long day's ride to Pensai. I'll go ahead and use 2, one from the previous one and one from this one, to bring myself back up to 50. You awake just before dawn to the sound of a cockerel crowing in the garden of the inn. You get dressed and check your backpack and weapons before leaving the room. Ansing is already in the tap room. The innkeeper is with him, and a breakfast of cold pork and vegetables awaits you on the counter. After the two of you have consumed the food, Lun Chao escorts you to the rear of the inn and ushers you into a small green-tiled stable. 2 fine mares are saddled ready for you to collect. You mount up, and Lun Chao bids you both a safe journey as you leave his stable. It is a gray dawn, and a light drizzle is falling. Vabu is slowly awaking to a new day as you follow the main street to the town's north gate. The guards pay you no heed when you pass through the open gate and ride away from Vabu along the highway beyond. This is an ancient road, which is paved with weather-worn flagstones. During your morning's ride, gradually the drizzle becomes rain, but you are able to make good progress along the smooth paved highway. You reach the village of Uzam shortly after midday. Ansing signals to you to halt before you enter the settlement. He dismounts and inspects his horse's forelegs. So we have come from Halau to Zhang, to Vabu, where the Golden Dragon was. Now we've reached Uzam, and we just have a little bit further to go to get to Camp Pensei. As I thought, he says disappointedly. The shoe on her left hoof is loose. If we continue on with it like this, she'll shed this shoe and go lame before the afternoon is out. Only 2 nails are holding the shoe in place. You will need to find a blacksmith who can put this right before you leave the village. Hey, g'day Amaranth, how you doing? Good to see you. Kai Grand Mastery to repair the shoe. Yeah. Do you have the Grand Mastery of Cobbling? No? Your life and your quest end here. Yeah, we're doing some Lone Wolf. Book 29. The telltale sounds of a hammer beating upon an anvil leads you to a blacksmithy on the north side of this attractive little village. The friendly blacksmith examines Anseng's horse and says he can fix the loose horseshoe for 20 ren, 2 gold crowns. Having spent all of his money on the hire of the horses from Lun Chao, it falls to you to pay the charge. If you do not have enough money to pay the blacksmith's fee, he will accept 1 item of your choice from your backpack as payment. No, I can pay it, man. I'm going to go ahead and have 0 ren.
And -1 gold crown. I can pay it. Racing game kick right now. What kind of racing games? Like Gran Turismo kind of stuff, or... And Ensing says he will wait here at the blacksmithy while the work is carried out. He suggests that you spend the hour more profitably at one of the establishments located opposite the blacksmith's forge. Ooh, tavern or general store. This feels like an important decision. General store might be able to buy some more useful stuff. Tavern might meet some interesting NPC who tells us something interesting or buys us, gives us, or we could get into trouble at the tavern. Might be able to use bardsmanship, which generally goes badly. What do you guys think? I'm going to let chat decide. Press 1 for tavern, 2 for general store. Go. So far, it's a tie. Next person is the tiebreaker. Is there anyone else that can vote on this? It says I have 10 viewers. Ah, rally games. Cool. There's no other votes? Okay. There's only one way to deal with this then. It's 1. All bots. So we're going to the tavern, ladies and gentlemen. Just out of curiosity, what could we have gotten at the store? A potion lobster is nice, but mostly I don't give that much of a shit. Let's go to... Wait. You can go to the store and still go to the tavern. Well, we're going to the tavern anyway. The decision was made. The tap room is almost empty, save for a couple of aged villagers who are playing samour at a table near the tavern's crackling wood fire. They smile cordially and bid you a good day. One of them calls out,
Kenga, you got a customer!
And a wiry old man in an apron appears from a doorway behind the counter.
How may I serve you, sir?
He says benignly. You cast your eye along his shelves that are filled with bottles and small casks of wine, spirits, and exotic liqueurs. There are a myriad to choose from, and they come from all over Magnamund. On one of the middle shelves, you see a tall, dark green bottle that you recognize immediately. It is Moiturin brandy from Sommerland. A sudden wave of homesickness makes you swallow hard. I'll have a glass of that one, please, you say, and the tavern keeper smiles, dicking you out of a blanket for no reason. Wait, there was a blanket? Oh, fuck. 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 Okay. I didn't even notice there was a blanket. Whatever. And a replacement rope. Fuck my life. It's okay.
Ah, I see you are a man of impeccable taste, good sir. A fine spirit from a fine land.
Kenga takes the bottle down from the shelf and sets it on the counter. He produces a bulb-shaped glass and tugs the cork from the bottle. When he upends it, only a few drops of brandy emerge, and barely enough to moisten the bottom of the glass.
Forgive me,
he says, now embarrassed and a little flustered.
I have another on the top shelf. Please allow me to fetch it down for you. It'll take but a moment or two.
The old tavern keeper retrieves a short ladder from under the counter and sets it against the shelves. Hastily, he climbs up and stretches for the spare bottle. Unfortunately, in his haste, he overreaches, loses his balance, and comes crashing down to land with a muffled thud behind the counter. #blessed. His failed attempt to retrieve the spare bottle has moved a cask that was resting alongside. It falls off the shelf and comes hurtling down towards the old man's skull. The brass-banded cask is too heavy for you to use your Magna Chi discipline of Nexus to deflect it in mid-fall. But I do have magic. Man, this poor guy was definitely blessed. Alright, I have magic. Let's just... whatever that... yeah. Whenever I do anything with my hands, I'm not sure whether you can even see them or not because of the framing of the camera. If 306 straight up kills the guy, maybe. We may never know. Rapidly, you utter the words of the battle spell. Invisible! Wait, oh, that's right. I have to sing the spell names too. Invisible Fist! And direct its energy at the falling cask. Due to the haste with which you trigger the spell, it only partially forms, but it is enough to deflect the cask away from Kenga's head. It hits the hard stone floor and splits wide open, drenching the lucky tavern keeper with sweet Lordenian wine. Just saved your life, bro. Just saved your life. You help Kenga to his feet, and he leans unsteadily against the counter. He is bruised and dazed from the fall, but no bones are broken, and he counts himself lucky to have survived his mishap intact. He thanks you profusely for your assistance and apologizes for his clumsiness.
"I'd like to give you a gift," he says meekly. "It's the least I can do to repay your kindness."
He reaches below the counter and retrieves a small wooden box with a hinged lid. He releases its brass catch and opens it. Inside are 3 stoppered glass vials, each with a label identifying its contents.
"Please, dear sir, choose any one you wish."
Are you trying to pawn the same things off on me? They're really trying to push this Sabato route. And Tazeng, well, I've already got those, so we'll take another Lomspur. You are anxious to return to Anseng, and so you bid Kenga farewell and leave the tavern. You can never have too many Lomspur potions, though, because once you start taking heavy damage in this game, sometimes you really need these potions to restore. A diving section. Maybe. I mean, I've been carrying this Sabato route around since the last... I mean, I don't think there'll be any water sections in this book or anything. It's not like... Oh, wait! I'm pretty sure we're going to be on a boat at some point. After being sabotaged. For fuck's sake, Nox. For actual fuck's sake. Let's do a little porridge. Alright. You bid Kenga farewell and leave the tavern, but you don't get to go to the store now. The rain has become heavier while you have been in the tavern. You raise the hood of your woolen cloak and hurry towards the blacksmithy on the opposite side of the paved village road. As you approach the open doors, you sense that something is wrong. There was no sign of Ansang or the blacksmith, and Ansang's horse is also missing. Only your horse remains in the workshop that houses the blacksmith's forge and anvil. You detect fresh tracks in the rust-red dirt of the floor that lead out of the building. Some were made by a horse. Others resemble bare human footprints that are significantly larger than normal-sized feet. These tracks were made no more than 15 minutes ago. Then you detect a sound coming from somewhere above the workshop. It is the dull thud of a hammer striking a timber floor. I'm gonna plug my phone in. It's a tough decision. Climb the stairs, investigate the noise, or mount my horse and follow the tracks. I gotta investigate the noise first. Right? I mean, cut the games. One does not simply ignore the curious noise. At the top of the stairs is the blacksmith's living quarters. You are shocked to discover that this area has been ransacked. Furniture and furnishings lie broken and scattered all around the room, and the walls are spattered with fresh blood. You hear an agonized groan coming from beneath a pile of broken furniture, and quickly you pull the debris aside. Lying on the blood-drenched floor is the blacksmith, a hammer clenched tightly in his right hand. His chest and throat have been torn open, as if he has been savaged by a pack of wild animals. He has lost a great deal of blood, and he is near to death. Blacksmith is about to die. You cradle the dying man's head in your hands and call upon your Kai healing powers to try and save his life. I do have deliverance, and I have attained the rank of Sun Knight or higher. It's about time, yeah, like 90% of the time, people are like wounded in this game or poisoned or anything else, and you can't do shit for them with your super healing powers. It's about time we finally get to heal somebody. Turn to 19. You place one hand around the blacksmith's ruined throat, and the other on his chest. You draw upon your powers and transfer the healing warmth of your Kai discipline into the dying man. His eyes flicker open, and he mouths a warning with blood-flecked lips. Beware the ghouls. His eyes glaze over, and his agony comes to an abrupt end. He is dead. Now, that healing didn't exactly help very much, did it? I got you with the crystal restore! Oh, too late. Sarda could be throwing a tantrum. Yeah, Sarda could be going to great lengths to get this person resurrected. You lay his head upon the blood-drenched floor and lower his eyelids. Now your mind is flooded with unanswered questions. Why was he savagely murdered? What kind of beast is capable of such cold-blooded slaughter? Where is Ansang? Is he still alive, or has he too met a grisly end? Galvanized into action by what has happened here, you race down the stairs and mount your horse. Quickly, you bring her around, to face the open doors and ride out into the pouring rain. The fresh tracks from the blacksmithy lead you along the paved road until you reach the northern perimeter of the village. Here they leave the highway and veer due east towards the Naga forest. A narrow woodsman's trail snakes its way through the chai pines, and the tracks can clearly be seen in its muddy surface. Your sixth sense screams a warning that this dense forest harbors an evil presence. Thanks, sixth sense. No shit, it harbors an evil presence. You rein in your horse and scan the surrounding trees. At once you detect an ambush has been prepared and several evil creatures are lying in wait for you on the trail ahead. Turn around and leave the forest? What am I going to do? Just say, fuck it. Fuck Anseng, I'm just going on with my life. Yeah, let's trigger the ambush. Stand and bang, I'm ready for this. Life and the quest end here. Sometimes it's really that simple. You get a life and your quest end here sometimes when you do things like ignore the warnings of your whatever. He gives him all his money who needs him. Wow, Nox. He served his purpose. He's got that Kirasami Deaver won't shut up about. Right? Very true. With trepidation, you continue along the trail. You reach a section of the muddy forest path that is wider and straighter, and here you see that the tracks have changed. They indicate that several new barefooted creatures have joined with the ones you have been following, and the hoof prints of the horse are deeper and more numerous. From these tracks you deduce that a struggle occurred here. The hoof prints continue along the trail, but they are wider spaced than before. This tells you that Anseng was able to break free from the creatures and escape at speed along the path beyond. A gurgling growl makes you reach to your Kai weapon and scan the surrounding trees. Several hulking gray shapes are closing in from both sides, and your pulse quickens when you first catch sight of them. They resemble tall, muscular humans, but these cadaverous creatures are neither human nor alive. Their scabrous, hairless gray skins reek of a charnel smell that makes your stomach churn. Foul black fluid drips from their fanged mouths, and a baleful green glow radiates from their ragged eye sockets. From the tip of index fingers of their right hands extend curved razor-sharp talons that glint in the subdued light of the forest. Why didn't the townspeople notice a thing? Apparently they were stealthy. Your horse rears up in fright, and you struggle to keep control of her as the creatures come leaping out from the trees with unnerving speed. These creatures are undead, and you must fight them all as one enemy. 44. Hey, undead! I get to use my ward stone. I don't need it because I've already got massive combat skill advantage on them. But if I didn't, that ward stone would really be coming in handy right now. So we've got the classic plus 11 going for us. Let's do this. One shot. Ready? Oh, blessed. So blessed. Okay, well, with the plus 11, a 2 means we take 2 damage and they take 10. We take 2 damage. And they take 10. Next round. There's the kill. Escaped from the blessing after only 1 round. There's the kill. So we only lost 2 endurance there. That's not bad at all. Turn to 246. As the last of the ghastly ghouls is decapitated by your final blow, you detect movement in the surrounding trees. Another gang of undead horrors are rapidly closing in, drawn by the stench of the spilled blood of their deathly comrades.
You urge your horse to follow Ansing's tracks, but the terrified mare shies away. Try as you may, you cannot override her primeval instincts to flee in the opposite direction, back along the trail that led you to this grisly encounter. Is it going to force me to abandon Ansing? Because I could just get off my horse and go on foot. We walk from here. But it might force me to abandon Ansing here. You ride back along the old forester's trail, haunted with concern for Ansing's safety. A very specific amount of concern, not enough to get off my horse and go looking for him. Your sixth sense tells you that he is still alive, and that he is no longer in this vicinity, but you cannot discern for sure if he is unharmed or if he is being held captive somewhere deeper in the forest. You resolve to return to Uzam and continue your journey north to Pensai alone. So I am pretty much saying he's out of money, fuck him. You can but hope that your brave and resourceful guide will find a way to join you on the highway to the capital before the day is out. Well, some other creatures might have taken him prisoner. Although, yeah, that's sort of a weird coincidence. Hold on a second. Okay. I'm back. The type to take prisoners. Exactly. You encounter a special ghoul wielding a very specific weapon. Would you like a description of it? I'm giving you one. 60 combat skill because of it. If you would like to remind the ghoul about the nature of the weapon, turn to page 350. Wow. Kurosami. Alright. Hopefully he'll find a way to join me, you guys. You return to the highway, a mile from Uzam, and turn north towards Pensai. The rumble of distant thunder heralds the start of another storm. Intermittent flashes of lightning illuminate the hills to the west, and the peaks of the Zuchao Mountains beyond are soon lost from view amidst a roiling mass of ominous black rain clouds. Always with the roiling. You pass by a dozen covered wagons on the rain-swept highway, all traveling in the opposite direction. This traffic of wagons steadily increases until you are forced to abandon the highway and continue northwards by way of the soft grassland that borders the overcrowded road. Or are these the refugees? Ah, we did find the refugees. Remembering that only elite Imperial guards that honorably retired can even have the Kurosami, he becomes undead out of shame and joins you again. By mid-afternoon, the highway is clogged with dour-faced chai pushing handcarts heaped high with household possessions. This sorry procession is a refugee column from Pensai. The fact that so many of its citizens have abandoned the shelter and comfort of their homes to travel south in such appalling weather fills you with a sense of dread. It means that the capital must be facing an imminent enemy attack. Six Chai cavalry rangers come riding across the grassland that runs parallel with the crowded highway. They are all standing in their stirrups and seem to be searching for something or someone among the column of refugees. No, I don't have a semblance. I almost took a semblance, but I didn't. All the refugees. Remind them of the unquenchable spirit of the desert rat. The eagle-eyed ranger patrol spots you and comes galloping in your direction. Mindful that you do not have any proof of identity,
You decide that it would be best if you evaded them. Apparently, I'm not good at bluffing. Sadly, bluff mastery, not one of the options. Yeah, telegnosis has really helped out a ton. I'm gonna head for cover in the distant hills on the far side of the highway. You steer your horse onto the crowded highway and draw up alongside a covered wagon that shields you from the eyes of the approaching Chai Rangers. But your actions do not go unnoticed. The Rangers turn their horses onto the highway, scattering refugees as they force their way through. It will take more than your Magna Chi discipline of invisibility to keep you and your horse hidden from these elite cavalrymen. Yeah, because why would invisibility help you here? Inexorably, they draw closer, and you are forced to abandon your attempt to hide beside the wagon, which no longer provides any cover from the approaching Rangers. You leave the wagon and force your way through the refugees. The moment you are off the highway, you urge your mare to the gallop and head due west towards a range of low hills. They will provide you with good cover in which to shake off the Chai cavalrymen who are now pursuing you across rain-swept grassland. The Rangers give up the chase as soon as you enter the hills. Reluctantly, they turn their horses around and ride back to the highway. As you watch them go, you resolve to head north through the hills and attempt to return to the highway nearer Pensai. How can you be more hidden than invisible? It's a great question, Saito. I myself wonder that. But apparently, I don't know, the idea that they gave you certain abilities and then they had to keep one-upping with new groups of abilities, and they're just like, let's just make the abilities better versions of the old abilities. Then we can just pretend like you don't have the old abilities whenever it's convenient. I don't know. Things worked best in the original, set of Lone Wolf books. Like, the Lone Wolf and Magna Chi books probably worked the best. After that, it started getting bloated with too many abilities, and so then too much of the time you don't get to use abilities that you should be able to use because there's too many, whatever. Yeah, this is the Animal Mastery book. You have been riding for an hour when you happen upon a large timber cabin surrounded by a split log fence. Yes, I'll stop and investigate. What kind of a monster do you think I am that wouldn't stop and investigate something? You dismount and tether your horse to a post before you knock on the door of this isolated farmhouse. It is unlocked, and the door opens a few inches when you rap on its pine timbers. Got the pine timbers in the month of Decembers. Probably not that kind of rap on the timbers, Josiah. You call out and get no reply. Inside, you discover the main room has been stripped of belongings. Only its wooden furniture remains. You conclude that the owner has recently abandoned the cabin and most likely has joined the refugee column heading south along the highway. You make a search of the empty rooms and kitchen and find 2 items that could be useful. A rope, hey, I replaced my rope, and a lantern filled with oil. I'm gonna take the rope. I'm not gonna take the lantern. I think it's safe to say that this is adventuring rope. TM. Guess we're done here. That game was so funny. didn't bring adventuring rope? Pre-measured 50-foot segments, as it has since the 70s. In the very beginning of Dungeons & Dragons, rope always comes in 50-foot segments. You ride 10 miles through the gentle hills before turning east and heading back across the open grassland to the highway. You rejoin it near a place where a large group of refugees are assembled around a stone shrine dedicated to Goddess Ashir. They are kneeling in communal prayer, oblivious to the mud and the teeming rain. Your sixth sense detects an invisible aura of goodness surrounding the shrine. You bring your horse to a halt at the edge of the circle of devout worshippers, and you feel a sensation of warmth and calmness flowing through you. Restore 1 endurance. Been a lot of free healing in this book. Proper procedure. Onox. Okay, 49. Your horse also benefits from the reviving power of the shrine, and when you push on along the margin of grassland bordering the highway, she is able to maintain a steady canter without tiring. Pensai appears in view shortly before dusk. A night curfew has been imposed, and you arrive at the south gate of the city just in time to enter before the heavy portal is chained shut until dawn tomorrow. You meet with no challenge from the guards at the gate. They are too busy dealing with a last rush of refugees who are desperate to leave Pensai before the gate is locked and the curfew begins. Inside the south gate there is a large square ringed by shops and dwellings. You must make your way to the Imperial Palace. But it has been a long time since you last set foot in this ancient capital, and you are not sure which avenue will lead you there. All you can remember is that the palace occupies the northeastern precinct of the city. Follow Mao Shen Avenue towards the north. Follow Zushen Avenue towards the east. Well, this is one of those things where, oh, you went the wrong road, your life and your quest end here. I like Lao Tzu, and for that matter, Sun Tzu, more than I like Mao Zedong. So for those reasons, it makes sense to go Zushen Avenue, not Mao Shen Avenue. Is my logic not flawless? You enter and ride along Zushen Avenue. This thoroughfare is well lit and lined with leafy zhugong trees that exude a fragrant scent. But you are immediately struck by the large number of shops and eating houses that are closed. Hey, there's social distancing. Their doors and windows boarded and shuttered. Halfway along the avenue are several consulates and embassies of foreign nations. Judging by their darkened windows and chained doors, they appear to have been shut down and abandoned by their diplomatic staff. You pass the abandoned Decian embassy, which was administered by Lord Gadra when you visited this city many years ago. The embassy was shut down in MS 5085 in protest of the massacre of Yuadzan. Now, only one consulate shows any signs of life. A column of gray smoke is rising from its chimney. Its front door is unchained, and there is a candle light radiating from one of its ground floor windows. You recognize the dark blue flag that hangs above its door. It is the national flag of Duranor. Good old Duranor, where we got the Somersword in Book 2. Duranor's a good nation. They're allies of Summerland. Let's go in there. You'd be taken for tea and not returned for a few months. Ah, the good old PRC. National flag of Duodon. No, not Duodon. You tether your horse to the consulate's railings and climb the steps to the front door. It is unlocked. You enter and find yourself standing in a long hallway, hung with portraits of Duranese kings and former consuls to Chai. In a reception room, immediately to your left, you find a well-dressed old man who is throwing sheaves of paper onto a blazing log fire. You introduce yourself, and his eyes widen when he hears that you are a Kai Grand Master.
My lord, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Greven Helsar, an envoy in the staff of the Council of Durandor. How may I assist you? Duranor.
Add an extra D in there for no reason. Alright, Sato. You ask the aged envoy why so many citizens of Pensai are leaving the city. He explains that the Banarian army is amassing at the city's west wall, and they fear that an attack is imminent. He tells you that the consulate staff left Pensai 4 days ago, when news arrived that Fort Zheng had fallen, and the Chai wall had been breached by the Banarians and the Agarashi. Oh, the Banarians and the Agarashi are working together. Okay. He volunteered to stay behind and destroy the consulate's files and papers to prevent them falling into enemy hands. When you tell him that you are on a vital mission and that you are looking for the Imperial Palace to seek an audience with Kea Khan Lao Tin, he offers his assistance.
Of course, I will help you all I can, my lord. The way to the Imperial Palace is quite simple. If you continue along Zushan Avenue, you'll come to the Jiajing Circle. The way to the palace is clearly signposted at this junction. But if you are to gain an audience with the Kea Khan, you will need to enter the palace itself. As you can imagine, the Imperial Guard are on high alert, and it will not be easy to enter unless you have a pass. Now, this is something I am able to help you with.
Envoy Helsar removes a thin, rectangular piece of black lacquered toa wood from his pocket and hands it to you.
It's my consulate pass. It permits me entry to the palace. However, I should tell you that I can't guarantee that it will allow you to enter. In normal times it would, but these are far from being normal times.
You thank the envoy and examine the wooden pass. It is engraved with the consulate emblem and inlaid with silver numerals that you are unable to decipher. You tuck the pass into your jacket pocket and bid him good luck and farewell before you take your leave. You should record the Duranese consulate pass on your action chart as a special item. So it's really good that we came this way and then we came in here. Probably would have been a pain in the ass without this. Duranese consulate pass. Alright, whatever this ring is that's not described in any way, I'm pretty sure the book isn't going to be like, if you have a ring, go to 86. So, ring is out of here. Okay, how about we don't do that? This is only a Magna Kai Palace Pass, not a Grandmaster Palace Pass. I can't guarantee it will work in these times. Right, Nox?
Alright. Still don't pause. You collect your horse and continue along Zushen Avenue until you come to a large junction called the Jiajing Circle. Several thoroughfares converge at this place, like the spokes of a giant wheel joining its hub. An ornate green sign indicates the way to the Imperial Palace, and you follow the street until it arrives at a grand plaza. At its center stands the Imperial Palace, ringed by a high curtain wall. The plaza is crowded with refugees, huddled together in small groups beneath umbrellas and makeshift tents. Carefully, you steer your horse through the frightened citizens and make your approach to the grand outer gate of the palace. The Imperial Guard sentries watch intently as you ascend the wide stone ramp that leads to the arched gate. If you'd like to converse with Jiajing Gabor, turn to... Nice, Nox. I do have a consulate pass. If you don't have one, the guards kill you. Your life and your quest end here. You are stopped at the gate by 3 Imperial Guardsmen who challenge you to identify yourself and state your business here. You give them the Duranese consulate pass that you received from Envoy Helsar, and they examine it carefully. One of the guardsmen calls for his sergeant to come forward, and he hands the hard-faced warrior your pass. After scrutinizing it for a few moments, he commands a squad of his Imperial soldiers stationed in the courtyard beyond the gate to come forward and surround you. The sergeant looks once more at the pass and swiftly snatches the horse's reins from your hands. Thanks, Deaver. See, this is what I'm talking about. Deaver will give you an item that seems like it's going to be helpful, and then it actually screws you over. Here we go with Kirusamis.
You're under arrest. Come with me,
he says curtly. The squad unshoulder their Kirusamis and point them at you menacingly. You are left in no doubt that they will use them if you attempt to escape. The sergeant and his men escort you and your horse into the courtyard and take you to a blockhouse. You are pulled from the saddle and pushed towards its open door.
Did you really think you could use this pass to enter the Imperial Palace?
Says the sergeant with contempt. Talk to him about your former companion's Kurosami. I was just thinking that.
These numerals tell me you're 79 years old. Ha! If that is so, you're the youngest old man I've ever seen.
You're grabbed by 2 of the sergeant's men and shoved through the blockhouse door. Look, I ain't got time for this. Roll initiative, motherfuckers. The sergeant enters the blockhouse with 2 of his men and slams the door shut behind them. He orders them to take your Kai weapon and bring it to him. He walks to the middle of the bare... Please note, he did not take my Sunderer. The bare brick room and inspects it in the light of a solitary ceiling lantern.
You, go fetch the captain,
he says curtly to one of the guardsmen. Obediently, the man leaves the blockhouse chamber to carry out the sergeant's command. A few minutes later, he returns with a tall officer who is clad resplendently in his palace uniform. The sergeant shows him your Kai weapon, and he relaxes his stern expression. This a different guy talking now? He asks. Is the sergeant asking, or is the tall officer asking? I'm going to say this is the sergeant based on the context of the rest of this.
Where is Anseng?
He asks.
We were separated from one another.
During the ride to Pansy, you reply.
I don't know for sure he is, or even if he's still alive.
The two of them look at each other. They look back at you. They look at each other. What is wrong with this man? To the sergeant's surprise, the officer returns your Kai weapon and gives you a formal salute. He's got bardsmanship all right. Here's your Kai weapon. You're free to go. Stand down, Sergeant Zhao. You have carried out your duties well. Now, I'll take charge of this man. You and your men may return to your posts. The sergeant salutes his senior officer, and, without any murmur of dissent, he signals to his men to leave the blockhouse. He follows as they file out of the chamber and pauses only to close the stout door behind him. I've been briefed to expect you, but I'm sorry to hear that Anseng is missing. He's a fine man, an exemplary guardsman. I pray to Ashir he'll find his way here before the siege begins. Did you know that he has a Kirusami? Let me tell you the history of that weapon. Welcome back. So that pass that I got at the consulate ended up getting me arrested. But everything turned out okay. Welcome back, Saito. Captain Vushan formally introduces himself and tells you what has happened in Pensai over the past few days. An attack was launched upon Fort Zheng 2 days ago by Benarian forces and a horde of Agarashi commanded by the dark wizard they call Zashnor. It was destroyed in a blizzard of lightning and crumbled to the ground. None of the fort's garrison is known to have survived. The destruction of Fort Zheng created a breach in the Chai wall through which Zashnor's army has poured like water through a broken dam. Yesterday at dawn, the enemy vanguard was first sighted on the west road. By dusk, they'd reached the city wall. All throughout today, their numbers have grown greater as the bulk of Zashnor's invasion force has arrived from the ruins of Fort Zheng. Many of our citizens have abandoned their homes and are heading south to take refuge in the towns of Valis and Haijoy. I have deployed the guard and garrison of Pensai along the west wall. Only a small bodyguard remains here in the palace under my command. Lao Tin received word of your coming from 3 watchers who arrived here yesterday from Dwala. I am privy to the prince's plans, and I can assure you that the item you seek will be given to you gladly. Why does everybody know about this? It was supposed to be top secret. A blizzard of lightning. Hashtag Thunderhail. Lao Tin is young, but he is wise beyond his years. He believes that Zashnor craves that which you are determined to deny him, and he hopes the sorcerer will withdraw his forces from the city when he discovers that it is no longer here. I wouldn't get your hopes up. Captain Vushan bids you follow him to the keep of the Imperial Palace, where Prince Lao Tin resides. You leave the blockhouse in his company and cross a parade ground on your way to the doors of the keep. Fucking blazer. On one side of the parade ground, illuminated by a circle of guttering torches, 2 men in torn clothing kneel in the pouring rain with their heads bowed and their hands tied behind their backs. Behind them stand 2 Imperial Guardsmen at attention with their Kirusamis held diagonally across their chests. I'm going to ask who the kneeling men are. Benarian spies, he replies with disdain. We've caught over a dozen in the past week alone. These 2 attempted to poison a well in the southeastern precinct. They will suffer the same fate as all the others. They'll be beheaded at dawn. Beheaded by our Kirusamis. Okay.
Two Imperial guardsmen clad in angse, the famous chai waistcoats of golden mail. Just like me. Just like me. Were posted at the gates of the Imperial Palace. Keep. Come smartly to attention, and salute Captain Vushan as you approach. He acknowledges their salute, and you accompany the captain into the courtyard beyond. The largest building in this exclusive area is the Pensai Pagoda. It is also the oldest and most impressive construction in all of Chai, dating back to the time when the country was first established following the collapse of the Vadujan Empire during the Great Civil War of MS 1620. That's a long time ago. That's like 4,000 years ago or something. That place was well fucking built. These two will suffer the Kiru same fate as the others. Nice. Upon entering the main concourse of the Pensai Pagoda, you were struck by the lavishness of the interior, which recently has been renovated at Kaekon Lao Tin's behest. The paneled walls and ornamented arched doors are exquisitely carved with symbols of historic and religious significance, delicately inlaid with fine gold leaf and myriad pearls. There is an impressive circular skywell positioned above an elegant indoor garden that harbors several dozen miniature trees, all meticulously cultivated and beautifully arranged around a narrow winding stream of shimmering azure water. A grand mahogany staircase dominates the north side of the concourse and ascends to the first story. It is here that the grand throne room of the Kaekon is located. The arched door opens as you reach the top of the staircase, and Captain Vushan escorts you into the luxuriously appointed chamber beyond. Every inch of the walls and ceiling are embellished with intricate carvings, clad with gold leaf. The effect is dazzling at first sight. Portraits of past Kaekons and depictions of significant events in Chai's grand history are displayed around the walls, and in the center of the chamber there is a grand ebony throne set atop a large rectangular slab of crimson-veined marble. You inspect the throne, and you are disappointed to discover that the Eye of Agarash is missing. There is a deep indentation where the gem was mounted. Is anybody fucking surprised? 'Cause I'm not. Telltale gouges around this indentation reveal that the gem has recently been prized out of its setting. A robed courtier approaches Captain Vushan and informs him that the Kaekon is inspecting the west wall defenses. He is expected to return within the hour, and she invites you to await him here. Wait, so if this thing has been stolen, there's no reason for me to wait around here for an hour. I need to be investigating and shit. Locate objects within 15 feet to see if it fell on the floor. What an ability. What an ability. Useful for those times when you can't remember where you put your keys. The graceful courtier leaves the hall and returns a few minutes later, bearing a golden tray laden with refreshments. She pours tea from a silver pot into 2 porcelain cups, and offers them to you and the captain. Gratefully, you accept her hospitality, and sip the delicious beverage while you peruse the many fine portraits and paintings displayed in the hall. One canvas in particular catches your eye, for you are one of 3 subjects portrayed in it. Oh, I'm on one of the paintings, you guys. Apparently I'm kind of a big deal. And then next to it you see an even bigger painting with Blazer on it. The painting depicts the fall of Autarch Sejanaz. The setting is a darkened chamber heaped with rubble and earth. Light pours down through a ragged hole in the ceiling, illuminating the evil tyrant who is shown on his knees at the left of the composition. The magical Arrow of Atonement is embedded deep in his chest, and, through the grill of his tiger helm, his eyes blaze with anger and agony. A small boy, young Prince Kamada, is shown in the foreground running towards the sanctuary of your outstretched arms. You are positioned on the right of the painting, and you are pleased to see that you have been depicted with some fair degree of accuracy. The artist has captured your hair and facial features well, but he has exercised a degree of license by showing you clad in overly ornate Kai battle dress and not the plain blue padded tunic and breeches that you were wearing at the time. The bow with which you fired the fateful arrow into the Autarch's heart lies discarded on the ground at your feet. I still have that bow. You see that someone has spray painted a mustache and glasses on your image in the portrait. Below you see a signed Blazer in the background.
My compliments, Grandmaster, says Captain Vushan with deep respect. The likeness is uncanny. You have barely aged at all since this painting was commissioned. If memory serves, I believe it was first hung in the throne room 17 years ago.
You're too kind, you reply with a smile, and say no more than this. Thankfully. You refrain from telling the captain that you owe your preservation to your diligent exercise and development of your innate Kai Grandmaster disciplines. Since you became a Kai Grandmaster, your body has aged at a much slower rate than men less gifted than you. For every 5 years that elapse, you age but 1 year. Is that how that works? A fanfare of trumpets sounds in the concourse, announcing Lin Tao's return to the Pensai Pagoda. You return to the middle of the throne room and place your empty teacup on the golden tray. As you straighten up, the young Kea Khan comes striding into chamber with his personal bodyguard, Lieutenant Quang, following close behind. He is clad in golden armor and is wearing his Hogwan, his imperial crown. I'm honestly shocked that there's no mention of Lieutenant Quang's Kurosami. Greetings, Grandmaster. Oh, no, we gotta give this guy some kind of voice.
Greetings, Grandmaster,
he says with a youthful yet confident voice.
We are humbled to finally meet the Slayer of Sejanors. We forever owe you a debt of gratitude for ridding us of the unholy Autarch.
Lao Tin pauses to instruct his bodyguard to bring the Watchers to the throne room. Then he mounts his throne and motions to you and Captain Vushan to approach the marble plinth.
We have been informed of your reason for coming to Pensai. We are in accord with your desire to convey the Eye of Agarash to the Elder Magi, and we shall assist you as best we can.
You are impressed by the candor of this young Kea Khan. He has the proud mien of his illustrious forebears, and you sense that he will become an exceptional leader, given time and good fortune. Lao Tin removes a small leather satchel that hangs by a strap from his shoulder. He offers it to you, and you lean forward with your hand outstretched to accept it. I'm a little concerned that he's offering me a satchel and it wants to know if I have Kai screen. That's not ever a good question. That's like when your DM asks you, hey, do you happen to have a Death Ward cast on you right now? Just asking, just curious. Do you have Death Ward? No? Right? I mean, it's like... Yes, I possess Kai screen.
because I'm not a noob. The moment you take the satchel from the Keakon's hand, you feel a wave of nausea flow through your body that makes you shudder with revulsion. The bag contains the Eye of Agarash. Oh, that was actually pretty easy. For centuries, this evil gem has lain dormant, its power inert. Now it has been awoken, triggered by the close proximity to you, a champion of God Kai. Hurriedly, you draw upon your Grandmaster Discipline of Kai screen to shield yourself from its malicious radiance. Hey, you have the ability to see into the ethereal realm, right? Your defenses counter its insidious effect, but you suffer a minor shock to your nervous system that leaves you chilled to the bone. Lose 1 endurance. Okay. Fair. Tough but fair. Whenever you are affected by the debilitating power of the Eye of Agarash, you may use Lomspur to help you recover. Normally, a healing potion of Lomspur restores 4 endurance points when taken after combat. When using it to restore endurance lost due to the power of the Eye of Agarash... Hold on a second, what section am I on? 275? I just want to look at something real quick. It does say when swallowed after combat. It doesn't say you can drink it whenever the F you want. Interesting. I hope I remember which section I was just on. Was it like 272 or something? Nope. What section was I on, you guys? Oh wait, I can just go back in the browser, it's fine. When using it to restore endurance lost due to the power of the Eye of Agarash, you may only restore the actual number of points lost. For example, we're not saying this is going to happen, but if you should lose 3 endurance points due to the effects of the eye, and then you take a potion of Lomspur which normally restores 4 points, you will only regain the lost 3 points. The extra point of endurance is not gained, and should not be added to your endurance score. Wow, so now you're nerfing my potions even. Thanks, Joe. Oh yeah, dude. Ethereal monsters were fucking nonsense back in 1st and 2nd edition. Dude, phase spiders were no goddamn joke. Yeah, the Thought Eater. I remember that. I think that came out in the Complete Psionics Handbook. I believe earlier versions of the Potion of Lomspur just said, drink this whenever the F you want to get 4 endurance. It might not have actually said whenever the F you want, but like, I didn't think there was a stipulation. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just took it to mean, hey, any time is technically after combat. I've had a combat earlier, like 2 hours ago I had a combat. Right now is after that. Therefore, I can drink it now. I don't know. Need to be more precise with your language if you don't want rules lawyers like me stomping all over your rules. Any time is Lomspur TM time. Lomspur, the Nuka-Cola of Magnamund. You sling the strap of the satchel over your head and right shoulder and position it across your body so that the bag rests on your left hip. This is the 2nd time he's been curiously specific about where I'm carrying the bag. The Eye of Agarash is a special item. If you already possess the maximum number of special items allowed, your life and your quest end here. Have to discard one. Okay. Eye of Agarash. What are we discarding? The Duranese Consulate Pass, of course.
Yeah. Oh, definitely, Nox. 100%. Must now discard one in its favor. The eye radiates an evil energy that will periodically drain you of endurance points. You will be told whenever this energy drain occurs. If you possess the Grandmaster Discipline of Kai-Screen, the loss of endurance will be limited to only 1 point each time an energy drain occurs. Oh, I'm not concerned about that then. Make a note of this when you record the eye. I don't need to make a note of shit. I'll remember. In that case, I'm going to use Curing right now to give myself a point. Yeah, Kai-Screen. Putting in work. The chilling effect of the eye strengthens your determination to prevent this evil artifact from falling into enemy hands. You must transport it safely to the Kai Monastery of Lorne, where Supreme Master Lone Wolf will ensure it is placed in a secure location, beyond reach of Zashnor and its foul cohorts. Cool. The Kayakon's bodyguard, Lieutenant Quang, enters the throne room accompanied by 3 men. Like you, they are dressed in normal Chai peasant attire. They address Lao Tin with the formal acknowledgement, Your Highness, and bow their heads in respect.
Please, gentlemen, introduce yourselves to our famous guest,
says Lao Tin, motioning them towards you with a sweep of his hand. I guess he just casually had this satchel equipped. I don't know. I'm assuming it was being kept. He had Chai Screen? Oh, good one. Good one, Saito. Chai Screen's even better than Kai Screen, because it's based on delicious tea. Introduce yourselves to our famous guest. In turn, the men step forward and identify themselves. The first to speak is the eldest of the 3. His name is Bai, and he comes from the town of Klati. The second man is Chow, from the village of Zhong. And the third is Dang. Oh, dang, 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 dang. Almost Dang, it's almost Dang. Omen Dang from Alpha Protocol just came to mind. From the port of Valis. Like Ansang, they are all native Chai and have been watchers for the Elder Magi for more than a decade. Bai is also an agent for Lao Tin and has provided him with reliable information about Bernard that has earned him the Kayakon's trust. You hear that he was in Dwala 3 days ago when the Elder Magi instructed him to go to Pensai ahead of your arrival here. He brought Chow and Dang with him. It is he who persuaded the Kayakon to remove the Eye of Agarash from his throne and prepare it for your collection. Alright. Good looking out, Bai. Lao Tin informs Lieutenant Quang. It's going to be really confusing when I go to bid him farewell, however, because I'm going to be like, Bai, and he's going to be like, yes? What can I help you with? Nothing. I'm just saying. Bye. Yeah, I'm here. What is it? No. Bye. Yeah, that's my name. I'm waiting for you to continue your thought. No. I'm leaving. So bye. Oh, so before you leave, you wanted to say something to me. Go ahead. No, bye. Right, we could do a whole goodbye. Yes, good fire snake. You can do like a whole who's on first thing here. Alright. That's enough of that, I guess. Lao Ten informs Lieutenant Quang that he is to accompany you when you leave Pensai. Why would he accompany me? Isn't he your bodyguard? You're the one who really needs a bodyguard right now. You could send any soldier you want, and you're going to send your personal bodyguard? So that doesn't make any sense. He is to ensure you are not delayed on your ride to Dwala. You tell the Kaakon that your plans have changed since you lost the tracking stone upon arriving in Chai. Now you need to return to the place where you landed so that Lord Ramoa can pick you up from there when he returns aboard Comet.
So be it,
replies Lao Tin.
Lieutenant Quang, see to it that they have everything they need for the journey. You shall leave at first light.
You bid thanks and farewell to the Kaakon and Captain Vushan, and then follow Lieutenant Quang out of the throne room to the concourse on the floor below. Quang informs you that all rooms have been put at your disposal, where you can rest before you leave the Imperial Palace tomorrow morning. Excellent! I'm going to go and nap for 30 minutes in each room. I'm just going to go from room to room, maybe 15 minutes so I can cover more rooms. Time to get up! Going to another room. They've given me all the rooms, and I'm not going to waste them. I've been weakened by the Eye of Agarash for a few days. It's the perfect time to say bye to my bodyguard. Onox. Before you retire, he invites you to accompany him to the Imperial Armory. Oh, they're going to try to give me another Kirasami, you guys! Where you will be free to choose any weapons and equipment you wish for the long ride ahead. Yes, this is just like in the beginning of the last book. Do you want to go to the armory and get free shit, or just no? Again, of course you want to go to the armory and get free shit. Oh, he's not even offering me a Kirasami this time? Get the fuck out. Lieutenant Quang escorts you and the Watchers out of the Pensai Pagoda and across the courtyard to the Imperial Palace Armory, which stands next to the grand double doors of the palace compound. At the heart of the building is a wide, deep hall illuminated by myriad oil lamps. They provide bright illumination for the palace armorers who are working at the forges and on the benches which are fixed the length of the armory's ivory white walls. It'll work with any non-bow subdiscipline. We've bedazzled your name on this Kirasami. Yeah, you know what? Works with bow disciplines too. It's just that cool. The lieutenant takes you to a part of the armory where newly finished weapons are stored. Hung or stacked high upon the racks are all manner of weapons, and you are invited to take your pick. He recommends one rack in particular which contains superior quality weapons forged for Imperial Guard officers. These each provide a bonus to combat skill as indicated. Okay, so I can get a 12 arrow quiver, which is cool. And I can get a +1 bow. Superior bow. And then some other rando weapons. I mean, I don't really need another rando weapon, but I will take one just because they're superior. I'm gonna take that Warhammer. I have Warhammer Mastery. Yeah, well, obviously it's not as good as the Silver Bow of Duodon. That's the greatest item anyone could ever get in any game or story ever. And I failed to get it. If they'd had the Silver Bow of Duodon in Lord of the Rings, they would have been like, we can save a whole trip! No need to go to Mount Doom, just shoot the ring once with the Silver Bow of Duodon and we're done here! When you and the Watchers have each made your choice of weapons, Lieutenant Quang takes you back to the concourse of the Pensai Pagoda.
where a small group of courtiers await you. I don't have a voice for Lieutenant Quang yet. I've used up a lot of voices already in this book. Some of the ones I haven't used would be very silly if I use them for Lieutenant Quang. But I don't care! Lieutenant Quang is going to have... Grandmaster, respected gentlemen, we shall meet here 1 hour before dawn. Your rooms are ready, so I'll bid you all a good night's rest. Quang salutes you and retires to his quarters, leaving you in the capable hands of the courtiers. Yeah, Lieutenant Quang is southern. He's got that southern twang in his voice. Shiro Guard by way of Texas. Legolas too. He just shoots it off into the sky and the crits just roll in all across the globe. While everyone else just chills in Rivendell, right? Quang twang. Quang twang doodaloo doo doo. I said quang twang doodaloo doodaloo doo. He's a quang, it's a twang. That's what we call it, quang twang. Quang twang doodaloo doo doo. I said a quang twang doodaloo doodaloo doo. Yes. That happened. You know what time it is, everybody? You know what time it is yet again. That's right. It's ice time, ice time, ice time, ice time, ice time, ice time. It is time for ice. I said it's ice time, ice time, ice time, ice time, ice time, ice time. It is time for ice. And it's time to switch it up. Switching it up. What am I drinking now? What am I drinking now, you guys? Knox will know. Nice time yet again. No, not Big K Diet Cola. I was drinking Cola O before. I've switched it up. Switched it up. Now, Big K Black Cherry. Good guess, but no, they've been out of Black Cherry for like weeks and weeks. I haven't had any. It's Big K Diet Orange. Big K Diet Orange. What's happening with the music? Well, why are you doing this to me, YouTube? Blah, 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 something about a browser extension, as though I know what that is. Alright. I'll bid you all a good night's rest. Quang salutes you and retires to his quarters, leaving you in the capable hands of the courtiers. Orange vanilla Coke commercial. Orange vanilla Coke. Also available in orange vanilla Coke, 0 sugar. I don't remember exactly how it goes, but... Okay, shall we continue? Excellent. An elegant palace courtier takes you gently by the arm and escorts you to your sleeping room. Hello, my room's on the ground floor. Upon arriving, she opens the mahogany door, bows politely, and motions you to enter. You cross the threshold and stare in amazement at this luxurious bedchamber. The courtier bids you good night, and the door closes behind her without a sound. More free heals. Fine food and new clothing have been thoughtfully provided for you. You climb out of your damp and travel-stained clothes and ease yourself into the warm water of a sunken marble bath. Wait, 2 baths in 1 book? Holy shit.
I'm living in the lap of luxury in this place. The scented water soothes your aching limbs. After bathing, you eat before retiring to a majestic bed where you fall asleep as soon as your head touches the soft silk pillow. Has that literally ever happened to anyone? Like, there have been times when I was profoundly tired, but still, that whole fell asleep as soon as your head hits the pillow thing, has that ever happened to anyone? You are awoken before dawn by the harmonic tinkling of a small handbell. You open your eyes, and the first thing you see is the smiling face of the courtier. With a soft and lilting voice, she tells you that Lieutenant Quang will be in the concourse in 30 minutes' time. You watch as she seemingly glides out of the bedchamber and closes the door. You arise feeling better than you have felt in days. A good night's rest and a generous helping of shameless luxuriance. Hashtag shameless luxuriance. Restore any endurance points you may have lost so far. Did you have your flesh ripped to pieces by crazy forest ghouls? Doesn't matter. You had a really comfy bed and a lot of silk sheets and shit, so all those wounds just magically close. She's on a Segway. But do you get a towel? It's a good question. I hate when I waste a bunch of free healing, right? I only got 2 points back there. I wish I had been more hurt. My only regret is that I only have 2 endurance to give. I don't know. You get dressed in your new clothes, which comprise a crimson leather jacket, black breeches, sturdy black boots, and a dark green oilskin cape with a generous hood. I'm wearing green and red together, huh? Merry fucking Christmas! After re-equipping yourself with your belt, backpack, and weapons, you leave the bedchamber and make your way to the concourse. The 3 watchers are there, and they bid you good morning. You have all arrived a little early, and you have 10 minutes to kill before Lieutenant Quang is expected. The palace courtiers bring you each a basket of freshly baked bread, cheese, and slices of veal. Very savage. Nox is gonna freak out. With exotic fruits, and together you eat a hurried breakfast beside the azure stream of the indoor garden before Quang arrives. Look, I assume this is pig veal. No wonder why they have such an evil artifact. You have 10 minutes to kill. Combat strength 10, endurance 10. You have to literally kill the time. That'd be funny. The lieutenant appears, clad in his battle dress, with his badge of rank prominently displayed on his dark green cloak. He ushers you all to the Imperial stables, where you collect your mounts for the journey. They are fine steeds and will serve you well. You pass through the city's south gate just as dawn is breaking, and begin the long ride to Vabu. The rain-swept highway is still crowded with refugees, but they quickly make way for you when they recognize Quang's Imperial Guard insignia and his Kirusami now. And you reach the village of Uzam in the early afternoon. You pass by the blacksmithy and general store and notice that both places are now closed and boarded up. You are riding past the tavern when you see Kenga, the tavern owner, appear at an open upper floor window. He looks very frightened, and he is about to shout something to you when he is dragged away from the window by unseen hands. Oh shit, not Kenga. These are going badly. Look, I went to all the trouble of saving Kenga's life with Invisible Fist. I'm not just gonna leave Kenga out to die like I did with Anseng. The veal conspiracy. If they were eating young cows in Athos, it would be the Veiled Alliance. Very specific Dark Sun joke. Is being dragged away from the window by butchers, not butchers! You signal to Lieutenant Quang to halt, and he and the Watchers immediately obey your command. Quickly you inform them of what you have seen, and they agree to investigate the tavern with you. After dismounting and securing your horses, Quang, Bai, and Chow hurry around to the rear of the tavern, while you and Deng force open the front door. As soon as you set foot inside the empty tap room, you hear the sounds of a struggle taking place on the floor above. Like, I've already decided, since I'm running out of unique voices, that Bai and Chow and Deng, because they're the three Watchers, are all going to have the exact same voice, whatever it is. You save his life even without Magi Magic, you just sprain your wrist for 3 endurance loss? Ah. Okay. Swiftly, you ascend a narrow staircase that leads to the upper floor, drawing your Kai weapon as you bound up the creaky wooden steps. Upon reaching the top of the stairs, you see an open trapdoor in the ceiling directly above. Your sixth sense screams a warning of danger, but you have barely a second to react before a hulking gray shape drops down and slams you to the floor. The scabrous, hairless gray skin of this cadaverous horror reeks of a charnel smell. Foul black fluid drips from its fanged mouth, and a baleful green glow radiates from its ragged eye sockets. From the tip of the index fingers of its right hand extends a curved, razor-sharp talon. "A Naga Ghoul!" screams Deng. "Ishir, save us!" Naga Ghoul. Looks like an easy fight. Due to the crushing impact of the ghoul dropping down on your shoulders and slamming you to the floor, thanks Sixth Sense, you lose 2 endurance. Fine. It takes the first round of combat for you to get back on your feet. Therefore, any endurance points you inflict on the Naga Ghoul in the first round should not be deducted. And due to the success of its surprise attack, thanks Sixth Sense, the Naga Ghoul reduces your endurance by 1 in addition to any other damage it inflicts in the first round of combat. The area at the top of the stairs is too narrow for Deng to be able to help you fight this ferocious enemy. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. Have a Coke, Deng. Alright, so what it's saying is, in the first round, it's going to do an extra point of damage to me, and I'm not going to do any damage to it no matter what I roll. So I clearly beat it by way more than plus 11, so I don't have to worry about that. Let's roll the die. I got a 6. A 6 means it would take 16 damage, but it's not going to take any. It would deal 1 damage, but it's actually going to deal 2. Might as well have just taken 3 endurance with the fall. Well, if it had dealt 0 damage to me, it would have dealt 0 damage. It only did 1 extra because it actually hit me. Alright, second round. Just give me a 9 or a 0 and let's polish this off. How about a 1? Hashtag blessed. Thanks, Saito. Look, I don't like to blame any specific person, but Saito's fault. Alright. He loses 9. I lose 3. That's still not that bad. Alright, has lost 9. 7, that's good. Has lost 27, I lose none. One more round, probably a finish it off. A 0. Instant kill. Alright. I win the combat. Turn to 72. Now, at the exact moment that the combat ends, apparently that's the rule now, I'm going to drink one of these. Boop, boop. Take myself back up to 48. Oh yes, I know. Deng looks down at the decapitated head of the Naga ghoul in shocked disbelief. He has heard of these evil undead, but he has never before seen one with his own eyes. As he struggles to retain his breakfast and regain his composure, cautiously you enter an open doorway to your left. This is the tavern owner's living and sleeping quarters, a large room that extends the length of the building. On the floor near the open window overlooking the street is Kenga. The old man has had his throat slashed and he is lying dead in a pool of blood. Man, I saved that guy a little while ago. Everybody that Fire Snake saves ends up getting killed anyway. When Lone Wolf saved somebody, they stayed saved. That's why he's the Supreme Master. On the middle finger of his right hand, you see a gold signet ring, and immediately your sixth sense detects that this is no ordinary ring. Died in the winter anyway. Yeah. Kenga's ring, and so I just immediately start looting this dude? Kenga's ring endows its wearer with a limited protection from evil. Record on your action chart. You cannot disguise the Eye of Agarash. No shit. Whenever the eye causes you an energy drain, pick a number from the random number table. If the number you choose is 0 through 5, the ring has no effect. Or if it's 6 through 9, you may reduce the effect by 1 endurance point. You know what's great about that? We're already only taking 1, which means we don't even need to bother to roll. It just means that we can now completely ignore the damage from the Eye of Agarash as long as we have this ring. Nice. I'm gonna get rid of the gold talisman of Sejanaz. I never really felt like that was a great thing to have anyway. No, maybe it'll come in useful. I'll get rid of the ornate silver clasp from Gregor. I don't think that will ever come into play. It offers very limited protection from evil. Thanks, Kenga, for dying. Deng has now recovered from shock, and he is standing by a window at the far end of the room. He shouts for you to come and join him. Down in the rear garden of the tavern, you see Quang, Bai, and Chow locked in a desperate fight with 5 Naga ghouls. They are faring badly and are in desperate need of help. Yeah, I got this. Just let me handle everything, guys. You race down the stairs and race out into the rear garden with your Kai weapon poised to strike. Deng follows close on your heels, notching an arrow to his bowstring and letting fly at the first target he sees. His hurried shot misses by a yard. But your sudden appearance and the whistling arrow caused the Naga ghouls to disengage from the fight and regroup. Quang pulls the 2 watchers back several paces. He is breathless but unharmed, but Bai and Chow have both sustained gouges to their upper arms and they are bleeding badly. Oh, I can use all kinds of stuff here. You know what I can't use? Kai Alchemy. Suck it, Kai Alchemy. Might not have to worry about their voices soon. Hey, they might have cool magic items on them, too. I should just let them die. Yay, you won. Unfortunately, all their throats are slit. Oh well, moving on. Turn to 128. Magi Magic, Kai Surge, Grand Nexus. Grand Nexus, Grand Thane. What does that do again? I'm on 293. Grand Nexus, Grand Thane. Oh, Oh, the word of power thing that we were reading about. Wait. No. No. I'm not fooled. It doesn't work against things that have not acknowledged Nar as their master. You know exactly what's going to happen. You're going to turn to it, and it's going to be like, LOL, these ghouls don't specifically serve Nar, so your shit does nothing. Hashtag Devert. And also, because you tried to use this and it was wrong, your life and your quest end here. Nope. Not fooled, book. Not fooled. Kai Surge always serves me well. So does Magi Magic, though. I'm going to use Magic. It does nary a thing to them. Oh, Nox. Fooled you. Minus 20 endurance for you and Repedio Kai Summer School Fool. Let's Magi Magic this shit. You shape your mouth in readiness to utter the old kingdom power word. Galore! The force of your spell word hits the grouped Naga ghouls and sends them tumbling backwards into the ground. Oh, okay, so I just arted them, basically. Charge! Shouts Lieutenant Quang, and his stirring command galvanizes the Watchers into action. Anxious to seize the advantage your power word has provided, all 5 of you attack the fallen Naga ghouls before they can get back on their feet. Or maybe it was like more of a Fus Roda situation. I don't know who Park and Rex John Ralphio is. You attack the 5 undead Naga ghouls before they can stagger back to their feet. Lieutenant Quang fights fiercely by your side, and the 3 Watchers engage those ghouls that attempt to outflank you. Your use of the Old Kingdom power word has given you the combat advantage. You may ignore any endurance point losses you sustain in the first round of this fight. You may add 6 points to your combat skill for the duration of this fight, for Quang and the Watchers are supporting you throughout this battle against these fearsome creatures. So, between that and the undead wardstone thing, even if my combat skill sucked, it would be really high in this fight. So I'm clearly way over the plus 11 needed. That's a lot of endurance, though. If you win this combat, Quang decapitates the heads of the fallen enemy to prevent them from being reanimated by the evil energy that has kept them in an undead state for centuries. As he chops off the head of the last Naga ghoul with his Kirusami, thanks for bringing that up, you feel a chilling aura radiating from the eye of Agarash. A sudden wave of weakness drains you of 3 endurance points. Okay, let's do the fight. Easy peasy. Plus 11. So all I gotta do is roll high and I can one-shot these things. Nine. Boom. One-shotted. Enemy killed. I lose 0. Beautiful. And I can ignore the sudden wave of weakness because of the combination of my Kai screen and the Kenga's ring. As the nausea subsides, you turn your attention to the Watchers who have all sustained wounds during the combat. By the use of your Magna Kai curing discipline, you are able to stop their bleeding and help them quickly to recover. But don't worry, in Section 227 they will die anyway. You sense that you must now leave this location, for there are more Naga ghouls in the vicinity, and they are heading for the tavern garden, drawn by the foul smell of the spilt blood of their slain brethren. Hurriedly, you all remount your horses and press on with your journey to Vabu without further delay. Cool.
Soon the village of Uzam is little more than a dot on the rain-swept horizon behind you. The highway ahead is filled with refugees, and the column of people and wagons has slowed almost to a halt. With Lieutenant... Aren't they kind of overusing these Naga ghouls, by the way? That is literally the third fight with Naga ghouls we've had in this one book. I think. I mean, where are the rest of the monsters in your bestiary? Naga, please. How about no more Naga, please? Soon the village of Uzam is little more than a dot. Oh yeah, the highway is filled with refugees and the column of people and wagons has slowed almost to a halt. With Lieutenant Quang in the lead, you push your way through this jam until you can go no further. When you reach the head of the stagnant column, you quickly discover why the flow of traffic has ground to a halt. You magnify your vision, and in the middle distance you see several dozen Chagarashi have set up a roadblock where the highway crosses the open plain north of Vabu. They are accompanied by other creatures you have never encountered before. Here we go. You inform the lieutenant of what you can see, and his face drops. His worst fears have been confirmed. If it was Lone Wolf's worst fears being confirmed, there would be wooden platforms ahead. Wait, I thought it said on one roll it ignores all the damage, and on the other roll it ignores 1 point of it. Zero to 5 does nothing? Okay, I'll take you guys' word for it. Alright, fine. So I did take a point of damage then. I must have read it wrong. Worst fears confirmed. Okay, the ring has no effect, not the eye has no effect. Got it. Cool. They're sealing off the highway to prevent reinforcements from reaching Pensei from the south, he says in a grave tone. Some of Zashnor's horde must have penetrated the Zuchao Hills and come around our flank. We'll not reach Vabu by the highway now. We'll have to make a detour around this roadblock. Try to get you to town before nightfall by some other way. Quang scours the surrounding countryside, but he cannot decide which way is best to avoid the enemy. I love the fact that Quang is wearing a cowboy hat in my fucking headcanon right now. He's got his Kirusama, and he's got a fucking cowboy hat. Go east using the sparse cover of the trees. Go west and make use of the cover afforded by the hills. Hey, we had good luck with the hills last time. Let's go with the hills again. Besides, the trees must have nays, because the hills have eyes. A-Y-E. You have to advise him to go west. He's playing a harmonica and dispensing vigilante justice. Yes, indeed. We're going west, young man. Lieutenant Quang nods in agreement, and you lead him and the Watchers away from the halted refugee column and ride west towards the southern end of the Zuchao Hills. The grass and mixed foliage is taller and denser here than it is on the east side of the highway, and you make slow progress. As your horses push on, it is as if they are wading through a thick green sea that swirls around your knees. You were little more than a mile from the hills when Quang signals everyone to halt.
He has seen something suspicious, and he points to it. You magnify your vision and scour the rain-drenched grassland. Immediately, you spot 3 chagarashi snaking their way through the foliage towards you. They are less than 50 yards away. Quang says it would be best to avoid them, and you agree. I could fight him. I killed a bunch of chagarashi earlier like it weren't no thing. He proposes that you circle around this area and attempt to enter the hills further south. Alright, whatever you want to do, man. You move away from the approaching chagarashi and steer your horses due south through the dense grassland. Once you are safely clear of the enemy, you make a gradual turn towards the west and approach the hills once more. As you walk your horses up the gentle rise that ascends toward the brow of a wide hill, your sixth sense alerts you to danger ahead. Immediately, you shout a warning to Quang, and he signals to the watchers to halt.
"What is it, my lord?"
he says anxiously.
"I can sense something hostile on the far side of this hill,"
you reply.
"I fear it could be an ambush."
Respectful of your Kai intuition, Quang tells everyone to dismount and draw weapons. He orders Chow to remain here and hold the horses. Hold your horses. While the rest of you go to the top of the hill under cover of the tall grass in order to determine what lies beyond. Crouching low, cautiously the 4 of you make your way to the crest of the hill. When you see the terrible scene that lies in the shallow valley beyond, it sends a cold shiver down the length of your spine. Dun dun dun. Cliffhanger that lasts as long as it takes to click this link. This one's been really long, hasn't it? I've been going for like 9999 minutes so far, 6.5 hours. Now, it took us quite a while before we even started, but still, this has been one of the longest ones, I think. Three refugee wagons lay overturned in the shallow basin of the valley, their contents spilled out and scattered among the tall foliage. Lying among them were the torn and bloodied remnants of many Chai civilians. It is impossible to estimate just how many refugees have been slaughtered here, for none of their corpses are wholly intact. You are sickened to witness several hulking gray shapes moving about in this killing field, pausing only to snatch up and gnaw at the remains of the dead. I'm so sick of these hulking gray shapes. Seriously? More hulking gray shapes? Okay. Sucks that they killed all these refugees. If you've arrived from the eastern tree line, if you've arrived from the halted refugee column after chosen to go west. Wait, what? Section 239. We weren't on Section 239. Oh. I guess we were. It doesn't say anything here about a halted column, though. Okay, but it doesn't say anything about us coming to a tree line either, so it must be the halted column. You magnify your vision and focus on the bloodthirsty beasts responsible that are responsible for this slaughter. The creatures are muscular bipeds covered with coarse gray fur. Oh, this is something new.
A bony ridge runs from their foreheads to the base of their stunted tails, and each has a mouth filled with tiger-like fangs. Some have crude axes fashioned from flint and bone, with which they brutally decapitate and dismember the corpses.
Scarada!
Gasps Quang in disbelief.
I encountered a Scarad years ago in the Voxai Swamp. I still carry the scars of that accursed creature.
Bai and Deng are so shocked and outraged when they survey this terrible scene that they cannot suppress their anger. Vehemently, they curse the murdering, bloodthirsty beasts. Lieutenant Quang hisses at them to be quiet, but their curses have already reached the ears of the closest Scarada. Thanks, Bai and Deng. One of them emits a piercing shriek, and a dozen of its confederates respond instantly. They cease their gruesome feasting and come bounding up the slope of the hill towards your position. It literally says a halted refugee column in the first sentence. Oh, the halted refugee column. Right. Oh, that halted refugee column. I thought they were talking about it different. Why couldn't they keep biding their time? Okay, that was good. That was Knoxworthy right there. Biding their time because it was Bai and Deng? Nice. Well played, Saito. You get a trophy. Alright, they're bounding up the hill, guys. What do we do? Evade them? Tell everybody to run away? 343 is for cowards. Hashtag for cowards. Or unsheathe and prepare to fight. Fuck yeah! Ain't fucking around. Yeah, we're doing it. We're fighting them when they get to the top of the hill. Can't I, like, blast on them with some magic or some bows or some shit on their way, though? No, I cannot blast on them with anything on their way, apparently. But Quang can. Quang hurriedly unshoulders his bow and commands Bai and Deng to do likewise. Fire at will! He shouts, and the three of them unleash a flurry of arrows at the advancing Scarada. 6 of the enemy fall dead or wounded before the remainder reaches the top of the hill. 2 of the beasts rush at you in a frenzied attack, their blood-stained axes held poised to hack you down. Scarada, in combat frenzy. 45 combat skill, I am unconcerned. Unconcerned. Your life and your quest end here. An 8. That's good. That's an insta-kill. It's an insta-kill. So we just murder the shit out of these things like it ain't no thing. 274. You step back from the bodies of your slain enemies and call to the others to retreat from the hilltop. Together you scramble down the grassy slope as fast as your legs will carry you, and race back to Chow and the horses. You were the first to mount up, and you must choose which direction you wish to go to get away from a second wave of Scarada that have reached the top of the hill. One of them comes racing down the slope in a desperate attempt to stop you getting away. You scan the surrounding countryside and realize that you cannot head east towards the highway. A war party of Chagarashi are now awaiting you on the grassy plain, and they are determined to stop you from escaping this way. So we're between a Chagarok and a Skarad place? No. No. What? What? Turn to the south and make your escape. Turn north and attempt to evade using the cover of the tall grassland. Okay. Look. Both of these are cowards' choices, but south at least is the direction we should be going. So we're going south. Life in your quest end here. Quang and the Watchers mount their horses and follow as you urge your horse southwards through the dense chest-high grass. A Skarad attempts to cut you off, but the smell of its foul fur spurs your horse to the gallop, and it races headlong through the tangled grasses and foliage. In frustration, the Skarad hurls its axe at you, and the sharp flint blade slices your upper right arm as it spins past. Lose 2 endurance. Your horse continues its flight across the rain-soaked grassland until the howls of the Skarada can no longer be heard. Quang and the Watchers catch up with you, and you draw your horses in a circle to pause and assess your options. Thaumaturgy. That's the one I would go with, Nux. The lieutenant is anxious to press on, mindful of the need to reach Vabu before darkness. Wearily, the Watchers agree, and you continue southwards across the increasingly gloomy plain. You have covered a few miles when you spot a farmstead in the distance. You magnify your vision and see that it has been abandoned. Its door swings open and shut in the wind. Quang says you should investigate it, and readily you agree. The Watchers are physically and emotionally exhausted, and you are all sorely in need of some rest. Upon reaching the deserted farmstead, you dismount and tie your tired horses to its fence post before entering. I'm going to use a curing point. I will volunteer to act as lookout. Wait, no. That means they go in without me. No, that's dumb. I will choose to enter the farmhouse with my companions. Need to do a little porridge. Yeah, this book's definitely going on longer than I was expecting. I mean, that's not a bad thing, but... Alright, we're going in. You approach the open door of the farmhouse and enter. Having determined that this dwelling is empty, you beckon the others to join you, and then you wedge the door open with a kitchen knife that is lying discarded on the floor. The interior of this dwelling shows signs of having been abandoned in a hurry. The embers of a log fire are still aglow in its stone fireplace, and the remnants of a hastily eaten meal remain on the table. You draw up a chair and seat yourself at the table, making sure you have a clear view through the open doorway to the hills beyond. The Watchers seat themselves around the table and rest their weary heads in their hands. Quang remains standing nearby. Bai, Chow, and Deng are close to tears. They have been badly affected by the massacre of the refugees. Quang tries to console them, but they are consumed with grief. He reminds them that they must put duty first. Escorting you to your rendezvous place must be their first and foremost concern. By fulfilling this goal, they will help bring about the swift avenging of the murdered refugees. The lieutenant's words are inspiring, and the Watchers draw strength from them. Soon they are able to compose themselves and refocus on doing their duty. Quang is able to gather enough food from the kitchen shelves to provide everyone with a meal. As you eat in silence, you detect movement along the ridge of the distant hills. You leave the table and go to the open doorway to get a better look. It is as you suspect. A war party of Scarada are moving along the crest and they are heading in your direction. They are coming! Your warning galvanizes your companions into action. No shit. As one, they rise from the table and quickly gather their weapons and equipment. In less than a minute, you are all back in the saddle and heading south, eager to avoid being caught by the murderous Scarada. That's how you tell some motherfuckers that they're coming. Turn to 203, shall we? Shall we turn to 203? As you continue your ride south, the cloud and persistent rain becomes increasingly darker and heavier. The tall grassland gradually recedes and your horses are able to pick up their pace, but you are sorely aware that the easier going will also help the Scarada to track you. After an hour spent crossing the plain, you spot something in the distance that makes you call your companions to a halt. You magnify your vision and focus on the dark shape ahead.
What is it, my lord?
Asked Quang anxiously.
Scarada, you reply uneasily. Lots of Scarada!
You can see a large formation of the creatures, more than 500 strong. Okay, we fucked. These we can't fight 500. They are moving towards the east and are crossing your route of escape. The lieutenant proposes that you change direction and head southeastwards. This will put you on a course to Vabu, and should enable you to reach the town ahead of the Scarada horde. You and the Watchers agree to the lieutenant's proposal, and together you set off at a brisk pace. You reach the west gate of Vabu shortly after dark. The 2 sentries posted here come smartly to attention and salute the instant they recognize Quang's Imperial Guard insignia. Hurriedly they push open the gate and you ride into the town, along the same road that you traveled 2 days ago when you arrived here by wagon with Anseng and Chenggu. Quang takes the lead and the rest of you follow as he canters his horse along the lantern-lit road to a junction at the center of the town. He is familiar with Vabu, having stopped here overnight on many occasions whilst traveling from Pensai to Valis to meet with the town's military commander. Isn't this the place that had the golden dragon? Oh yeah, this is the place that had the golden dragon. Let's stay there again. That place was nice. Had our own bath in the room. We could go for 3 baths in 1 book. The military commander. Okay, Quang crosses the junction and brings his horse to a halt before a large, green-tiled 2-story building with a tall bell tower. I gave that place a good TripAdvisor review. It is the house of the town elder and headquarters of the Vabu militia. You all dismount and follow the lieutenant through its ornate arched doorway. When you stride, casually, into the reception hall, you find Elder Qinlao and Militia Captain Xing seated at a large pine table heaped with parchments. You're probably covered in ghoul sliggins. Oh my god, so many ghoul sliggins. They are locked in conversation. Both of them turn their heads, recognize the familiar face of Lieutenant Quang, and immediately stand up and salute him. All the goulash. Nice.
It's an unexpected pleasure to see you again, Quang,
says Captain Jing.
But what brings you here at this late hour?
The lieutenant tells Captain Zing of your difficult journey from Pensai, your encounter with the Skarada, and your discovery of the refugee massacre in the hills. Both Elder Quinlao and Zing are visibly shocked by his chilling report. Quang informs them that a large force of Skarada is heading for Vabu from the west, and he urges Zing to muster his militiamen and deploy them on the palisade wall at once. He is certain that the enemy will attack Vabu during the night. Onox. All the goulash. Man, that's something I haven't eaten in about 9999 years. Goulash. My mom used to make goulash when I was a kid, but basically since then I don't think I've ever had any goulash. The captain tugs a large scroll from under the pile of documents and clears the table with one swift sweep of his arm. Quickly, he unfurls the parchment and lays it out on the bare tabletop. It is a detailed plan of Vabu. He motions Quang and yourself to come forward and examine it.
You'll see that there are 4 watchtowers located in Palisade Wall, at the north, south, east, and west corners. I have only 100 militiamen at my command, just 25 men to deploy at each of the towers and its adjoining section of wall.
Well, we're fucked then. Nah, we got a wall. We should be fine, right?
The Skarada will most likely attack either the
Oh, this is Quang talking. The Skarada will most likely attack either the west or north wall, says Quang. I suggest you deploy 30 militiamen at each of these points, man the south and east watchtowers with 5 men apiece, and hold back a mobile reserve of 30 men ready to plug any gaps or counter any enemy that break through the walls. Captain Jing nods in agreement. Lieutenant Quang asks the captain if he may take a few minutes to speak to you and the Watchers. The captain consents, and Quang takes you and the Watchers to one side. He speaks with a hushed voice.
My lord, our only hope of getting you to your rendezvous in 2 days' time is if we help Captain Zing to defeat the Skarada. We all saw this afternoon that the enemy is moving in force toward this town from the west. It's certain the first few miles of the highway to Halau are now in their hands. If we can defeat them when they attack Vabu, we may get a chance to break out of the town and head for Halau across the Huzang Plain. Clearly, it's now too late to leave Vabu by the south road. If we are to try to reach Klati in the rain and darkness, the Skarada would slay us before we got beyond a mile of the town's south gate.
You all know that Quang is correct, and as one, you consent to his proposal. You will stay and fight. We will help with the defense, says Quang, much to Captain Jing's relief. His militia are adequately armed, but they are not trained soldiers. They will fight hard to protect their town and their families. Of this he is sure, but he is afraid they will be no match for the Skarada in close combat. It will greatly improve the odds to have a Kai Grand Master, an Imperial bodyguard, and 3 able Watchers fighting alongside them. Both Zing and Elder Quinlao thank you for your help. The captain says that your service will be best put to use where the threat of attack is greatest, at the west and north watchtowers. Well, he just said they're coming from the west. So I feel like I should go to the west. Turn to 104. You know? Elder Quinlao sees to it that your horses are stabled here at militia headquarters. Meanwhile, Captain Zing writes 2 notes informing his militia sergeants that you and Lieutenant Quang are authorized to take command of their companies. Then he hurries away to the bell tower and rings the bell. Dang, 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 dang. It's battle time for boys and girls. It warns the townsfolk that Vabu is in imminent danger of attack, and it calls the militia to their battle posts at the watchtowers and along the perimeter walls. A small group of boys gather at the militia headquarters. They are messengers who are charged with conveying written orders from Captain Zing to the militiamen. Tefera's here. They will also carry reports back from the palisade wall to keep the captain abreast of any changes in the situation, if you give them a copper. One of the boys is ordered to take you to the West Watchtower. Another is assigned to Lieutenant Quang and the watchers who will go to the North Watchtower. As the boys are collecting the notes that Captain Zing has written, Quang and the watchers bid you good luck and good hunting. You agree to meet back here after the battle, assuming the fight goes in your favor. Oh, they're dead. They're dead. Maybe not Quang, but those watchers are dead. Toss a coin to your Kai Lord, O Valley of Plenty. Dude, I love that fucking song, man. The messenger boy escorts through the teeming rain to the West Watchtower. When you arrive, he hands Captain Zing's notes to the sergeant in command of the men stationed here. The man's eyes widen with surprise the moment he reads the note and realizes who you are. The Slayer of Sejanaz. Thank you, somebody can recognize me finally. You instruct him to show you the watchtower and adjoining walls so that you can best deploy his company of militiamen. With pride, he takes you into the tower and up a wooden staircase that leads to the parapet walkway. You order 5 militiamen to man the tower and deploy the others along the palisade wall. As they hurry to get in position, you see some of the enemy horde approaching the north wall through the sheeting rain. As they come closer, your heart sinks. These Skarada are being led by 6 Chagarashi. In unison, the snarling horrors throw back their heads and let loose a chorus of blood-curdling shrieks. It is the signal to attack. The next season will still come. Oh. Yeah, that's a good question, Saito. It might very well be delayed. A lot of things might be delayed because of COVID and the general dumb fuckery of Trump's response. Honestly, I feel like if you could sum up the Trump presidency in 2 words, general dumb fuckery are good ones. They film it in Hungary. Well, I'm sure that Hungary has to deal with COVID as well. Yeah, I have a bow. I'll use it. Why not? I have a superior bow. But I know. Here we go. Silver bow of Duodon jokes. Knock yourselves out, folks. You pick off 2 of the Chagarashi leaders with ease. Erase 2 arrows from your action chart. Alright. No problem. But you do not have enough time or arrows to kill all of the Skarada that are following them. There are more than 100 Skarada assaulting this section of the town's perimeter wall. Only a few of the militiamen are armed with bows, and they are poor archers. They fire down on the Skarada below, but with little effect. You order them to shoulder their bows and command all of the men to keep their heads below the parapet.
Be ready to strike hard the moment the enemy show themselves. We must not let them take the parapet walkway. You sang. Kai ability, Hail of Arrows. Yeah. That would be useful. The remaining Chagarashi lead the attack on the west wall. They leap up and sink their talons deep into the logs and cling on tightly as the Scarada use them like scaling ladders. They clamber up their backs to reach the top of the wall. You unsheathe your Kai weapon and join the militiamen crouching along the parapet walkway. The instant the clawed hands and head of the first Scarad appear above the parapet, you spring to your feet and strike. You can add +3 in the first round of this combat. I don't need to. He's unable to retaliate in the first round, so you don't take any damage. Cool. That'll be easy enough then. I got the +11. Thanks, Saito. It's the blessing again. You unsheath it, then resheath it, then draw the weapon you're actually using. Yeah. Oh, it is. Well, the good news is I don't take that 3 damage because of the first round thing, and the enemy still takes 9. Second round. So blessed. Now see, the longer you go in the book, the more the blessing begins to accumulate. Now I do take 3 damage. And we've only dealt 18 to our foe. Round 3. Fight! Ah, there's a kill. Okay. Now, I've just completed a combat, so I can go ahead and drink a Lomspur potion if I want, and I'm going to. Despite their lack of training, the militiamen fight with great tenacity. They slash and cleave the bone-ridged heads of the Scarada the instant they appear above the parapet, and none of the enemy makes it onto the walkway alive. As the first wave of attackers retreat from the base of the wall to lick their wounds and regroup, a messenger boy appears in the watchtower's upper doorway. His face is flushed after having run several hundred yards as fast as he can.
"Come quickly, my lord," he gasps. "The east wall is breached."
You hand back command of the militia company to the sergeant and hurry after the boy, following him down the watchtower steps and out onto the paved street beyond. When you reach the junction in the middle of the town, you see another messenger boy running towards you. Close behind him are Lieutenant Quang and the 3 watchers.
"East wall!"
shouts Quang.
"Yes!"
you shout back. The messengers both turn and run along Nuoshi Street, which leads directly to the East Watchtower. You and Lieutenant Quang are fearful that the enemy may have circled around the town and found the weakest point in its defenses. But when you reach the East Watchtower, the breach in the adjoining wall and the enemy threat do not appear to be so great. A ragged, smoldering hole has been blown through the lower part of the palisade, and 4 Scarada have gained entry to the town by this way. The bodies of the 5 militiamen who were posted at the tower now lie crumpled and lifeless around the feet of these snarling, furry beasts. The Scarada raise their blood-stained axes and slowly stalk toward you and your companions. Quang orders the Watchers to choose their enemy and engage them in close combat. As they advance to meet the Scarada head-on,
You see something climbing through the charred breach in the wall. At first glance, it looks like one of the townsfolk. Oh no! It is gonna be Andang Ghoul or something, isn't it? Ansang, and whatever his name was. You know what it's gonna be. But the moment he steps away from Hole and straightens up, your throat tightens and your pulse races with shock and revulsion. No! And now he's gonna have like 60 combat skill because of the Kirusami. It is Ansang. But he is no longer how you remember him. His face is gray and gaunt, and his eyes are now empty sockets that radiate a dull blue glow. Stiffly, he turns towards you with his cupped hands outstretched. There is a loud crack, and his hands and forearms are wreathed in sparking balls of electric blue fire. Whoa, he got some sweet abilities from dying. Before your disbelieving eyes, these unholy spheres of flame coalesce into a glowing rod that rapidly transforms into the shape of a Kirusami. Okay, my motherfucking Sixth Sense. Listen, Sixth Sense. You don't get to claim that you're warning me of something when it's plainly fucking obvious before my eyes. Your Sixth Sense screams a warning that you are in the presence of a great evil that has taken possession of Ansang and turned him into an undead automaton. No shit, Sixth Sense. Thank you. 2 of your 5 normal senses also tell you this. Classic Sixth Sense, right? He opens his mouth as if to scream, and the ghastly eyeless head of a black snake emerges from where his tongue should be. Wow. He raises his glowing Kirusami and scythes the night air with several sweeping strokes. The weapon glows brighter with every stroke he makes. Okay. You know, when we started this adventure, if you had told me Ansang is the boss, I would not have believed you. Of course, it is a total Deaver move to pull. Look, Ansang deserves more respect than for me to try to shoot him with ranged attacks. I will meet him face to face as his honor deserves. Not using any bow or magic. Alright, he's not that tough. Ansang moves towards you, sweeping his glowing Kirusami before him like a sorceress scythe. Resolutely, you unsheath your Kai weapon, sheathe it again, draw Sunderer, yet as you raise it in readiness to counter his inexorable advance, you are engulfed by a wave of nausea that makes you shiver and retch. Once again, the eye is activated, triggered now by the close proximity of the evil power that is driving Ansang to seek your doom. Lose 4 endurance points. Let's see if we can avoid that. No, we can't avoid that. We'll take 1 point. You retreat a few unsteady paces and struggle to suppress the tide of nausea that is sapping your strength. As if sensing your weakness, Ansang lunges forward and thrusts the glowing tip of his cursed weapon at your trembling face. And I like that it says that he's undead. So because he's undead, my combat skill is 60. Pretty good. Which allows me to retain my 11-point advantage. 50 endurance is a boatload. I could still one-shot him, though, pretty easily. So let's see how it goes. And I did one-shot him. I strike Ansang down with 1 swift but respectful blow. The instant you slay Anseng, his cadaverous body is consumed by a ball of guttering blue flames. Hungrily they feed on his remains, and the ball becomes larger, forcing you to retreat from its expanding power for fear of being drawn into the raging core. Abruptly, the ball transforms into a column of intense blue light that rapidly ascends into the storm clouds overhead. And then it is gone, leaving behind a heap of cold ashes on the muddy ground. Lying atop this mound is Anseng's Kirusami. It is no longer wreathed with blue fire. It appears to have returned to its normal state. Your sixth sense tells you that the aura of evil that surrounded Anseng and his weapon has now vanished. Also, again, my eyes. You kneel beside the ashes and place your hand upon the shaft of the Kirusami. It feels cool to the touch. Your Kai senses detect that some of its fell power still lingers in the blade, but it is insufficient to cause you harm. This is basically Shadow Cleave at this point. I think I'm not going to keep it. I think I'm not going to take it. Yeah. This seems like one of those items where Joe uses it to fuck you later. Should he ever be like, please take a Kurosami, please! If you do not, turn to 223. I do not. The evil power that brought Anseng back from the dead is the same fell force that has compelled the Skarada and Chagarashi to attack Vabu this night. By slaying the undead Anseng, you have banished this force and broken the spell that has driven the creatures to assault the town walls. The Skarada that are fighting Kwang and the Watchers are devastated by the sudden lifting of the spell, and their nerve shatters. Desperately, they break off from the fight and scramble to escape through the hole in the palisade wall. Kwang and the Watchers let them go. They have put up a good fight against a strong enemy, but they have all sustained wounds in the combat. Using your Magna Kai discipline of curing, man, I'm just a healing mug this book. You staunch their wounds and repair the gouges and punctures caused by Skarada fangs and talons. If you took a Kurosami earlier in the book, turn to page 350, otherwise your life and your quest end here. Wouldn't surprise me. Your companions are thankful to have you on their side. As they carry out a makeshift repair on the hole in the east wall, you return to Anseng's ashes and offer up a silent prayer to God Kai to save the soul of this brave man. Kai, giver of bardsmanship. You are finishing your prayer when you hear the sound of the bell tolling in the tower at militia headquarters. It is announcing victory. The battle has been won! Jubilation! You return to the militia headquarters where you are greeted by a jubilant... I didn't even know it said jubilant in the next sentence when I said that. A jubilant Elder Quinlau and Captain Zing. The enemy are fleeing from Vabu, and the town has been spared the massacre that would surely have followed if they had broken through the palisade wall. Kwang and the Watchers are exhausted and in desperate need of rest. You resolve to get some sleep here at the headquarters and leave at daybreak. Elder Quinlau provides you all with food. Restore 3 endurance. Before you take your leave and go to the stables, the bales of hay... Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Stored in the stable's loft provide you with a soft bed for the night. Hay. Kicks me back up to 49 endurance. I like it. I'll even use a curing point to go to 50. Yay for hay. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alright, let's turn to 133, folks. You wake shortly before dawn and stretch your weary limbs. Quang gets to his feet and awakens each of the snoring watchers. A daunting ride awaits you all. You have 2 days in which to cover the 120 miles between Vabu and the location of the lost tracker gem. It's a lot of miles in 2 days, even with horses. Mindful that every hour counts, you forego breakfast and mount your horses. In the gray light of dawn, the old highway that bisects the town is busy with townsfolk preparing to leave Vabu while they still can. They are afraid that the enemy will return and have decided to abandon their homes and journey to the distant town of Haijoy. It is located southeast of Vabu, on the eastern side of the mighty river the mighty river Tukukama. They believe that they will find safe sanctuary there. The rain has eased off overnight to be replaced by a light drizzle. It makes your journey less miserable than it has been since you first arrived in Chai 4 days ago. The first 19 miles of your ride towards the village of Zhang pass uneventfully. It is not until you approach your 20th mile on the highway that your sixth sense warns you enemies are close. You signal to the others to stop. You stand in the stirrups and scan the surrounding countryside, but all you can see is rain-swept grassland swaying in the wind. There are no signs of the Skarada and Chagarashi that attacked Vabu last night. Satisfied that there appears to be no threat of ambush, you resume the ride towards your rendezvous point. It is not until you are 25 miles from Vabu that the situation takes a turn for the worse. A large group of creatures are spotted in the distance. You magnify your vision and see that they are the survivors of last night's attack. They are blocking the highway and are spread out on either side for half a mile in both directions. You call your companions to a halt and consider the best way to avoid them. Quang suggests you try to circle around to the south, across the Huzhang Plain. Bai suggests you may stand a better chance if you enter the foothills of the Zuchao Range to the north, and use the cover they provide to get around them that way. Both routes will delay your journey to the rendezvous point significantly. Moreover, you'll not be able to reach Zhang before nightfall and will face having to spend a night in the open in enemy-occupied territory. Alright, so, in other words, things are not good. Let's turn to 349. You consider both suggestions and realize it is time you must face the harsh reality of your situation. You have no chance of reaching the rendezvous point in time. What a surprise. We already knew we were not getting a ride home on the airship. Cut the games. It is difficult having to admit this to yourself, and even more difficult having to inform your brave companions that you cannot go any further westwards. The risks of being captured or killed are simply too great. They accept your decision in silence, their faces taut with frustration and disappointment. Having endured so much hardship and danger since leaving Pensai, they are loath to give up now. Chao is the first to speak. Why not give these guys...
My lord, though it saddens me to have failed to carry out my duty to escort you to your destination, there may be another way to see you safely home. I propose we turn to the southeast and enter the Tavoiloi forest. It will provide us with good cover from the enemy. My home village is young, and I know the forest well.
We could ride to Zheng and stay there overnight. I can assure you all of a warm welcome there.
The airship went boom in that storm after it left anyway. Quite possibly. Oh no, because that ship had Blazer on it. It would be great if it had gone boom and Blazer was dead, but then also we would lose Elder Ramoa, and he's a national treasure. Kind of worth it though to lose Blazer, not gonna lie. Let's consult the map. He wants us to come down here. I mean, surely we could just go here and get like a ship or something. Down here at the Chicken Estuary. Villoy Forest. And what then? Lieutenant Quang turns his sullen head and stares at Chow. And what then? Do you have a plan that'll deliver the Grand Master home safely? Or do you simply long to return to your own home and to gnaw with the vow you made to Archaicon? Chow begs the lieutenant's forgiveness and asks to be allowed to continue. Sir, with respect, I will never willingly break my vow. We will stay but one night in Zheng before continuing onward to Valis. The town has a ferry that crosses it to Kukuma Estuary twice daily. I propose we catch the ferry to Dwala. My comrade Watchers and I are based in Dwala. Our headquarters are in the Tower of Ashir. We're in regular contact with Lord Ramoa's envoy. Through him, we could get word to the Elder Magi that the Grand Master is with us, and they could direct Lord Ramoa to collect him there. That actually sounds like a pretty good plan, unless Chow is a liar. Lieutenant Quang considers Chow's proposal and his stern expression softens. My apologies, Chow. I should not have been so sharp with you. It's a good plan. I approve of it. What say you, Bai and Deng? Why the fuck do Bai and Deng get a vote? The only person who should get a vote is me. The other Watchers are heartened by Chow's proposal. It offers them the chance to keep the solemn vow they made to Lao Tin. Deng is especially pleased for his home and family are in Valis, and it raises his hopes of seeing them again. So be it, says Quang. Literally doesn't even ask me what I think. I'm the Kai Master here. I'm the guy carrying the thing. This is like when you're just like one of the hobbits from Lord of the Rings and all the big people are making all the decisions. We shall turn toward the Teviloi Forest and make our way to Dwala from there. You are relieved that your mission may yet be completed, and you agree to Chow's plan of action. But your sense of relief rapidly evaporates when you look towards the distant enemy. While you have been listening intently to Chow, you have failed to notice that several dark shapes are loping across the open plain towards you. Thanks, Sixth Sense. Swiftly you magnify your vision and your heart skips a beat. At once you recognize the approaching creatures and you can hardly believe what you see. Doom Wolves. Oh shit, it's been ages since we saw Doom Wolves in a Lone Wolf book. Now we're back to some like actual Spawn of the Darklands shit. Nice. Hurry, hurry! You cry. We must go now and quickly! Gallop towards Vabu. To Villoy Forest. Why the fuck would we gallop towards Vabu on the highway? No, we're going toward the Teviloi Forest. That's the plan.
Your mind is reeling as you spur your horse to the gallop. What are doom wolves doing here in Chai? These loathsome creatures rarely venture far from the darklands of northern Magnamund. The Nadoldrit Saga mountains of Gatan and the Ogshazar mountains of northern Skaror. It is unheard of them ever being seen in southern Magnamund. You come to the rapid and chilling conclusion that Zashnor must be responsible. Only the sorcery of the evil Nadzaran could spawn these creatures so far from their native lands. Nadzaran sorcery, always up to some antics. You glance over your shoulder and are shocked to see how rapidly the Doom Wolves are gaining ground. In less than a minute they are among the horses, racing alongside, snarling and snapping at their haunches. You see Lieutenant Quang unshoulder his Kirusami and stab one in the throat. Of course he does. Let's talk about how cool the Kirusami is real quick. As it attempts to leap up at his horse's head, the sharp blade slices deep into its greasy black fur, and the Doom Wolf tumbles head over tail, mortally wounded. Another Doom Wolf draws alongside your horse with its fearsome jaws agape. Your frightened mount veers away and cuts across the path of two more of these loathsome creatures that are racing along to your right. Here we go with animal mastery again. Are you being serious? Everything is animal mastery in this book. I could use my bow here. I'm good with bow use. Gripping your horse tightly between your knees, you wind the reins around the horn of your saddle and unshoulder your bow. You draw an arrow from your quiver, load and fire your bow with one smooth and fluid movement. The arrow skewers the skull of the Doom Wolf alongside you on the left and brings it crashing to the ground. Startled by its sudden death, the two Doom Wolves on your right ease back and you are able to quickly outpace them. Not bad. Not bad. Quang and the Watchers skillfully shake off and outdistance their pursuing Doom Wolves, and together you plunge through the tree line of the Taviloi forest. At first the pines are widely spaced, and you maintain your fast pace with relative ease. However, this sparse border also makes it easy for a determined handful of Doom Wolves to maintain their pursuit. The rumble of distant thunder and flashes of sheet lightning herald the return of heavy rain. This sudden change in the weather works to your advantage, dampening the scent of your horses and making it harder for the remaining Doom Wolves to track you. At length you come to a denser part of the forest that forces your mounts to slow their pace. It is crisscrossed with several narrow but deep gullies. You work your way around these fissures until you arrive at one that is much longer than the others. It stretches across your path, and at first glance, there appears to be no way to traverse it. Okay. It's too bad we don't have an appropriate mount to leap across this gap with. Like, if we just believed anything that anybody told us, we might think that we could ride across this on a gully bowl. So much setup. It was so bad. What? "Over there!" shouts Quang, pointing along the gully toward the east. He has spotted a dead pine that has fallen across this narrow ravine. Its trunk spans the yawning gap and provides a natural bridge to the far side. Even the gap is tired. Quang takes the lead, and you follow him in single file as he steers his horse safely across the fallen pine. When you reach the far side, you hear the ominous growl of a doom wolf close behind. The pack leader and 3 of its foul brothers are in hot pursuit. They have already reached the middle of the tree bridge and will soon be upon you unless you can do something to halt their swift and determined advance. Would you like to use something that won't work? Would you like to use something that will definitely work but you don't have it? Or would you like to just fail? We'll try elementalism, why not? It's pretty hit or miss, though. Let's halt their advance. They're coming across like a group of gully bulls. 192. You draw upon the power of your Grandmaster discipline to loosen the earth beneath the fallen pine at the edge of the gully. It crumbles, and the top of the tree trunk sinks with it, falling away into the deep ravine. With a chorus of terrified howls, the doom wolves tumble off the trunk and plummet to their doom. Hey, it's their doom because they're doom wolves. At the base of the ravine, 100 feet below. I'm going to take one of their corpses and use it to record a blog because it was a Tumblr. Quang and the Watchers are greatly impressed by the way in which you have dealt with the Doom Wolves. They punched the air and shouted in unison, "Pazar!" You smile and nod your head in acknowledgement of their generous praise. As the echo of their cheer fades away among the surrounding trees, you feel a sudden wave of weakness coursing through your body. It makes your stomach churn and leaves you gasping for breath. Once again, the Eye of Agarash is activated, and this time it drains you of 5 endurance. Dude, if you didn't have Kai Screen, this Eye of Agarash would be fucking you up. Let's see if the ring helps us. Okay, the ring literally never helps us. Wiping a trickle of cold sweat from your brow with the back of your trembling hand, you swallow hard and quickly reassure your companions that you are fit to continue. Because it tumbled down, so it was a tumbler. The ring didn't help the old man either. Good point, Nox. He too was blessed by Saito. Quang takes the lead, and you follow him in single file through the forest on a southeasterly course. You make steady progress until the stormy gray light of day surrenders to the approaching dark of night. You are all very hungry, for you have not eaten a thing since you awoke early this morning. The storm has abated, but the rain has become heavier during your long afternoon ride, and Quang is sorely aware of the need to find safe shelter, somewhere dry where you can eat, rest, and recover your flagging strength. In the failing light, he spots a place that looks promising. It is a cave-like opening in the side of a wooded knoll. He calls you to come forward in the line and determine if it is safe to enter. You focus your sixth sense, and at once you know there is nothing hazardous lurking beyond the opening. "All clear," you tell him. "We'll camp here for the night," says Quang, and he orders the Watchers to dismount and tether the horses to the trees close to the opening. As they carry out his order, you and he inspect the natural shelter. Beyond the opening, you discover a room-sized cavity that is suitable for your needs. Bai and Chow prepare a small fire, and you help Quang and Deng to clear the ground and prepare a communal meal from the provisions you were carrying in your backpacks. If you have a meal in your backpack, you must now erase it and give it to Quang. If you do not have a meal, you go and gather edible roots, fungi, and berries from the immediate vicinity. I do not have a meal. Bai proves himself to be a good cook, and the meal he prepares is very nutritious. This is a great meal, Bai. Oh, are you leaving so soon after we ate? No, I'm saying it's a great meal, Bai, because you cooked it. I'm just surprised you want to leave so quickly. No, I'm not saying bye. I'm saying bye, this is a great meal. I understand, you can go, nobody's stopping you. When you finish your meal, I had to reverse it, you know, that was the mirror of the one before. When you finish your meal, you agree to remain on guard for 1 hour each while the others get some much-needed sleep. You volunteer to take first watch. Did very well at cooking those combined meals. Nice. Keeping that joke alive like the dark spirit possessing Ansang. You settle yourself down at the entrance to the shelter and draw your oilskin cape, now covered in all kind o' sliggins, close around you. The warmth of the small campfire helps to dull the persistent chill of the satchel containing the Eye of Agarash. As you stare out into the darkness of the forest and listen to the sounds of its nocturnal animals, you reflect on the events of the day. Your unexpected encounter with the Doom Wolves plays on your mind. You have no doubts that Nadzaran Zashnor is responsible for their presence here in Chai, and it reveals to you that this evil sorcerer is a formidable adversary. If it can deploy Doom Wolves this far south in Chai, you wonder how many other Darklands beasts it has at its command to let loose on Pensai and secure its capture. You feel a pressing need to inform Lord Ramoa of this. But it is now impossible for you to return to the tracker gem and be there in time for his return aboard the comet. Wait a minute, we're just thinking of this now? My new ability where I can communicate with somebody within 100 fucking miles? Just now we're thinking of using this. I should have been dropping out some 100-mile fucking messages to Ramoa every 15 goddamn minutes. This whole time. Yes, I do actually have that. You close your eyes and draw deeply upon your Grandmaster discipline in an effort to establish a telepathic link with Lord Ramoa. You focus and strain your discipline to the limit, but try as you may, you are unable to make direct mind contact with him. A surprise. #Devered. After several fruitless and tiring attempts, you resign yourself to the fact that he is somewhere beyond the range of your telepathic ability. The mental energy you expend leaves you feeling emotionally and physically drained. Lose 1 endurance point. Hey, do you have an ability that you've never gotten to use? You want to use it? Ha! You get hurt, nothing happens. LOL. So much Devered. So much Devered. Alright. You finish your watch and enter the shelter to awaken Chow. He is the next in line for guard duty. He rubs his eyes and takes his place at the entrance. Oh, that fucker's gonna fall asleep. You settle down on the ground where he lay and drift off into a deep sleep. It is still dark when Quang wakes you up. The glowing embers of the campfire illuminate the interior of the shelter with a dull amber light, by which you and the Watchers are able to gather your equipment and make ready to leave. Bai and Chow venture outside and go forage for some edible foliage with which to feed the horses. There are plentiful puddles of rainwater, and Quang makes sure the horses drink their fill before Bai and Chow return.
Dawn has broken by the time the horses have finished feeding, and you mount up and begin your woodland journey to the village of Zheng. It is mid-morning when you happen upon an old hunting track. It is mostly overgrown with foliage, but it provides you with a southeasterly route through the forest which is easy to follow. The rain stops, and your woodland ride is blessedly uneventful. The forest is rich with berries, nuts, and edible flora that are sufficient to sustain you and your companions throughout the day. Shortly before dusk, you come to a wide and muddy highway. Bai and Chao recognize this road at once, for it connects the town of Klati with the village of Zheng. They have traveled this highway many times in their youth. Bai, who was born and raised in Klati, remembers that there was an old woodsman's hut near here, just a mile or two to the south in the direction of Zheng. He leads you to it, and you spend the night here before setting off to Zheng at first light. He was from Klati, but he had to say bye to that place after they asked him his name. The journey to Zheng village is completed without any delays or unforeseen complications. The muddy highway makes the going easy, despite the worsening weather. Heavy cloud and torrential rain accompany you throughout on your long ride. You reach the outskirts of Zheng shortly before nightfall. Chao can hardly contain his joy when he sees the lantern lights of his home village aglow in the distance. He has been away from his family for more than a month. Upon entering this pretty Chai settlement, Chao invites you all to come and stay at his house overnight. Lieutenant Quang thanks him for his generosity, but he is hesitant to accept his kind offer. He knows that Chao's house is small and his family is large. He does not want to cause any inconvenience to his wife and 5 children. He proposes you all vote for your preference. Stay with Chao and his family, or seek accommodation for the night at the village inn. Village inn? We're gonna sleep in a mid-tier Denny's clone restaurant? If you're from a place that has Village Inn, you know what I'm talking about. I don't think I've ever seen Village Inns anywhere but Denver. Chao, of course, wants to stay at his family home. Bai, too, is in favor of this. But Quang and Deng prefer to stay at the inn. This leaves you to cast a deciding vote. I mean, I don't want to insult Chao, but on the other hand, if he's got a little house packed with family members, we would just be a burden on him, realistically. Then again, these people seem like they're really into hospitality and stuff, so like they wouldn't mind that burden, like the psychological benefit they would reap from being able to put me up for the night would actually outweigh the actual inconvenience of it. So for their sake, I will stay at Chao's home. Quang and Deng accept your decision with good grace. Also free food and board. Also that. Although probably less comfortable lodgings than we'd get at the inn, realistically. I'm picturing like sleeping on a pallet in the living room kind of thing. Quang and Deng accept your decision with good grace. Chao is delighted, and eagerly he leads you along the main street to his modest home on the eastern edge of the village. You dismount and tether your horses beneath an open-sided shelter at the side of the 2-story house. Chao leads you around to the front door and knocks 4 times. You hear the sound of scurrying feet and the door swings open. Before you stands Shen Yin, Chao's wife. She beams with delight when she sees her husband and throws herself into his open arms. She is clearly overjoyed by his unexpected return. Chow motions you to enter, and you go through into a parlor where 5 young children are sitting in a circle on the pine wood floor in front of a brick fireplace. They are happily playing with their toys. I immediately dash the toys out of their hand. Danger! Poison! Poison toys in this country! Oh, never mind. They're gonna die anyway. They look at you with quizzical expressions, but when they see their father in the doorway behind, they leap to their feet and rush to embrace him. Xin Yin relinquishes her hold on Chow and welcomes you to their home. With some difficulty, Chow gently extricates himself from the grip of his excited children and introduces you to his wife. Bai needs no introduction, for he has visited here many times in the past. Chow tells Xin Yin that you are bound for Valis on imperial business, and that you can only stay here overnight. It's gonna make it sad when Chow gets killed. I mean, honestly, I don't see any reason why Chow needs to come with us at this point. Like, we could just leave him here. He could stay home. She is understandably disappointed to hear that her husband will be home for such a short time, but she puts on a brave face and draws comfort from the fact that they are together again, albeit briefly. She gathers the children and shoos them upstairs so that you have the parlor to yourselves. Then she disappears into the kitchen to prepare some tea and food for you all. I hope it's time to eat. After a simple but reviving meal and copious cups of tea, Chow and Xin Yin retire upstairs, leaving you and the others to sleep on the parlor floor. See? Sleeping on the parlor floor, just like I said. There is not much room, but you are all thankful to be out of the rain and in warm home on this bleak and stormy night. You fall asleep with ease, but you do not rest easily. Needs more hay to sleep on. You are haunted by dreams filled with sinister, shadowy images and premonitions of impending loss. Thrice you awaken during the night, drenched in cold sweat. And each time you do, you find it hard to go back to sleep. Due to your poor night's sleep and the chilling nightmares you have suffered, you lose 2 endurance. Okay. I'm going to lose 2, but I'm going to cure myself a little, so I'll actually only lose 1. Chow wakes you all up at dawn. While you are checking your equipment and preparing for another long day in the saddle, Xin Yin prepares breakfast and brings it to you in the parlor. While you are eating, Quang tells you that it is a 30-mile ride from here to Valis, and he wants to reach the town by late afternoon. You finish your food while listening to the sounds of the children playing in their room above. When the time comes to leave, Quang, Bai, and Deng go and feed the horses, while you and Chow help Xin Yin to clear away the breakfast dishes. You bid her thanks, and walk to the front door and go and assist the others. Chow holds his doting wife in a warm and loving embrace and assures her that he will return soon. You are touched by the deep affection they have for each other. Quietly, you exit the door and see Quang leading 2 horses, yours and Chow's, out of the shelter by their reins. You climb into the saddle and hold Chow's horse alongside. Soon, you are joined by Quang, Bai, and Deng astride their mounts, and patiently you wait for Chow to appear. After a few minutes, Quang calls out, "It's time to go, Chow." That's the name of your character in Dragon Age Inquisition? Really? The door opens, and Chow and his wife share a final embrace in the doorway before Chow sheepishly bids a final farewell to his wife and climbs into the saddle. With a wave, Xin Yin bids you goodbye and Godspeed as you set off along the highway heading east from Zheng. As we're all saying goodbye, there is some mild confusion at one point. Bye! Yeah, I already know your name. We've met before.
No, I'm saying bye. Yeah, we know your name, actually. You don't need to tell us again. Bye, Jenks. You've had your chow fun. Your what? Oh, chow fun, like the food. Nice. That guy can really eat. Every time it's mealtime, he just chows down. They came up to me while I was standing in the middle of the corridor in his house, gnawing on some cheese, and they say, "Why are you standing here eating in the corridor?" And I said, "What? I thought this was the chow hall." This is a hall in Chow's house. What? It is shortly before midday when you come to a wooden bridge that carries the highway across a swollen stream. On the other side of the bridge is a farmstead surrounded by a split pine fence. Chow informs you that this farmstead belongs to his wife's brother, Genzu. It comprises a farmhouse, a large barn, and several small outhouses and pig pens. Barn. It seems to be deserted, and see, Nox loves barns. And Chow says this is very odd. Genzu employs more than 20 farmhands, and this place is usually very busy, even when the weather is bad. Lieutenant Quang decides to take a closer look. He has a strong feeling that something is amiss. You ride through a gap in the fence and along a muddy track that leads directly to the farmhouse and barn. Chow calls out to Genzu, but he gets no reply. "Maybe he's in the barn," he says. Oh, maybe that wasn't Quang speaking. "Maybe he's in the barn," he says, and he trots his horse towards its open double doors. Quang tells Bai to go and see if anyone is inside the farmhouse. Bai dismounts and hands the reins of his horse to Deng before running across the muddy ground towards the farmhouse door. "No sense us standing out here in the rain," says Quang, and he motions you to follow him to the barn. Chow is searching the lower part of the barn when you ride in. You see that there is an expansive loft overhead that occupies the apex of the roof and is stacked with bales of straw. You dismount and join Chow to look for anything that could explain why the farm has been abandoned. Meanwhile, Quang and Deng climb the ladder that leads to the hay loft. You are searching along the west side of the barn, close to the timber planked wall, when you catch something moving out of the corner of your eye. Through a gap in the planks, you see several figures approaching. At first, you think it could be Genzu and his farmhands returning from the potato fields, but when you press your face to the gap and magnify your vision, you are shocked by what you see. I'm not that shocked, actually. We see Skarada and Chagarashi every fucking place we go. "Skarada!" you cry. "To the west and closing fast!" Your warning chills the hearts of Quang and the others. Really? Does it really chill their hearts, or at this point are they just like, again? As they hurry to peer through gaps in the plank wall, Bai comes running into the barn, shouting, "Skarada! And Chagarashi too!" Oh, animal mastery! How about we use that once or twice in this book? Got the games with the animal mastery. I do have a bow. I'll use my bow. You rip away a piece of loose planking and quickly unshoulder your bow. Drawing an arrow to your lips, you take aim at the head of the nearest approaching Chagarashi and let slip your straining bowstring. Well, the good news is I have Grand Weapon Mastery with bow, so I don't even have to roll because... Oh, I do have to roll because I could still get a 0. Oh, but I have that +1, but that says +1 to combat skill. It doesn't necessarily +1 to rolls. I don't know how that's supposed to work. I feel like it's supposed to add +1 to these rolls because those are the only time you ever actually use your bow. But I'll go ahead and roll anyway. And I got an 8, so it's a moot point. Your arrow penetrates the creature's forehead and burrows deep into its brain, killing it instantly. For a few moments, the accompanying Scarada stop dead in their tracks and regard the fallen Chagarashi with looks of bewilderment. Then they growl with anger and continue their advance. They split into 2 groups and come rushing around the sides of the barn. The moment they disappear from your view, you shout to the others, "Mount up! Let's get out of here!" Chang and the Watchers leave their locations and race to their horses. Rapidly, you mount your horse and spur him towards the open doors. You are halfway across the barn when a Chagarashi appears in the open doorway and throws its arms wide. It spreads its sinewy fingers and its razor-sharp talons glint in the dull light. It is attempting to block your escape. You are almost upon it when your horse rears up in alarm. The Chagarashi seizes this opportunity and leaps forward to attack. You struggle to control your frightened horse through this combat. Its wild and erratic movement makes it hard for you to strike this enemy with precision. Deduct 4 points from your combat skill for the duration of this fight. Doesn't matter, still have an 11-point advantage. Let's one-shot this fool. We one-shotted this fool. 8. We one-shotted this fool. Nice. That's what we call dodging the blessing. I won the combat. Let's turn to 224, shall we? No. I said what I said before I saw that you had written blessed in the chat, so that's how the order of operations works. Yeah. Seems legit. The smell of spilt Chagarashi blood makes your horse whinny with fear. You draw on your Magnikai discipline of animal control to calm him, and you rally Quang and the Watchers with a stirring battle cry that you know they will respond to. For Chai! The Scarada are now fast closing in around the open barn doors. They are armed with flint axes and long-bladed bone daggers. You dig your heels into your horse's flanks and jolt him forward in a desperate effort to escape before the Scarada can block the exit. Your horse is back under your control, and he responds at once to your actions. He bolts through their closing ranks, and you gallop away along the muddy farm track. Quang and the Watchers follow in your wake. The snarling Scarada slash and stab at them as they race out of the barn, forcing them to run a deadly gauntlet before they can get away. You come to the end of the farm track and turn your horse to the east. When you look back towards the barn, you are relieved to see that all of your companions have escaped and are galloping along the track toward the farm entrance. By the time the Scarada reached the farm's split pine fence, you were all racing along the highway in the pelting rain with your heads down and your cheeks pressed close to your horses' necks. I guess fuck this dude's in-laws or whatever, because we don't care about them. Oh yeah, Chao's family's totally dead. Only when you can no longer see the farmstead and the Scarada do you signal to Quang and the others to bring their horses to a halt. Your mounts are breathless and their sweaty flanks steam in the pouring rain. Your companions, too, are weary. They slump in their saddles and struggle to regain their composure.
Quang comes forward and halts his horse alongside yours. "That was a close thing," he says, gasping for breath. "We've you to thank for getting us out of that barn alive." Then you hear a loud splash behind you, and immediately you sense that something awful has happened. Something awful. What do you think it was? They would be killed in front of Chow and be forced to fight their revivified corpses. That does sound like something I would do. In-law doom. What is RNT? Oh, random number table. Chow has fallen from his saddle, and he is lying face down in a large puddle. Quickly, you all dismount and hurry to drag him out of the water before he drowns. So we just met Chow's family, and he, immediately dies. Hashtag Devered. Deng rolls him over and slaps him twice, but he does not respond. "He's not breathing," he says anxiously. You place your hands on Chow's throat and forehead and draw upon your Magna Chi discipline of curing to transmit healing warmth into his body. Man, they've been using a lot of curing on people this book. "My lord, look!" gasps Bai. He is pointing at the rain-drenched ground where Chow is lying. The surface water is turning red. You pull open Chow's rain cape and you are shocked to see that the left side of his tunic is soaked with blood. You rip open the tunic and find a puncture wound in the side of his chest. It was made by the thrust of a stiletto bone dagger when he ran the Scarata gauntlet. Desperately you try to seal the wound, but it is too late to save Chow. He is dead. This is just like that other guy that we healed and he still died. You knew it would kill him. He specifically humanized Chow with all of his loved ones and then murdered him. I mean, Deaver's gonna Deaver, you know? It's a Deaverlish thing to do. The terrible realization that Chow has passed away hits Bai and Deng like a sledgehammer. Their faces crumble and they begin to shiver and sob uncontrollably. Terrible developments. Nice. Tears run freely down their cheeks as sorrow overwhelms them. Lieutenant Quang is also deeply affected by Chow's death. He has fought many battles and lost more than his fair share of friends and comrades, but Chow was a brave and decent man, a loving husband and a good father whom he had come to respect and admire. He did not deserve to die like this. You wrap Chow in his cape and raise the hood. Then you and Quang gently lift his body off the highway and lay it across the saddle of his horse. Quang secures him with rope. What a good idea. Imagine the things that would happen if you didn't do that. While you try to console Bai and Deng. Roll a random number table to see whether you console them. Turn them into chowder. Chowder, really? Too soon, Nox. Too soon. They are beside themselves with grief and cannot hear your comforting words. Nothing you can say will bring Chow back. Quang pulls Deng to his feet and leads him by the hand to his horse. Then he does the same with Bai. You and Quang help the watchers to mount up, and all the while not a word is spoken. You gather up the reins of Chow's horse and tie them to the back of your saddle, and, in silence, you leave this miserable stretch of highway and push on toward Vallis in the pouring rain. You reach Vallis late in the afternoon. There is a constant rumble of thunder, and thick black clouds hang heavy above the Tucukuma estuary. Frequent flashes of forked lightning are making the waters seethe and churn. Quang leads you through the arched west gate and along a wide paved avenue to a crenellated building located at the heart of this large and busy town. It won't take you long to reminisce on Ada's feats of heroism. I'm pretty sure you won't even be out of your chair by the time you run out of them. Waters seethe and churn. Crenellated building. It is a Chai army headquarters and barracks. He shows his rank insignia to the sentries on guard at the gate to the cavalry stables, and you are permitted to enter. It is good to be out of the rain at last. You dismount, and the stable hands come forward to take your horses. One of them approaches Chow's horse, but Bai steps in his way and refuses to let him touch his fallen comrade. He turns to Quang and begs him to be allowed to take Chow back to Zhong at first light. He feels it is his duty to be the one who delivers the sad news to Shen Yin, and it is only right and proper that Chow should be buried in the village where he was born, raised, and had lived for all his life. Quang takes Bai to one side and they talk for several minutes. When they return, Quang informs you and Deng that he has consented to Bai's request. So it's time to say bye. Bye-bye. You will remain here in the stables with Chow's body. Chow's body. This night, and ride back to Zhong tomorrow morning. Lieutenant Quang says that you must now leave and go in search of a way to reach Douala, which is located on the east side of the Tucukuma estuary. Before you go, you bid a sad farewell to Bai. You say bye. Say bye. And say a silent prayer to God Kai to watch over Chow's soul and keep it safe from the evil of Nar, King of the Darkness. I have a feeling that when we're crossing this estuary here in a boat, that we may just hit the cover art. You leave the cavalry stables on foot and enter the grand central square of Vallis. Several streets and avenues converge at this point. Quang says that you should head for the banks of the estuary, but he is unfamiliar with the waterfront precinct of the town. He asks Deng, who is a native of Vallis, to suggest the best route to take. The Watcher stares at the flagstones and does not respond. He is still deeply shocked by Chow's death and is lost in grief. Quang turns to you and asks if your Kai skills can be used to determine the best way to go. A signpost in the middle of the square points to 3 streets that lead off in an easterly direction towards the Tucukuma estuary. Don't let them introduce you to Deng's family. Haha! Fisherman's Key sounds like a place to go if you're looking for boatage. You follow this street towards the quayside. Halfway along it, you see a cook shop selling hot food and cold tea. Quang decides to enter this shop to purchase something that he is certain will help the despondent Deng. A bottle of Sonara tea. Quang pays the shopkeeper to 10 ren, and the man places the bottle on the shop counter. Quang uncorks it and makes Deng drink it all down. The soothing liquid will help him to recover from his state of shock. When he has consumed the last drop, Quang thanks the shopkeeper, and you leave. At the end of the street, you arrive at the quayside area. The churning waters of the estuary stretch out before you. Because of the heavy rain and failing light, and the phrase heavy rain has been used like 20 times in this book. They weren't kidding about the storms of Chai. Everything is all about rain in this book. Rain and animal mastery. You cannot see across the estuary to the opposite bank and have no way of judging how wide it is at this point. You find the ferry post and see the ferry boat to Dwala moored alongside the quay. You approach it, hoping that you are in time to catch the dusk crossing, but only to discover that the gangplank has been chained off. A sign hanging from the chain reads, "Ferry cancelled due to weather." 100 yards along the quayside, Lieutenant Quang spots a small brick-built cabin with a roof of thick red tiles. It is the Coast Guard station, and he marches towards it at a brisk pace. Inside, you find the keymaster. Seated at his desk, he is hunched over a detailed map of the Tukukuma estuary with a mug of steaming jala cupped in his hands. Quang asks him if he has any Coast Guard boats operational in the estuary, and the thin-faced keymaster snorts with derision.
In this weather? Not likely.
Then by the power vested in me by Kaekon Lao 10, I am commandeering one of your boats, replies Quang, officiously, and he shows the keymaster his insignia of rank. The man looks at his insignia, then he looks at you and Deng, and he bursts out laughing. I'm not joking, retorts Quang. I demand you let me inspect your fleet. Another guest? How wonderful to meet you. Pretty much. My fleet, replies the keymaster, chuckling under his breath. Very well, I'll show you my fleet. Follow me. You leave the Coast Guard station and follow the keymaster along the quayside to a small rowing boat, tethered by a rope to an iron ring in the wall. There, that's my fleet. All that's left of it, that is. You're welcome to commandeer it if you wish. The keymaster turns on his heel and marches back to his station, laughing all the way. You look down at the rowing boat, and your heart sinks. It is a sturdily built craft, but there is only enough room for two. If the three of you were to attempt to cross the stormy estuary in this tiny boat, it would surely capsize. Quang places his hand on Deng's shoulder, and the watcher raises his head and looks unblinkingly into the lieutenant's steely eyes. I'm discharging you of your duties, Deng, he says. You have served loyally and bravely, and I will commend you to the Kaekon. Return to the cavalry barracks and join with Bai. Accompany him on his ride back to Zheng tomorrow. Deng nods his head and salutes the lieutenant. He wishes you both good luck before he leaves the quayside and walks away into the teeming rain. You watch him go. He does not look back. It's best he goes with Bai tomorrow, says Quang. If they should run into the enemy during their journey, they'll stand a better chance of surviving than if Bai were to go alone. That does make sense. It will be hard on them to tell Shin Yin that she has lost her husband. You reply. Yes, yes it will, says Quang, his voice tinged with bitter sadness. He shouldn't go by himself. Oh, Nox took it to a different bye pun than just the farewell version. I guess they'll go side by side. Yes, yes it will. Her husband and her sister too. When I spoke with Bai at the stables, he told me that when he searched the farmhouse next to the barn, oh no, he found the bodies of Shin Yin's sister and her husband. Both had been murdered by the Scarada. Oh, she's going to be sad. She lost her husband and her sister and her brother-in-law. This is so sad, you reply. I pray that Ishu will give her strength to bear her grievous loss. Bang walks to the edge of the quay and walks back and slaps you in the face and loosens the rope securing the rowboat. Perhaps we should wait until the storm abates, you say. There's no chance of any improvement in this foul weather, replies Quang. We could be waiting here for days. It's not uncommon for it to be stormy at this time of the year, but I've never known anything like this. I fear there are dark forces in play. We must reach Dwala, and you must deliver the eye to the Elder Magi as soon as possible. Why don't you talk about my super secret mission right here where anybody could overhear us? The crossing will be difficult, but it will not be impossible. We must place our trust in God Kai to see us through to the other side, and we must be away at once. It's now or never. You step into the boat and set the oars into the rowlocks. Quang casts off, and you commence your voyage out into the treacherous waters of the Tukukuma estuary. Okay, we're definitely about to hit the cover art, you guys. Finally. This is the longest it's ever taken to get to the cover art. I'll use some elementalism. It's not going to help, but I'll use it. Literally doesn't help. You call upon your advanced discipline to create a sphere of calm air around the boat. It helps you to leave the quayside, but its effect is all too short-lived. Ain't no elementalism is gonna save you from that cover art, bro. The waters seethe and roil around your boat. Huge waves crash together and drench you as valiantly you struggle to reach the far side. Blinding blue-white forks of lightning streak from the black clouds above and stab the tortured waters all around. It is impossible to steer. All you can do is row hard and pray you will survive this terrifying voyage. Beautiful kayaking. You are nearing the middle of the channel when a bolt of lightning strikes the churning surface close by. The discharge of its electrical energy jolts and numbs your aching arms. Lose one endurance point. Quang is worse affected, and he loses a grip of his oar. It is torn from his grasp and whisked away on the howling wind. Shock has rendered him unconscious and turned his skin pale gray. He slumps forward, and as you reach to pull him back onto the seat, the boat is hoisted on the crest of a tremendous wave and catapulted skywards. I think this section is officially the cover art, you guys. I think this is the cover art. These are going badly here. Okay. Well, I do have Sabado root that I've been carrying around for 2 books. I'm delighted to finally get to use it. Why is your sword out? Because it makes the cover look more dramatic.
Besides, have you seen how often this book likes to use the phrase, you unsheath your Kai weapon? I'm unsheathing my Kai weapon every 5 minutes. Using it as an oar, I wouldn't be surprised. Alright. If you don't have any of this stuff, you die. Your life and your quest end here. Saboteur route. The boat tumbles stern over bow, and you are hurled into the raging waters. I feel like I'm about to lose my... I am about to lose my shit. You plunge deep into the watery abyss, dragged down by the strong currents and the weight of your weapons and equipment. You struggle to take off your backpack and retrieve the tincture of Saboteur root. In doing so, you lose 2 of your possessions. You must now erase any 2 items you wish from your backpack list. Alright. I'm gonna get rid of this Gallow Brush potion. And I suppose this Andouille flask. Kai Alchemist would... Of course not. Kai Alchemy just goes straight to 350. Within seconds of consuming the tincture, you feel that... So I consumed the tincture, so let's take that off as well. You feel the crushing pain in your lungs recede as you begin to absorb oxygen through your skin. With your strength fast returning, you fight your way up from the depths and back towards the surface. Sadly, Quang did not have Saboteur root. You break the surface, gasping for air. Mercilessly, the raging waves toss you around like a rag doll, and you lose one of your weapons. Oh, shit. Erase the first weapon you have noted on your weapons list. If this is a bow, you also lose all of your arrows as well. I'm getting devered. Devered. There goes my superior bow, you guys. But not your quiver, it says. Your Magnikai discipline of pathsmanship tells you which direction is north, and from this intuitive knowledge you determine the direction of east and swim as best you can on this course. Bye, semi-bow of Duodon. I have bad luck with bows, you guys. Your fight to reach the eastern bank of the estuary whilst in the grip of the raging waters becomes a desperate combat against the elements. You must fight them as you would any enemy that is trying to kill you. That's why he has his sword out. He's trying to fight the elements. Resolve the outcome of this combat using the combat rules. You may not add any bonuses you would normally benefit from by the use of your Kai weapon, normal weapons, or any psychic attacks. You must also reduce your combat skill by 2. So once again, we're looking at nothing benefiting me here except perhaps the Talisman of Defiance. So I would say my combat skill is going to be like 43, but then it gets reduced by 2 more, so it's going to be like 41. Is it an undead sea? That sounds like something that somebody would ask a DM in a fucking D&D webcomic of some sort. Is it an undead sea? So I'm looking at a 41. That means I only have a 7-point up on it. Okay. Let's see if we can get this done. Blessed. Hashtag blessed. Moses used turn undead when he parted the Red Sea. Nice. Alright. Well, what do I have? 7 points? Enemy loses 7, I lose 4. It has 43 left. That's round 1. A 4. 10 and 2. So it's lost 17. That was round 2. Another 1? So it's lost 24, and I lose another 4. This would be a really ignominious way to die. Killed by the ocean. That's round 3, and it's lost 24. A 2. This is where the blessing finally catches up to you. When it kills you. 8 and 3. It's lost 32. Lost 32, and that was round 4. Yeah, come on, let's get a good roll this time. A 3. So fucking blessed, you guys. It's gonna be 7 rounds or more. You know it is. Lost 9, so it's lost 41? This is the 6th round, you guys. I need to do 9 damage this round. I did. We won on the 6th round, but I lost a lot of endurance in that fight. Before I even turn to the next fucking section, I'm drinking this Lomspur potion. Before it has a chance to take it away from me. So we won on the 6th round. Once you are beyond the treacherous currents at the middle of the estuary, swimming through the heaving waves and lightning strikes seems easier by comparison. Several times you magnify your vision and scan the churning waters, looking for any sign of Lieutenant Quang, but it is a futile effort. The waters are too rough, and dusk is fast turning to night. If you drank a Lomspur potion at the end of that fight, you lose another 2 items as you struggle to pull it out. You glimpse a shimmer of lights ahead, and you strike out for them in the hope it is the city of Dwala. The flow of the estuary waters push you away from the lights, and you are exhausted by the time you reach the muddy eastern shore. You crawl through the mud and collapse unconscious several yards from the tempestuous waters. When you regain consciousness, every muscle in your body aches, and your vision is blurry. Gradually, you recover enough strength and vision to struggle wearily to your feet and survey your surroundings. You have come ashore a mile south of Dwala. The city lights shimmer in the darkness, enticing you towards them. You stumble up the gradient of the shore and find firmer ground that is covered with grass, shrubs, and reeds. You stop to stare back at the raging waters of the estuary, and you pray to Ashir to save the lost lieutenant. I do have Grand Hunt Mastery. Also, while I'm doing all that, I'll use my last curing point. I do have Grand Hunt Mastery. Amongst the foliage, you recognize some Alather plants. Their usually shiny orange berries have become spoiled by excessive rainfall, and most of the ones you find are dull brown and mildewed. You were able to gather a handful that has not been spoiled. Enough for 1 dose. When swallowed before combat, Alather will increase your combat skill by 2 for the duration of the combat. You keep the Alather berries in your jacket pocket. Make a note of them and their effect in the margin of your action chart, as they do not take up any space in your backpack. Oh, I got plenty of space in my backpack. Yeah, you get that one time plus 20 thing. Yeah. Nice. You scanned the darkened countryside and detect a highway less than a mile away to the east. The city of Dwala lies northeast of your present location. Head east toward the highway and use it to reach Dwala. Head directly toward Dwala across the grassland and reed beds. Okay. I don't want to go through some reed beds. I feel like there's going to be some bullshit. I'm just going to take the highway. Just taking the highway, you guys. You trudge across waterlogged grassland to reach the muddy highway. This road connects Dwala with the coastal port of Santai to the south. Its surface is deeply rutted, a consequence of the heavy wagons that travel this trade road every day. Approaching from the south, you see a covered wagon drawn by 4 horses. Glowing latticed lanterns hang from its 4 corners, and the blue and gold emblem of the port of Santai is displayed on both sides of its canvas roof. If it was painted dun brown, I would know there was an emperor in there. Alright, so I'm just gonna let the wagon pass on its way and walk the remaining mile. We walk from here. Frequent bolts of lightning illuminate the muddy highway. One of them strikes you. Your life and your quest end here. You should have gotten a ride. As you trudge the final mile to Dwala's south gate. Upon arriving at the gate, a guard steps from his sentry post and demands you pay the night entry toll. Passage in and out of the city is free during the hours of daylight, but after dark a toll of 20 ren, 2 gold crowns, is imposed on all non-residents wishing to enter, and 10 ren on all those wanting to leave. I'll pay it. IDK. No, IDC. I don't care. I'll pay it. The guard pockets your crown, but he does not step aside to allow you to pass through the gate. He looks you up and down and then tells you to pull back the hood of your oilskin rain cape. I chop his fucking head off. I ain't got the patience for this. I don't have a semblance, no. You know what I do have? An axe. I tell this motherfucker, I don't have money. I do have a particular set of skills. The guard scrutinizes your face, and then he tells you to pull aside your rain cape so that he can inspect the weapons and equipment you're carrying. See, now, I don't know if having the Kurasami would have helped me or fucked me. I feel like it would fuck me, but I didn't take it, and hopefully that was the right decision.
Take off your backpack, demands the guard. Show me the contents and be quick about it.
You take off your backpack, open the flap, and invite him to inspect what you are carrying. Pick a number from the random number table. The items on your backpack list are numbered 1 through 10, except I only have 8 slots in my backpack. Was there some change to the rules? Does it tell you that you can carry 10 things in your backpack now? It is 10 all of a sudden. When the fuck when did I get a bigger backpack? I got an inventory upgrade and I didn't even know? Wow. Okay. Pick a random number.
1. He will confiscate the item that you've picked if it matches an empty slot. Oh, he still confiscates even if you roll an empty slot? What a dickbag. Confiscate the first item on your list and you must erase it. Oh, he took my adventuring rope. I am so fucked now, you guys. That's twice in one book they've taken my rope. Alright. At least you only lost your flute once. True. Finally, he is satisfied that you can enter Dwala. You close your backpack and put it back on. Then he steps aside and allows you to pass through the south gate. What a cocksucker. Beyond the south gate is a large flagstoned plaza, bordered by several shops that sell clothing, groceries, fine art, curios, and musical instruments. Hey, musical instruments. At the center of the plaza stands a marble statue of Keakan Jajing, Lao Tin's father, surrounded by a pool of crystal clear water. Most of the shops are closing for the night, and their owners are pulling down the shutters on their windows and front doors, but there is one that is still open for business. It is located close to the south gate, and the sign above the door says, Pao Ping's Potions and Lotions. There are 3 streets which converge at the plaza. Drowji Street, South Avenue, and Nakao Lane. Well, obviously we're going to go to Potions and Lotions. This shop is run by Pao Ping, an old apothecary who has lived in Dwala all his life. He greets you with a broad smile when you walk through his door. Pao Ping buys, sells, and prepares all manner of potions and healing medicaments. He invites you to browse his shelves. Most of his wares are ointments for soothing aching muscles and treating minor skin complaints, but there are a few potions among them that are of interest. Also cures Corovax infections. Malavan increases the effect of Mind Blast, Psy Surge, and Kai Surge by adding 2 combat skill for the duration of 1 combat. He also buys potions, so pay you 2 for each one. He will make an exception for some Karma. So if I'd got that Karma before, I'd be making bank right now. He has a customer who will pay a high price for this potion. If you have a potion of Karma and are prepared to sell it to Pao Ping, he will pay you 200 Ren, 20 gold crowns for it. Alright, we're going to get a Lom Spur, obviously. I'm just going to buy it and immediately drink it. Oh wait, I can only drink it after combat. So I'm going to buy it, a Lom Spur potion for endurance. I'm going to buy that Oxidine. Corovax. I guess I'll buy the Malavan as well, just in case. So 6, 11, 15. I got to spend a lot of gold this book. Don't have to remember how many items you carry. We'll just keep taking them all, right? Whoa, 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 whoa. Stop erasing my shit. Okay. Storms of Chai. Just in time to fill your backpack with stuff for the pickpocket on the next page to steal. Right? Okay. How long have I been going? This is crazy. Almost 9 hours. Alright. Alright. If you buy or sell any potions while you are here, Pao Ping will gladly tell you where the Tower of Ishir is located. Turn to 180. If you do not, Pao Ping shakes his head and politely asks you to leave as he is about to close his shop for the night. You bid him good night and return to the plaza to consider which street you should take. So I don't have to go up any of these streets. I can go right to 180. I was about to go the wrong direction, but then I turned to 180. Meaning I turned back in the right direction.
You'll find the tower on the other side of the city, my friend. It stands beside the north gate.
Pao Ping bids you a kind farewell when you leave his shop. You return to the plaza and consider which street... Oh, I still have to consider which street. If South Avenue is ahead, then I'm facing south. I really want to turn around and do a 180 again. I want to get to the north gate. Alright, let's go to Nikau Lane. Nikau Lane follows the curve of Dwala City Wall in a northerly direction. Excellent. Most of its shops are now closed, but you discover two that stand directly opposite each other and are still open for business. Shen's Hardware Emporium? I could get rope, you guys. Or Quiling's Weapons Shop? I could get a new bow, probably. Rope is clearly more important. This Hardware Emporium is owned by Shen and his wife, Mizu. They greet you with a pleasant smile and invite you to peruse their wares. The shelves are stacked high with myriad items, and all of them have a price tag. Crowbar, lantern, iron pot, hammer, rope, another potion of Lomspur, and a spyglass. You may buy any of the items listed above for the price indicated. They are all backpack items that will take up one space in your backpack. You are under no This book has more shopping in it than like any other 10 Lone Wolf books combined. Shen will buy any items you have noted on your backpack list, with the exception of Ang Seng's Kirusami. You will pay 10 ren for each item, regardless of how much it originally cost. If you wish to sell any of your items, erase them from your list and add 1 gold crown per item to your belt pouch. Alright, I'm gonna take rope, obviously. And another potion of Lomspur. And that's all. 7 more crowns out of my pocket. And before rope gets stolen again. It could. I could lose rope 3 times in one book. Shannon Maiju bids you good night when you leave the shop. Let's go check out Kui Ling's weapons shop. Holy fuck, bows are expensive. Kui Ling is an ex-quartermaster who served in the Chai army. He owns and runs this shop with his younger brother, Tung Wei. Now retired, Kui Ling sells a variety of hand weapons. He greets you warmly and invites you to browse his weapon racks at your leisure. Each of the weapons has a price tag. Those of most interest are... well... I can't afford a bow. One crown per arrow? In case I find a bow, I'm gonna buy like 3 arrows. In case I find a bow. Kui Ling gives you a respectful bow. Hey! It says it right in the text. He just gave me a bow, you guys. You see it right there on the screen. He gave me a bow. Respectful. I'm adding it to my sheet. Respectful bow. Sweet. Let's roll. Alright, just kidding. Gives you a respectful bow and bids you good night when you leave the shop. Let's continue along Nikau Lane. At the end of Nikau Lane, you arrive at the east gate of Dwala. It has an impressive Chai barbican, comprising 2 stone watchtowers and an arched parapet which connects them above a large black enameled iron portal bearing the imperial seal of Chai. The highway which passes through the east gate heads off across a vast expanse of grassland known as the Great Lasan Plain. 2 streets lead away from the east gate, Jiren Avenue to the west and Yong Street to the north. I gotta go Yong Street. Yong Street is a wide paved thoroughfare bordered by warehouses and wagon depots. This northeastern part of Dwala is where goods are stored and processed before they are shipped out, either by boat or wagon, to destinations in Chai and abroad. The largest of the warehouses, Peng Packing and Shipping, is still open at this late hour. I guess I'll ask for directions to the Tower of Ashir, even though I already basically know where I'm going. You enter the warehouse yard and see 2 laborers stacking bales of jute onto a wagon destined for Lasan. You ask them the whereabouts of the Tower of Ashir, and they kindly oblige you. Go a little further along Yong Street, and you'll come to the north gate. It's there. You can't miss it. You thank the men for their help and leave the warehouse. You follow the street and soon arrive at the city's north gate. It is here you find what you have been seeking, the Tower of Ashir. This grand and beautifully fluted tower stands next to the barbican of the north gate. It is embellished with icons and engravings and topped by a parapet with a large half-moon fashioned from silver-plated bronze set above it. This is the symbol of Goddess Ashir. It lifts your spirits, and resolutely you stride across the rain-swept flagstones toward the tower's arched portal. This is a long one. You twist the portal's silver handle, and, to your relief, you discover it is unlocked. You push it open and step across the threshold into a small chapel dedicated to Goddess Ishir.
Standing before a wooden altar draped with a silver cloth stands a priestess of the moon, a devout acolyte of Ashir. She is clothed in a beautiful robe of shimmering white silk, interwoven with threads of fine silver. She leaves the altar and walks towards you with her delicate hands crossed upon her chest.
I am Priestess Song Tao,
she says softly.
Welcome.
You sense the aura of goodness that she exudes. Kai Sixth Sense? It's not the Tower of Ashal, or you'd have to battle to the top to signal for Logain's army. Oh yeah, I'd have to fight that ogre. You sense the aura of goodness that she exudes, and it flows over you like a cool, refreshing breeze. Restore an endurance point. Sweet, thanks. You introduce yourself and tell her that you are the Kai Grand Master whom Anseng had been sent to escort to Pensai. She asks after your guide, and she is deeply saddened to hear what became of him. She closes her eyes, and a single tear trickles down her pale cheek. Slowly, she opens her eyes and holds you with a mesmerizing stare. Your sixth sense tells you that she is looking into your mind. When she is sure that you are indeed a Kai Grand Master, she uncrosses her hands and beckons you to follow her.
There are some important people that are waiting for you. Come with me.
Priestess Song Tao leads you to an alcove behind the altar and traces her fingertip around one of the engravings on the wall. It activates a secret panel which slides open to reveal a spiral stone staircase. You follow as she climbs to a landing near the top of the tower. A silver-plated door stands before you. Song Tao knocks on this shining door before opening it. You follow her into a large and impressive circular chamber. Its smooth walls and ceiling are midnight blue in color, and studded with clusters of tiny Carinese crystals. The effect is stunning. It is as if you have just stepped into deep space and are surrounded by thousands of tiny twinkling stars. The chamber is dimly lit by an oil lamp resting on a circular table in the middle of the room. Song Tao raises its wick, and the light becomes brighter. It illuminates 3 people who are seated in winged armchairs on the far side of the chamber. They stand up, and Song Tao introduces them to you. The first is Lord Honos, a journey mage from Desi. The second is Zoutro, a curate herb warden from Batar. And the third is Captain Zhonzhu. I have his tome. Could actually be this guy's tome. The commander of Dwala's city guard. He is also the leader of the Watchers and a loyal friend and ally to the Elder Magi. It was Zhonzhu who sent Anseng to meet you on your arrival in Chai and to be your guide. When you tell them what has happened since your arrival in Chai, they are relieved to see you still have the Eye of Agarash safely in your possession. They are also shocked and saddened to learn of the regrettable loss of Anseng, Chao, and Lieutenant Quang. Lord Honos assures you that their sacrifice will not be in vain, and neither will it be forgotten. Zoutro the herb warden steps forward and asks to see the Eye of Agarash. How about no? The others, too, are anxious to view this infamous artifact, and they gather round. I guess I'm showing it to them. When you open the leather satchel, you are assailed by a wave of evil energy that drains you of 6 endurance points. Now, is that one of those things where I get to reduce it to 1? What do you guys think? Does this count as a... You'd think so? Alright, let's roll the ring. I forgot about the ring. The ring has literally never helped.
So I'm going to reduce it to 1 then, because I think this counts. The insidious effect of the eye leaves you unsteady on your feet. The others support you until the weakness fades and you are able to stand unaided. They all sense that the eye is responsible for your plight. Captain Jean Zhu says that they will send word to Lord Ramoa that you are now in Dwala. How is this so? You ask. The storms are making it impossible to leave Dwala by boat. And it will take weeks to reach the Kai Monastery of Lorne Overland. It would be difficult to keep the Eye of Agarash hidden from the enemy throughout such a long journey. Lord Honos politely interrupts and answers your question on behalf of the captain. You survived this strain. Imagine getting all this way, getting into the Tower of Ashir, showing the eye, and suddenly collapsing before them. Yeah, that would suck.
Grandmaster, I am a journey mage, and I have a speaking stone given to me by the High Council of the Elder Magi. I use it regularly to send my reports to the High Council Elders in Elzian. They will relay my message to Lord Ramoa that you are now here in Dwala with the Eye of Agarash. I killed the estuary of T'Chicken to get here. I literally killed the ocean, you guys. When Ramoa receives it, he will surely come and collect you in his sky ship.
Do I trust these people? Lord Honos excuses himself and leaves the chamber to fetch his speaking stone. While you wait for him to return, Zoutro and Song Tao offer to help you to recover from the rigors of your perilous journey to Dwala. I can accept Zoutro's offer to use herbcraft skills. Yeah, I'm a herbcraft person too, and it's garbage. Accept Priestess Song Tao's offer to invoke Goddess Ashir's blessing upon you. Yeah, that sounds good. Let's go for that. Priestess Song Tao places her hand gently on your chest and intones a prayer to Goddess Ashir. As she speaks the words of the prayer, you feel a healing warmth flow through your body that restores 5 endurance points. When she finishes her prayer, she offers you a potion of Lumspur, which you may keep in your backpack, space permitting. Sweet. Suddenly he's being generous again. That makes me nervous. Being generous again. Lord Honos is holding something when he returns to the chamber. Inquisitively, you all gather around him. Cupped in his hands is an apple-sized crystal with a milky opalescence. You sense it has magical properties. He brings the stone to his chest and presses it close to his heart. With his eyes firmly closed, he makes silent mental contact with the High Council in Elzian. A minute passes before he opens his eyes and says, "It is done. Now we must await their answer." There was a knock on the chamber door, and Song Tao says, "Enter." The door opens, and into the chamber come 2 moon maidens, devoted assistants to the priestess. Their names are Kwe and Josiah. They are bearing 2 silver platters of food, and Priestess Song Tao invites you all to partake of this delicious selection of grilled fish, boiled rice, and steamed vegetables. You are eating when Lord Hono suddenly jumps up from his chair as if he has been stung by a bee. Uh-oh. Plot's about to thicken. I legitimately need to... I am shocked at how long this is going on. I need to take a super fast 2-minute break, and then I'm going to do ice time as well. So I'll be right back in just 2 minutes. Stick around, stay tuned, don't touch that dial. I'll be right back in just 2 minutes. Hashtag super fast. Alright, you know what time it is? That's right, it's ice time. It's ice time, it's ice time, it's ice time, it's ice time, ice time, ice time. It is time for ice. It's ice time, it's ice time, it's ice time, it's ice time. Ice time, ice time. It is time for ice. It is indeed time for ice. It is time for ice. Hey, Dennis, how you doing? Just played 4 hours of Outward. I am still going on this book. Hold on, let me get my camera back on, or my screen back on here. Okay, I can't believe I'm still going on this same thing. I thought I would have been done. Thank you so much for the host, my friend. How's Outward going? I'm gonna watch the VOD, I think. I'm gonna have to watch the VOD of you playing Outward, because I'm intrigued. Doing porridge. Outward was fun. Good. Good. Okay. He's been stung by a bee. Let's see what happens next. Found some good gear, raided camps. Nice. Honos is receiving a message from the High Council. He presses the speaking stone to his chest and closes his eyes. Another minute passes in silence as you wait for him to conclude his mental contact with his distant elders. He is smiling when he opens his eyes. I am happy to report that my message has been relayed to Lord Ramoa, and he's replied most promptly. He will fly directly to Dwala aboard the Comet and attempt a landing in front of the North Gate at noon tomorrow, so long as the weather is not too severe. He
He has also sent a warning to you, Grandmaster, that the Eye of Agarash is now known to have revealed your location to the enemy from the moment you departed Pensai. Great. That's why they keep showing up everywhere we are.
If this is so, then they will know that you are here in the Tower of Ashir,
says Zoutro anxiously. I see you. Be seeing you. Song Tao uses her goodly powers. Her goodly powers to calm the Herb Warden's fraying nerves, and she recommends that you all should now retire and get some sleep.
I will pray to Ashir to grant us a break in the storm, so that Lord Ramoa shall be able to land in safety tomorrow, she adds, and calls forward Josiah to escort you to your room. You bid good night to the others and follow the Moon Maiden as she leads you out of the chamber and down into the spiral staircase to the alcove behind the chapel's altar. She beckons you to follow her to another alcove, and she opens a secret door to a comfortably appointed room with a bed and a narrow stained glass window. She wishes you a peaceful night's sleep before leaving. You remove your oilskin cloak, your boots, and your backpack and place them beside the bed. You are feeling weary, and it does not take long for you to drift off into a deep sleep. If you roll a 0 through 2, you die in your sleep. Your life and your quest end here. You die of extremely late onset SIDS. Why does this chapel have a secret bedroom? I don't know, there's all sorts of possible reasons. Some of them are more fun than others. Let's roll that random number. Welp, we got a 5. That probably won't be disastrous. Secret scandal room. In some ancient cultures, priests and sex workers were one and the same. How scandalous. Your dreams are haunted by a vision of Chow the Watcher lying dead on a muddy highway. Oh, I'm having bad dreams. Dark swirling shadows writhe all around his lifeless body. You walk towards him and look down at his face. It is relaxed and serene, as if he is sleeping peacefully. You fall to your knees and slowly you move closer and closer until your face is almost touching his. Abruptly, his eyelids spring open and 2 jets of scarlet flame issue forth from the pupils of his glaring eyes, burning and melting and mutilating you. The dark shadows grip you tightly, and you cannot move a muscle. There is no escaping from the horror that engulfs your body and soul. It consumes you utterly. Your life and your quest end here. Just like under the Coon? Really? Random number table. Deduct 2 for Kai screen. Alright, so we got a 2. That's how much endurance you lose as a consequence of this traumatic nightmare. It's kind of rude, but okay. I don't know what Tamasarans are. I've only played Dragon Age Origins, and you don't learn that much about the Kunari in that game. You wake with a start and sit bolt upright. Your heart is pounding and your face is bathed in cold sweat. An unnatural chill pervades the room, and it is emanating from the Eye of Agarash.
The evil artifact was the cause of your traumatic nightmare, and the residue of its awakened power now lingers in the chamber. He talks about them in the first game? Really? I don't remember that. The noise of explosions rings in your ears. At first, you think it is a hangover from your nightmare until you see flashes of light at the window. The explosions are real. Actual explosions. Oh, I'm not sure if I ever did take him the first time I went to Denerim. Hurriedly, you put on your boots, backpack, and cape and rush to the door. It opens as you approach it, and you see Captain Jianzhu running across the chapel towards you.
"We're under attack!" he shouts. "They're bombing the roof! You must leave at once!"
Bombing, really? That sounds serious. Jianzhu turns on his heel and motions you to follow him. Chunks of masonry and plaster are falling from the chapel's ceiling to smash on the pews and floor all around you. The captain hurries to the altar and parts its silver cloth to reveal a trapdoor. He tugs it open and you follow him down an iron ladder bolted to the tower's cellar wall. A secret passage leads to the cellar of a convent located opposite the north gate. You leave this cellar by way of a flight of stone steps that ascend to the convent's kitchen above. Jianzhu unlocks and opens a door, and you see the alleyway that runs alongside the convent. Fiery explosions and flashes of lightning illuminate the darkness of this narrow passage. You take a step from the doorway and look up into the storm-torn skies above. Amidst the roiling clouds are several large winged reptilians that are circling and diving on the roof of the Tower of Ashir. Shadowy riders cling to their backs. Goddess of balance or whatnot, stronger than Kai and Nar? I don't know. Shouldn't she be like, hey, bombing my tower? Hashtag divine smite. I don't know. Gods never do what you think they're gonna do or should do. That's why they're gods. Shadowy riders cling to their backs. They hurl missiles at the tower roof before soaring away into the black clouds where they circle around before diving again. The explosive missiles that they cast down have already destroyed the icon of Ashir and much of the upper part of the tower, including the Star Chamber where you met with Jianzhu, Herb Warden Zoutro, and Lord Honos just a few hours ago. That's why they pray. Pray! That's right, we pray. Pray! You got to pray just to make it today. That's right, we pray. Pray! Just to make it today. You step back into the convent kitchen to keep from being seen by the winged creatures overhead. As you do so, the evil power of the eye flares up and drains you of... Oh, let's roll. Literally never. The ring helps. No wonder that guy died. No wonder Kenga died. He had the shittiest ring ever. Lord Honos and Herb Warden Zoutro come running up the stairs from the convent cellar. They are covered with plaster dust and look badly shaken. You ask if Priestess Song Tao is safe. They glance at each other and then look dejectedly at the floor and shake their heads. Oh damn, they killed Song Tao too? These motherfuckers are killing everybody in this book.
Grand Master, says the captain urgently, you must leave here. It is too dangerous for you to stay any longer.
He stands in the open doorway and points along the alley to a passageway at the southern end.
Turn right at the end, and the passage will take you to Azara Street.
Go left when you reach Zara and you'll soon arrive at the main square. Look for the sign to the quay. Follow the sign and you'll be sure to reach the quayside. Make your way to the stone pier in the middle of the quayside and look for the Silver Virix. She is a Corlean cargo ship berthed at the end of the pier. She will be bound for the port of soon as the storms abate. She'll be bound for soon. Go aboard her and hide yourself below deck. If it's safe to do so, we will come for you an hour before noon and bring you back here to the North Gate in time for Lord Ramoa's arrival.
Can I just go fight the boss? Where's the boss of this attack? Let me just go fight the fucking boss. Okay, wait. Turn right at the end. Zara Street, go left. Follow the sign from the quay. I might have to remember these directions. And what if you don't come? You ask, pragmatically. Hashtag pragmatic singing.
If we don't come for you, replies Jianzhu, then the situation here will have escalated beyond our control. You should remain hidden aboard this ship. Once it sails and is safely beyond the estuary, you should make yourself known to the captain. His name is Chengen. He's a watcher and he's loyal to our cause. He will convey you to the port of Soon, and from there you'll be able to make contact with your Kai monastery on the Isle of Lorne. We will send word of this to Lord Ramoa, if we're able.
You've acknowledged the captain's words and set off from the kitchen doorway. But you have barely taken a dozen steps along the alleyway when you see a group of leathery black creatures appear in the passageway beyond. They are armed with iron bows. One of them raises its bow and a black arrow comes speeding directly towards your head. I do have magi magic. Swiftly, you invoke the Old Kingdom spell, Shield! And a shimmering circular field of energy forms in front of you, which is definitely not Quen. The black arrow hits this magical shield and explodes into a harmless shower of hissing fragments. Honos and Zoutro dash from the kitchen door and rush ahead of you along the alleyway to provide you with some cover from the leathery black archers in the passage beyond. Lord Honos casts a brace of flaming bolts that incinerate the nearest two enemies and transforms them to glowing heaps of ash. Herb-Warden Zoutro hurls a green glass sphere that smashes in the midst of the remaining four and ensnares them in a rapidly growing tangle of barbed briars. I do throw in tanglefoot bags. They accompany you to the end of the alley and scour the adjoining passageway to check if the coast is clear.
Go, Grandmaster, says Zoutro. Go now, and may Kai and Ashir go with you.
Mindful of Captain Jianzhu's directions, you reach the end of the passageway and go left into Izara Street. Soon you reach the city's main square and follow the sign westwards to the quay. Upon reaching the quayside, you shield your eyes from the lashing rain and scan the length of the central stone pier until you espy what you were looking for. The Silver Virix is moored at the end of the pier, roped and chained securely in its berth. You run to the pier and race along its stone walkway, buffeted on all sides by the wind and sheeting rain. You are halfway along the pier when a leathery-winged creature swoops down from of the raging storm clouds and passes directly over your head. It screeches, and your pounding heart misses a beat when you recognize what this creature is. It kind of sounds a little bit like that. It screeched, you guys. That scared the shit out of you. Sorry. Sorry. A Kron. Oh, I remember fighting one of those as Lone Wolf a long time ago. A long time ago. Never have Kron ventured this far south from the dark lands of northern Magnamund before. You recall the Doom Wolves you encountered during your journey from Vabu to Valis, and realize the only possible reasons for why they are now present in Chai. Nadzaran Zashnor has either brought them here, or the foul sorcerer has established spawning pits somewhere in southern Magnamund and is creating them to bolster the size of his invading army. The shrieking Kron banks away from the quayside and circles around to make another pass over the pier. You see two smaller creatures riding pillion in a saddle strapped to its scaly back. You magnify your vision and recognize that they are the same kind of creatures that attempted to block your escape along the alleyway beside the convent. Your Magnakai discipline of divination tells you that these hairless black leathery bipeds are Doomga, a new breed of horrors created by Zashnor in its spawning pits located below the evil Banarian temple city of Bakhasa. Your senses also reveal that Zashnor has been able to draw upon the souls of myriad victims sacrificed by Autarch Sejanaz during his long and bloody reign. They were imprisoned in the Bakhasian temples and used to supply raw power to its voracious spawning vats. The Doomga are watching you intently through slitted eyes that emit a dull orange glow. That's pretty sinister. The Kron flies away in the direction of the main square and then circles back, cawing loudly. It is directing a dozen Doomga that are in Zo Street to race towards your location. They soon reach the end of the thoroughfare and come scurrying across the quay toward the entrance to the central pier. They are armed with black iron bows and serrated swords. When they reach the pier, they draw their swords and give vent to a snickering battle cry. What does that sound like? Magi magic, go. You speak the words of the Old Kingdom battle spell, Invisible Fist, and thrust your clenched right hand toward the Doomga clustered around the entrance to the pier. The force of your spell punches a hole through their ranks and sends several of them tumbling in all directions. To your dismay, you watch them scramble to their feet and hurry back to join the others. Only one Doomga has been slain by the force of your spell, and its broken body now lies slumped against the front door of the Takukuma Tavern. You unsheathe your Kai weapon and prepare to take the fight to the snickering Doomga. You resolve to cut your way through them to the quayside beyond and make a hasty escape into the city. If you allow them to force you along the pier to the cargo ship, they will have the combat advantage, for there is nowhere you can escape to once you are on the deck of the ship. Need invisible flurry of blows. Yeah. Coolly, you advance along the pier, but not as coolly as you would be advancing if you had a Kirishami, or whatever the hell. Oh, Speaking of Kirishami, goddammit. You show the vile creatures no fear, but you are stopped dead in your tracks when you hear the loud flapping of wings behind you. You glance over your left shoulder and see a Kron landing at the end of the pier. Astride its back is a Doomga, but one that is larger and more muscular than the others. A breastplate of black iron encases its chest, and in its hand it carries a large Kirusami. Even the villains have to have Kirusamis now? Joe is weirdly obsessed with this weapon. An exaggerated mockery of the Chai Imperial Guard weapon. Your Magnakai discipline of divination informs you that this creature is Kluz, the Doomga leader. Okay, slow your roll. All of a sudden I'm using divination to know all kinds of random shit that I shouldn't know. Why haven't I been using that this whole damn time? It fixes you with a withering stare, and its dull orange eyes flare brightly. It is preparing to dismount from the back of the cawing crawn. I don't have a bow, actually. So, once again, Magi magic. Let's roll. You shape your mouth precisely and shout the Old Kingdom power word, Galar Roda. The concussive force of your shout hits the Doomgar in the chest and makes it reel back in the saddle. You have a very specific level of divinatory knowledge. Yeah, apparently. With difficulty, it clings to the horn of the Kron saddle with its free hand until the force of your Old Kingdom battle spell subsides. The impact leaves him shaken but undeterred. Clues leaps from the saddle and lands on the stone pier with a splash. It's Kirusami, gripped firmly in its leathery black hands. The gathered Doomgar hiss their approval as their leader stomps towards you along the walkway. You steel yourself and prepare to fight this formidable creature to the death. Once again, they want to know if I have the Kirusami. No, Joe. No, I don't have it. Fuck you. You die. The Doomgar leader raises its mighty Kirusami, and spouts of crackling blue flame erupt along the length of its razor-sharp blade. It opens its maw to reveal a score of dagger-like fangs and a thin black tongue that writhes between them. The weapon that this enemy wields can leech power from the Eye of Agarash. This inflicts 1 endurance point of damage to you in every round of this combat. It's armed with Zook Gudrak. Alright. I already have an over 11 point advantage on him without using anything special, so I'm not really tripping. Let's bust some cap on this fool. Let's roll the die. Well, that's not great. He loses 12, I lose 2, and I lose 1 more, so I'm down to 33. Glor Roda. Divination tells you all about the history of Zuktarak and Kirasamis in general, even though you know all about them already. In fact, you're so distracted trying to fight, while divination is in your head telling you about Kirasamis and shit, that you lose 4 from your combat skill. Alright, he lost 12 there. Let's go. Yeah, it's a kill! It's a kill! It's a kill! But I still lose 1 in that round. Okay, I just finished the combat. Right now, I'm drinking Lomspurs like a motherfucker. You know what, actually... You never know how long you're going to get to keep these things. Just drink them all. Just chug Lomspur like it's going out of style. Clues shrieks with agony. I was trying to do that relatively quietly, or it would have been more dramatic. I was trying to do it relatively quietly because I am kind. The Chamberlain from the Dark Crystal. I don't know, you know, whatever. It's a weird, dark, leathery creature, and it's shrieking. What does it sound like? When you land your killing blow. Clutching at its sundered breastplate, it tumbles off the stone pier and plummets headfirst into the heaving waters of the Takukama estuary. For a few moments, its fell weapons... Do we still gotta talk about its goddamn Kirosami? For a few moments, its fell weapon, Zukgudrak, balances precariously on the edge of the walkway. Then the howling winds catch its heavy blade and send it spiraling down into the dark waters to join its owner. When the badass Kurosami hits the water, all of the water evaporates and the world is now filled with nothing but dust. The Doomga at the far end of the pier are devastated by the defeat of their leader. They break and run in all directions to escape a similar fate by your hand. Only one remains behind. Your Magnakai discipline of divination informs you that this creature is Muldor, Cluse's sycophantic and vengeful lieutenant. The creature raises its iron bow and lets loose a black arrow aimed at your heart. Is this a 4 or lower insta-die, probably? Or probably just take a bunch of damage, I don't know. I get to add 2 for Grand Hunt Mastery, so... that's good. Will I be blessed? Nope! Dodge the blessing. 5 or higher. The arrow whistles towards you with an exceptional speed and accuracy that reveals its magical enhancement. It is a Zejar Dulaga, a sorceress missile imbued with magical accuracy which is only known to be crafted in the Darklands. No, I'm afraid not, Saito. Instinctively, you twist aside to avoid it, and it rips through your oilskin cape and disappears into the storm-swept waters of the estuary. The rip in your cape is smeared with a black tarry substance with a bitter smell. It is black Yua venom, a fast-acting and deadly toxin. The Doomga Muldor is reloading its bow and preparing to fire again. You race along the walkway toward the gangplank of the Silver Virix, desperately seeking cover. Muldor tracks you as you run and unleashes a second arrow. It speeds towards you, forcing you to somersault along the gangplank to avoid being hit. The deadly black arrow strikes the wooden edge of the plank barely inches from your right foot. Gasping for breath, you leap from the plank onto the stern deck of the cargo ship and hurriedly take cover behind the wheelhouse. I don't have a bow because you stole my bow earlier, Joe. Yeah, he just chucked the summer sword into Muldor's head and be fucking done with it, right? I don't understand why I'm running and jumping onto ships. All I gotta do is fucking invisible fist this fool, or Fusro this fool, and then while he's staggered from that, run the fuck over there and lop his head off with fucking Sunderer. I don't know where all this running and hiding shit is coming from. Oh, that's right, because it's Fire Snake. I feel like these New Order books have to be written specifically to make the character in them less cool than Lone Wolf. The Doomga howls with frustration. It can no longer see you. It drops its iron bow and unsheathes its serrated sword. You run to the other side of the wheelhouse and peer around its side to see the Doomga scurrying along the walkway, slashing at the rain with its black blade in a berserk frenzy. You draw your Kai weapon as it comes racing down the gangplank, shrieking maniacally. It does not know precisely where you are, and you seize this vital advantage. The moment it reaches the stern deck, you spring out from behind the wheelhouse and launch a swift attack. You can ignore endurance losses in the first round. Cool. So, again, we have a massive advantage over it. Shouldn't be a problem. I rolled a 3. 11 and 2. And an 8 should kill it. 8 kills it. Oh, I get to ignore endurance losses from the first round. Sweet. Is 300 the end? Or does it go up to 350? I'm not sure on this book. Nope, 300 is not the end. You step away from Muldor's body and brace yourself against the side of the wheelhouse as the deck of the ship sways from side to side. The mooring ropes and chains creak and groan as the hull of the silver Vyrix is battered by the raging waves. Bolts of lightning strike the pier and a deafening thunderclap explodes directly overhead. A feeling of cold dread grips your stomach. Your sixth sense is screaming a warning that a great evil is fast approaching the vessel. Sixth sense. A loathsome Kron emerges from the churning black clouds and swoops down to hover a few feet above the ship's foredeck. Astride its back is a thin figure swathed in black robes edged with gold and scarlet braid. In his cadaverous hand, he clutches a black orb that trails wisps of thin black smoke. I don't know if I've been there, but I'm pretty sure I have because I've played every single one of these New Order books, so I probably have. You freed Lone Wolf from that fortress. Yeah, I don't even remember that at all. But we're going there. The robed figure jumps from the saddle to the deck of the ship. As soon as he is clear, the Kron beats its leathery wings and ascends into the storm clouds overhead. With difficulty, the bald, gaunt-faced man hobbles across the foredeck and descends the steps to the main deck. The smoking orb in his hand transforms into a long black staff as he fixes you with his cold, dead eyes. Apparently we know this guy.
I have returned, Kai Wretch. I come to fulfill my vow. Vengeance shall be mine.
A spike of freezing fear stabs at your heart like an icy dagger. In a moment of pure horror, you recognize this man. It is Zaal, the necromancer. He has kept his dying vow to return from beyond the grave and enact his revenge on you. You sense that he has been reconstructed by evil sorcery since you sliced him in two in Gazad Helkona. Okay, hold on. You telling me I already beat this dude a bunch of books back when I was weaker, and I'm scared of him now? I'm like, yo, you ready? You want to come back for round two? I can cut you in half again. I ain't even tripping. His crippled yet functioning body is chilling testimony to the power of Nadzaran Zashnor. This guy the new Kadak? He's the new Kadak, isn't he? Kadak 2.0. He opens wide his wadding mouth to reveal an array of putrid, needle-sharp teeth. A deafening sound emerges from his ghastly maw, a cry far louder than the noise of the thundering storm. I'm not going to make this sound. I have mercy on you. The force of this unholy roar drags you to your knees and fills your head with blinding pain. Head pain, okay. Of course I have Kai screen. I'm not a noob. You gotta have Kai screen. You gotta have Kai screen. SPF 1000. Let's turn to 25, shall we? All right. Let's turn to 25. A deafening sound emerges from his ghastly maw. A cry far louder than the noise of the thundering storm. You just said that. The force of this unholy roar drags you to your knees and fills your head with blinding pain. Are you Sun Thane? Yes. Are you Grand Thane? Yes. Are you not? Would you like to just go insta-die? Grand Thane. Show me some love, Grand Thane. Oh, now we're getting serious. Suddenly, you realize that you are not being subjected to an audio attack. The noise that fills your head is the effect of a powerful psychic assault on your senses. You call upon your advanced discipline to erect a mind fort to shut out the unbearable noise, and your swift response saves you from sustaining any permanent impairment to your mental faculties. Howling with frustration that its psychic attack has helped and not harmed you, the ghoulish figure leaps towards you, brandishing his black staff. In the blink of an eye, the staff transforms into a hissing serpent. It is disturbingly similar to the snake that emerged from the mouth of undead Ansang. You reach for your weapon and pull back as the serpent's venomous fangs strike out for your throat. Zael the Necromancer, reconstructed undead with Serpent Rod. Combat skill 50. Finally, somebody's stepping up. Good thing he's undead, though, so I can use my special thing I got. He is a powerful undead adversary. If your chosen weapon provides you with a bonus when used in a fight against an undead foe, be sure and calculate and add the bonus to your combat skill before this battle begins. If you possess the Kai weapon Spawn Smite or Valiance, you can add its bonus. Alright, no problem. So, combat skill 50. I'm sitting at a 57. And it doesn't say I can't use Mind Blast or whatever on him, so I can reduce his shit by 4. And I get +3 from the Ward Stone. So 60. Yeah, so I can already get a +11 on him, even though he's the big bad guy. Alright, let's one-shot this dude. That's not a one-shot, but it's pretty good. He loses 16, I lose 1. He loses 16, I lose 1. He's lost 32. Okay. He's lost 41. I lose 3. And he's dead. We win the epic combat. That would be hard as fuck if you were playing a new character. It doesn't matter. Here we go, you lying ass Kai Wisdom. It doesn't matter how low your initial combat score. If you made a brand new character for this book, you didn't have the Ward Stone. Well, let's say you did have the Ward Stone. Even so, with the combat skill, a low combat skill roll and a brand new character, there's no fucking way you'd beat this dude. Oh, don't worry. All you gotta do is roll zeros all day. Your final... Again with this Kurosami shit? Your final blow decapitates Zael and sends his decayed head arcing away into the tempestuous waters of the Tukukuma estuary. His crippled body drops to the deck and rapidly decays before your eyes. The necromantic spell that raised Zael from the dead and restored his sundered body has been broken. And now the years of rot and decay that were held at bay rapidly consume his diseased corpse. His serpent rod reverts to its spherical form and lies beside the putrid remains, smoking and hissing intensely. I cannot believe how many times the word Kurosami has appeared in this book. No, I don't have it. You have consigned the necromancer's head forever to a watery grave. But you need to dispense with the accursed weapon he wielded. Drawing upon your Magna Chi discipline of Nexus, you focus on the smoking sphere and will it to rise up from the deck. Slowly it ascends. When it reaches chest height, you halt it in mid-air and concentrate a burst of mental energy that sends it flying over the gunwale of the ship. It hits the raging waters and explodes, showering you with foaming spray. Take that, waters. That's the second time I've kicked the water's ass. You are wiping the foam from your face with the back of your hand when your eye catches some movement on the quayside. The Doomgaw are slowly and nervously returning to the stone pier. They are very wary, but they are also very curious to discover if Zael has been triumphant. You crouch low to avoid being spotted and shuffle your way toward the door of the wheelhouse. You resolve to get below deck and find a place to hide before the Doomgaw muster enough courage to come along the pier and board the Silver Vyrix. When they find the ruined remains of Zael's corpse, they will likely come searching for you. Your basic Kai discipline of mind over matter deals quickly and easily with the padlock on the wheelhouse door. It snaps open, and you slide back the door and enter. Swiftly, you tug the door closed behind you and use the padlock to secure it from the inside. A set of wooden steps lead down to the lower deck where you discover the crew's quarters. There are 2 cabins notably larger than the others, the captain's cabin and the purser's cabin. I beat the boss, and these fuckers are still hounding me. This is the Lone Wolf book that never ends, you guys. Let's go to the captain's cabin. The door to the captain's cabin is locked, but it needs only a little physical persuasion to break the simple lock and slide it open. The wood-paneled cabin is comfortably furnished with a bunk, chart table, swivel-backed captain's chair, and mahogany cabinets. There is a large chest at the end of the bunk. Its hinged brass lock plate is raised, and the padlock that usually secures it lies discarded on the cabin deck beside the chest. Fine, I'll open the chest. Oh, shit. You lift the lid and find a tray containing the captain's clothes and personal possessions, all neatly arranged. You lift the tray out of the chest, and in the space beneath there is a brass-banded toa wood box. You open it and discover 8 vials standing upright in its partitioned interior. This is a potions box, and it contains the following. Alright, I'm immediately going to drink these potions of Lomwort to get 4 endurance back. I'm going to take all 3 of those potions of Lomspur. Alather and a Malavan. I just spent money buying all these potions. I'll take, well, all of them, actually. And I might as well. I have lots of space in my backpack, and they're free. And a potion of Alather as well. Alright, I just got loaded up. Immediately in the very next thing, you lose your backpack and everything in it. These potions are all backpack items. Okay, I got it. A loud shriek rips through the constant rumbling of thunder, and your senses tingle with apprehension. You guys want to know what the shriek sounds like? Hey, what's up, Sin? How you doing? Good to see you, Sen. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for the host. I appreciate it. What's going on, Sen? This chilling sound is neither the cry of a Kron or a Doomgaw. It is something much larger and far more sinister. You peer out through the cabin's porthole, but all you see is the stone wall of the pier rising and falling with the sway of the rough waters. As you step back from the porthole, you are hit by a sudden wave of weakness that makes you shudder and drop to your knees, gasping for breath. Again, the eye is activated and it drains you. Let's see if the ring finally helps. The ring finally helped! I don't actually lose that endurance. Have you been finding all the coins? What? Oh, playing Last of Us 2. You're close to the end? You're still playing demos? No, this is Lone Wolf Gamebook. This is the 29th book. I've done all 28 prior to this. Alright, let's go investigate what made the shriek. With trepidation, you climb the wooden steps that ascend to the wheelhouse. Through the rear window, you see a huge winged creature perched on the end of the stone pier. It is an imperial Zlan beast. Astride a grand saddle embellished with Dark Lord icons, you see a slender, man-like figure swathed in a hooded gray robe. The raised hood of the robe hides the figure's face, but at once you know who this is. Nadzaran Zashor. Clues and Zaol have both been slain by your hand, and so Zashnor has now been forced to show itself and finish the task they failed to accomplish on its behalf. Oh, so Zaol was a fake boss fight. Well, I'm playing it on a website called projectaeon.org. It's not really a browser game, it's a book. It's an actual book. But this is just the book in digital form. Like this is what the cover of the book, the actual book, looks like. Alright. In the Nadzaran's right hand is a short staff that bears an uncanny resemblance to the claw of Nar. The head of the staff looks like a petrified vulture's foot. It is cast in pure kaganite, embedded with specks of a shimmering scarlet mineral. Its shaft is twisted like a length of gnarled tree root, and perforated with myriad pea-sized hollows. In a moment of sudden and terrible realization, you know that this staff is not a replica of the claw. It is the claw. Alright, how did he get the claw? A true player does not collect everything. Zashnor detects your presence in the wheelhouse, and swiftly it points the claw of Nar at the window. The eye starts to vibrate and move in its satchel. It becomes rapidly colder, and frost forms on the satchel's leather surface. The movements become stronger, and now you are being tugged steadily closer to the window. Let's keep in mind this is on my left hip, folks, as we were... Zashnor has unleashed a spell that is drawing the eye inexorably towards the claw. If you allow the two evil artifacts to be reunited, the consequences will be disastrous. The only way you can prevent this calamity is to slay the vile Nadzaran. Confront in open combat. I give no fucks. With immense courage and determination, you resolve to confront Zashnor and slay the evil Nadzaran in personal combat. You unsheathe your Kai weapon, unlock the wheelhouse door, and step out into the rain-swept stern deck. Zashnor has dismounted from the Zlan beast, and it is about to step onto the gangplank. It sees you, and immediately it unleashes a powerful wave of psychic energy with the intention of disabling you before you can launch your attack. Dude, Kai Screen in this book has been amazing. Kai Screen is legitimately the Kai alchemy of this book. Even more so than the animal mastery thing. Grandmaster Discipline of Kai Screen. Let's do it. Zashnor's psychic assault hits you with the force of a charging bull and knocks you flat on your back. Oh no, charging bull. I have attained Grand Thane. Get the fuck out of here with your psychic attack. Wow, that came in really handy. Again. Reeling from the impact of this powerful psychic assault, you draw upon your advanced discipline to absorb and transform the hostile psychic energy into a remarkably positive physical effect. Restore 10 endurance points. Man, I'm at full health again. That's 2 full heals I've gotten from Kai Screen, this book. Zashnor senses that something is wrong, and immediately it ceases its psychic assault. You scramble to your feet and face your enemy. Zashnor has reached the bottom of the gangplank, and it levels the Claw of Nar at your chest. Its initial psychic attack has failed to stop you, and now it launches a magical attack that it hopes will put paid... Finally, we're putting paid! Put paid, hashtag put paid, to you once and for all. The tip of the claw erupts into a terrifying ball of lightning that arcs across the deck at blinding speed. Alright, I have Grand Hunt Mastery, so I can deduct 2 from my random number. Oh, of course I rolled a 9, though. Thanks, Blessing. So that gives me a 7. Oh! Wow! You've got a life in your quest end here in the middle of a section that's... Fortunately, I have Grand Hunt Mastery, which just saved my life. I lose 7 endurance. If your total is 9, you're engulfed and consumed by the ferocious ball of lightning. Zashnor will recover the Eye of Agarash from your smoldering remains and marry it with the Claw of Nar. The weapon thus created will give the Nadzaran the ability to unleash a fireball so powerful that it will incinerate Dwala and all of its inhabitants at one fell stroke. Tragically, you will no longer be able to prevent this catastrophe, for your life and your mission ends here. Wow. But that didn't happen to me because Grand Hunt Mastery saved me. A stunning transformation is taking place before your disbelieving eyes. The gray-cloaked Nadzaran dissolves into a swirling cloud of milky mist that expands and solidifies into a scaly dragon with frosty white hide and black fathomless eyes. It opens its jaws to reveal an array of razor-sharp fangs. It roars loudly, and a freezing gust of super-cold breath engulfs you, leaving you shivering and chilled to the bone. Your Magna Chi discipline of Nexus saves you from a swift and icy death, but Zashnor seizes the advantage its transformation and breath attack has gained, and it comes bounding towards you with murderous intent. Alright, let's do this murderous intent. And every section I'm expecting the fight to come, and just more stuff. Bardsmanship and astrology. Yeah, of course. Those are the most useful. Even astrology got used a few times in the last book, but bardsmanship is literally never fucking used. The transformation has turned Zashnor into a fearsome dragon foe, yet it has one consequence that the arrogant Nadzaran has failed to consider. Its long saber-like talons make it difficult to maintain its grasp of the Claw of Nar. A sudden gust of wind catches the claw and sends it tumbling from Zashnor's uncertain grip. It hits the deck, and hurriedly the Nadzaran fumbles to retrieve it. I got lots of options here. I don't have my bow. Do I want to... Oh, let's use this because it's Grand Thane, so you know it's going to be good. Grand Nexus Grand Thane. Advanced skill. Go. You muster your strength and shout your word of power at Zashnor. Kai! The concussive shock of your power word makes the Nadzaran shudder and take a few hesitant steps backwards. The deck sways and the Claw of Nar rolls away from Zashnor beyond its reach. The fell dragon shrieks with pain and frustration. You shoulder your bow, I don't have a bow, and rush towards it with your Kai weapon raised to strike. You were determined to seize the advantage and slay this evil adversary where it stands. I've been determined for about 5 sections now. Here we go. Here we go! Zashnor rises to its full height and roars at the sky, as if in answer to its rage. If only you had Kai'd him earlier. Right? There is a sudden thunderclap, and several bolts of lightning streak down from the roiling black clouds. There have been a lot of roiling clouds in this book. Like, clouds been roiling this whole time. To strike all along the stone pier. The storm reaches its cacophonous peak. Cacophony! When you launch your attack on the evil sorcerer. Zashnor in Ice Dragon form has a lot of combat skill, you guys. He's immune to Mind Blast, partial resistance to Kai Surge and Kai Blast. If you possess Kai Surge and use it during this combat, you add 4 points to your combat skill at the cost of 1 endurance point per round. If you possess the Advanced Grandmaster Discipline of Kai Blast and use it during this combat, you may pick only one number from the random number table to determine the damage inflicted upon the Nadzaran at the cost of 4 endurance points. I don't have Valiant's Response Might. The Eye of Agarash becomes active throughout this combat. It drains you of 1 endurance point per round until the combat ends. Okay, so he's not undead. We are going to use Kai Surge, okay? So I'm going to lose 2 every round. Actually, no, this won't do anything because if it's draining me of 1, I already reduce it. No, I reduce it to 1. So I have to roll the ring every round, but I'm going to take 1 per round from Kai thing. That's going to give me a combat skill of 61. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use an Alethor potion. 3. And a Malavan. Which will get me up to that coveted plus 11 bonus on him. So, first of all, does the ring help me this round? Yes. So I'm only going to take 1 loss from using Kai Surge, Kai Blast, Kai Surge. So let's roll the first round. Boom! Not quite one-shotted, I don't think. Nope. But I got him for 18 and I didn't lose any, but I did lose 1 from the Kai Surge. I got him for 18. Round 2. Oh, fuck. Round 2. I got him for 10, so he's taken 28. And I lose 2, 3. I lose 3. So I've got him for 28. Round 3. Fuck. I've got him for 38. 38. And I lose 2, 3, 4. Got him for 38. Round 4. 4. 48. I've got him for 50. He's almost gone. Got him for 50 and I lose another 4. Round 5. He's only got 2 endurance left, so... And now I insta-kill him after all that. But I still end up losing 2 more. No problem. I won in 6 rounds or less. Beautiful. Your final fatal blow shatters the chest of the Ice Dragon Zashnor. It implodes with a deafening noise, like the simultaneous smashing of 1,000 crystal chandeliers. The frosty wings and limbs become detached as the torso disintegrates upon the deck, and rapidly they melt into a milky cloud that engulfs the broken remains. For a few moments, this opaque ball of mist churns and seethes until it loses the last of its energy and is whipped away on the winds of the storm. Lying at your feet is the gray-robed form of Zashnor, torn and lifeless. You draw back the hood of its robe and reveal its true form. Its distorted goat-like skull is semi-transparent, allowing you to see its brain, which is as dark as night. Two small straight horns protrude from its forehead, and its eye sockets appear unnaturally black, as if they are two holes through which you can see into another plane of existence. It is exceedingly rare to look upon a Nadzaran in its true form. You recall something that Supreme Master Lone Wolf told you about the Nadzaranim, that when they are destroyed utterly. Nothing at all remains of their bodies or spirit. Zashnor was clearly an exceptional Nadzaran. There are rumors that a select few Nadzaranim have returned to Magnamund by the grace of Nar and life-draining necromantic rituals after having seemingly been destroyed. Mindful of this, you resolve that Zashnor shall never join their ranks. Do you have a Kurasami? Driven by an overwhelming instinct, you raise your Kai weapon above your head and bring it crashing down upon the Nadzaran's loathsome skull. Your mighty blow sunders the translucent bone case, destroying it completely. Within moments of its destruction, the crushed remains of the skull and the entire skeletal carcass become a pungent black slime that bubbles and boils until all that is left are a ragged gray robe and a man-sized patch of scorched decking. The thunder and lightning cease abruptly, and the violent storm begins to abate. The winds die down, and the torrential rain recedes until it becomes little more than light drizzle. Calm is slowly returning to storm-ravaged Chai as the power of Zashnor relinquishes its foul grip on nature. He became #JustSludge. After so many days of raging turmoil, the natural balance of the elements is finally being restored. It's about time. No more roiling clouds, maybe? You close your eyes and offer up a prayer to God Kai for giving you the strength and courage to overcome this formidable foe. You are concluding your prayer when a riotous noise makes you open your eyes and focus your gaze on the quayside. You hear shrieks of pain and triumphant Chai battle cries. Captain Jiansu has rallied the city guard, and he is leading them personally in a merciless pursuit of the Doomga. The last of these loathsome creatures have been flushed out of the streets and passageways of Dwala and hounded mercilessly towards the quay. Now the few remaining Doomga are being pushed off the quay into the turbulent waters of the estuary. None of them can swim, and they all perish swiftly in the deep, dark waters. Well, that's nice.
For Chai! Shout the victorious guardsmen. For Kaakon and Chai!
Journey Mage Honos and Herd Warden Zoutro are with Captain Jiansu, and they spot you standing on the deck of the Silver Virdix. They hurry along the walkway of the stone pier and come running down the gangplank, their faces beaming with joy that you are still alive. They embrace you warmly and commend your skill and bravery. The dramatic turn in the weather tells them that you have overcome a great evil this night and saved the city, and all of Chai, from a terrible fate at the hands of the merciless Zashnor. You inform them about the Claw of Nar, and they can hardly believe their ears. But when you point to it lying on the deck a few yards away, all doubt is swiftly dispelled. Journey Mage Honos removes his cape and carefully he wraps the accursed artifact, making sure that he does not touch the twisted shaft with his bare hands. This book is literally destroying me.
I will carry it back to City Guard headquarters, he says solemnly. I fear that if you were to convey it along with the Eye of Agarash, the consequences would prove fatal, my lord. Your sixth sense tells you that Hanos' fears are well... No, it doesn't! My goddamn logic and knowledge of what these fucking artifacts are tells me that his fears... My sixth sense doesn't tell me shit! My sixth sense tells you that Hanos' fears are well-founded. The close proximity of the eye and the claw would create a surge of evil energy that would kill you in an instant. You follow a safe distance behind Honos and Zoutro as you return along the pier to the quayside. Captain Jian Su is overjoyed to see that you are alive. He salutes you and shakes you warmly by the hand.
My eternal thanks, Grand Master, he says. Once again you have saved Chai from a great and terrible evil. You will forever be revered as a hero in our land.
I mean, I was already forever revered as a hero. There's literally a giant painting of me in your throne room. But, you know, you can have a second one now. How about you upgrade me to a statue? You are escorted by the captain and his men along Zo Street to the main square, where the headquarters of the city guard is located. Awoken by the fighting and the ferocious lightning storm, many of the citizens are now gathered in groups in the square, chattering excitedly. They cheer and wave as you pass, and the captain and his men acknowledge their applause with proud smiles and salutes. When you reach the headquarters building, you ask what has become of the Tower of Ashir.
It has gone,
replies Jiansu sadly.
It fell in flames an hour ago. I regret to inform you that there are no survivors.
The captain makes his personal quarters available to you. Before he leaves, he tells you to get some rest, and he confirms that Lord Ramoa will be arriving aboard Kamet as planned at noon. About damn time.
I will escort you to the North Gate shortly before midday and see you safely aboard, he says. And then he bids you good night and closes the door to his chambers. The physical and mental strain of reading this book for 10 hours, the physical and mental strain of your battle with Zashnor and its foul cohorts, wells up and overwhelms you with fatigue. You climb onto the captain's bed and fall immediately into a deep and dreamless sleep. You are awoken mid-morning by Journey Mage Honos and Herb Warden Zoutro. They bring you a hearty breakfast, and together you eat and talk before Captain Jiansu enters to inform you that it is time to leave. You ride from the headquarters building to the North Gate in the company of the captain, Lord Honos, and Herb Warden Zoutro. The young Journey Mage carries the Claw of Nar still wrapped securely in his cape. Upon arriving at the gate, you see that it is open. Nearby, the smoldering remains of the Tower of Ashir remind you of the selfless sacrifices that were made during your long and difficult mission. You offer up a silent prayer to Goddess Ashir to cherish and preserve the souls of those who willingly gave their lives so that you might succeed. They have gone, but they will never be forgotten. Turn to 350. While you slept, the dawn of the day brought with it a dramatic change in the weather. The skies have cleared and warm sunshine is drying the saturated streets of Dwala. Lord Ramoa arrives precisely at noon. Comet appears in a cloudless sky, and gradually it descends until it comes to hover just a few feet above an area of cleared ground outside the North Gate. Yeah, Nox must be really tired. I'm really tired. Suddenly it was like Monster Boss Gauntlet on the dockside. Yeah, right? Comet appears in a cloudless sky and gradually it descends until it comes to hover just a few feet above an area of cleared ground outside the North Gate. You hear its engine powering down to a soft hum and see Lord Ramoa and Blazer awaiting you at the rail of the stern deck. They both salute you with pride.
The boarding ladder is lowered and you say farewell to Captain Jiansu and Herb Warden Zoutro before you climb aboard. Journey Mage Honos has been instructed to return to Desi by Lord Ramoa. He has been charged with the safekeeping of the Claw of Nar until Comet arrives at the High Council in Elzian. Yeah, they did a great job keeping it safe the last time, apparently. Ramoa and Blazer greet and commend you on completing your mission successfully. Bosun Durin takes Honos to his quarters in the bow while you retire to Lord Ramoa's comfortable cabin at the stern. On approaching the cabin door, you turn and take one last look at the city of Dwala and wave a final farewell to Jiansu and Zoutro as Comet ascends smoothly into the clear blue sky. Turn to 350. Thank God. Thank Ishir. This shit has been going for a profoundly long time. Okay. Your return sky voyage to the Kai Monastery of Lorne takes a little over 6 hours. During your aerial flight, Lord Ramoa asks many questions about your mission, and he prepares a detailed account which he will give to Kai's Supreme Master Lone Wolf. Blazer, I ain't got time for Blazer, has already given a similar report about blah blah blah, don't care, I throw Blazer over the side of the fucking ship. Has already given a similar report about his mission to the Kraknalord Chasm. He is proud to tell you that he too was successful, don't care, still hate you. You arrive at the monastery in the early evening and watch the descent to the parade ground from the stern deck of the Comet. The blessed tranquility of the monastery is a welcome relief after the days and nights you have spent in the heavy rains and thunderous storms of Chai. You see Skyfort moored on the parade ground below, and you hope that Blackhawk, Starlink, Steelhand, and Swiftsword have enjoyed the same success that you and Blazer have achieved. A Kai honor guard awaits you when you descend the boarding ladder to the graveled parade ground. With pride, you acknowledge their salutes and accompany Lord Ramoa and Blazer to the Grand Hall at the top of the Tower of the Moon. Mention him one more goddamn time. At the top of the Tower of the Moon. Upon entering the hall, you see Lone Wolf seated upon his alabaster throne, with Starlinks and Sage Chastens standing quietly on either side. "Welcome, Grandmasters," says Lone Wolf proudly. "I commend you both on achieving your missions with honor. You have each defeated a powerful champion of evil, and removed the threat they pose to the peace and stability of the lands around their mustering points. You have done well, and you should feel rightly proud to have upheld the highest traditions of the Order." Sage Chasten approaches you and requests that you give him the Eye of Agarash. Lone Wolf nods his approval, and willingly you hand over the satchel containing the bane that has burdened you all the way from Pensai. Chasten thanks you and bows respectfully to Lone Wolf and the others before leaving the Grand Hall. Can we trust this little fucking Ewok? Can we trust this little goblin with this artifact? Lone Wolf gets up and steps away from his throne. He beckons you all to join him at his map table, where he picks up the steel pointer and taps it on the Kraknalord Chasm in the Doomlands of Naros. He looks at you and Blazer and says, the fucking Blazer stare. "The success of your missions have neutralized these threats." He then moves the pointer to Desi and continues. "Grandmaster Starlinks achieved his mission here.
He too is commended for his bravery and his success.
Starlynx bows in acknowledgement of Lone Wolf's generous praise and tries hard to suppress a smile and maintain his composure.
And with the valuable assistance of our ally, Wizard Regent Greystar, the city of Shadakai has been cleansed of the dark scourge that took control of it 16 years ago, and lately threatened to resurrect the former Shadakeen Empire in all its evil glory. At last, the death of Brightstar has been avenged. Yulonga and his Kitezi shamans are no more.
Lone Wolf taps the location of Shadakai, and then he pauses. For several seconds he says nothing, and your sixth sense tells you that all is not well. Slowly he moves the pointer and taps the map in 3 other places: Cragmantle, Liuk, and the Makken Gorge.
Alas, I must inform you that not all of the missions have been a success. Blackhawk has not returned from the ruins of Cragmantle. Neither has Swift Sword from Liuk. I sense that they did not survive the tasks I set them, and my heart is heavy with their loss. They were both gifted Grand Masters, and our order is poorer for having lost them.
A shadow of sadness darkens the Grand Hall, and you feel the grief that you all now share upon hearing this regrettable news. I mean, I didn't know anything about those people. Would you say then that Blackhawk is down? We have a Blackhawk down.
This is where I dispatched Steel Hand to carry out his mission. He has not returned, but I sense he is still alive. Guildmaster Baindon has gone back to Summerlin to muster the help of the Brotherhood of the Crystal Star. They will assist a rescue mission to find and return Grandmaster Steelhand to us.
Timely movie reference, yes. Lone Wolf puts down the pointer and moves his head in a slow arc around the table. It's like fucking painful to move your head that slow, you guys. Pausing to look each of you in the eyes for a few moments before moving on.
Grandmasters, we must discover the fates that befell Blackhawk and Swiftsword. We must rescue Steel Hand, and we must complete the missions that I set them. Your accomplishments have delayed the resurgence of evil from overwhelming the free lands of Magnamund. But this evil is growing stronger every day, every week, every month that we fail to defeat it. We must strive again to stem this rising flood before it becomes too strong for us to counter.
Lone Wolf returns to his throne and motions to Lord Ramoa to come forward. They exchange a few quiet words, and then Lone Wolf addresses you for the last time this day.
Retire to your quarters and rest well, my lords. I shall summon each of you tomorrow morning. Lord Ramoa and I shall decide the locations you shall be sent to complete the missions that remain unaccomplished.
You leave the Grand Hall with... They had to mention him one last fucking time. You leave the Grand Hall with Blazer and Starlynx and retire to your private chamber. The loss of your brother Grandmasters is a bitter blow, but you try to put your grief to the back of your mind and concentrate on the mission that awaits you tomorrow. Congratulations, Grandmaster. You have achieved a great victory over the forces of darkness and saved Chai from certain destruction at the hands of Nadzarin Zashnor and his fell minions. Soon your new mission will be revealed. You will discover the nature of the task that awaits you in the next exciting New Order adventure entitled Dead in the Deep. And that is finally the end of the longest fucking Lone Wolf book. I want to know how many pages this motherfucker was. Because yes, it only had 350 sections, but a lot of the sections were really long. I mean, look how long this section was. And there were much longer ones even than that. Like, holy crap. That book was long. The Storms of Chai page count. Okay. That's a very reasonable price. $869! What? What? Like all of the what? All of the what? Wait, what do you mean Lone Wolf 20? Lone Wolf 20, The Curse of... Alright, yeah, I've read that. $869, you guys. 500 pages hardcover. That's a lot bigger than the other ones. What's the page count on War of the Wizards, last book of Greystar? Doesn't say. Still, a 500-page hardback is a big fucking book. It's not an $869 book, I can tell you that right now. Motherfuckers be tripping. How about Dead in the Deep? You guys got that? Dead in the Deep. They don't even have that. Oh, they do, but there's no price listed. Oh, you guys. I didn't realize it was so cheap. I'll just buy this and then we can do this book on stream too. It's only $189. Ah, Joe and Ben Deaver. Ben Deaver must be his son or something. Alright, I didn't have to use the losing horn this whole time. Of course he reproduced. Oh, we made it, you guys. We finished the Lone Wolf series. That was so long. Well, I hope you've enjoyed this this reading of The Storms of Chai, and this playthrough of the entire Lone Wolf book series, including the new book, including the Greystar books. That's going to do it for this episode. So thank you for watching. This has been Josiah Plays The Lone Wolf Gamebooks, Book 29, The Storms of Chai.